So welcome back guys, we are back with another part of story, which is on, what if Leah fell in love with Bella? Before starting don't forget to like and subscribe for more such videos, so let's get started. Monday was another dreary, wet day in Forks. Bella's fingers itched something fierce. She turned her busted up phone over and over in her hands as she fought her impulse to text Leah. She typed out a measly, "Hey," and immediately backspaced with an exasperated sigh. Leah had been running night shift patrol and was probably just about to fall asleep for all she knew. She did put her number in her phone, just in case. With a groan of frustration, Bella set it on the table and walked her barely touched bowl of cereal to the sink. Her brain felt as murky as the pre-dawn fog sifting through the trees outside. The night before, she had tossed and turned, her dreams spiraling between snapshots of black eyes set in a demon's face, and the warm embrace of a silver wolf. Both images chased each other like a twisted, disorienting game of cat and mouse. Even though she had made sure to go to bed early, she had woken up exhausted. A shuffle of movement and a throat clear at the doorway pulled Bella from her thoughts. "Mornin'," Charlie hummed, voice weathered like it always was when he was still waking up. "Morning," Bella murmured in greeting as she watched soapy water slosh around her bowl and whirlpool down the drain. Charlie already had his gun belt on, and his police hat tucked under an arm. He pulled a to-go mug from the cupboard and poured himself a large cup of steaming black coffee. Bella had expected him to leave before she did, as usual. There was an overabundance of work to be done nowadays with all the disappearances. Lately he'd been working with the other branches in Seattle and Port Angeles. So many eyes on alert, and Bella knew it would never be enough. Out of the corner of her eye, Bella saw him shift his weight from one foot to the other. Charlie cleared his throat again, setting his mug on the counter. His fingers tapped nervously, a trait she inherited. "Dad," Bella dried her hands on a dish towel. "Listen, I'm not gonna be home till late. I have night patrol all this weekend, with everything going on in Port Angeles." Bella's hands froze as she blinked at her father. "What? He was going to be patrolling, too? At night? I have a duty? Can't you have one of your deputies do it?" She rushed out. "They've been pullin' night shifts all month. About time I took my turn." "It's too dangerous." Her knuckles whitened where they gripped the edge of the counter. The pack did say they drove the Cullens out, but their coverage only went as far as Forks. And Victoria was still out there, dancing in and out the edges of their reach, taunting them. Charlie's brow pulled low over his eyes. "Now, I know you're worried, Bells, but this is my job." Bella's eyes dropped to the sink along with her heart. If anything happened to Charlie. "It'll be fine, Bella. Order pizza on me tonight." Charlie sighed and put on his cap. "I'll just be a phone call away in case you need anything, all right?" She nodded in defeat and turned to him just as he leaned in to give her an apologetic, one-armed hug. His choking gasp had her eyes snapping up. Charlie's face was sheet white, dark chocolate brown eyes wide as they locked on her throat. To where her bruise was in plain view. "Crap." Bella blushed furiously and shook long waves of chestnut hair forward to cover the handprint fading across her throat. It had started to turn an opaque yellow and could easily slip under the radar of an unassuming eye. But Charlie was a cop, and his eyes were anything but unassuming. Charlie's face darkened, going from pale white to fiery red in a nanosecond. He took half a step forward, his hand lifting just shy of her neck. "Who did that to you?" he thundered, his brow buckling under his anger. "It's nothing." Bella impulsively brought a hand up, curling her fingers under her chin. Charlie's hand jerked back and lowered. He sputtered, trying to find his words around angry huffs. Finally, he took a deep breath. "Did Edward do that?" he ground out, his expression 100% business. His fingers twitched towards the firearm on his belt. Bella closed her eyes. Edward's marble face, twisted with boiling anger, flashed behind her eyelids. Her silence was enough for Charlie. "You're staying home." Bella's eyes popped open at his no-nonsense tone. Charlie was already storming away from her. "Dad, wait." He jerked to a halt, his fists clenching at his sides. Bella swallowed her nausea down. "They're gone." The words were a slap of recognition, an echo from the past, and she saw them stiffen Charlie's shoulders right before he spun to face her, a million emotions warring on his face. The last time she said those words about the Cullens, it was her birthday and Edward had left her broken in the woods. All of them? When? He asked, his face stony and his hand held aloft as if he was waiting to catch her should she faint. Saturday. Bella sucked in a breath and leaned against the counter, suddenly lightheaded. God, was she about to faint? They took him away. They all left Forks. I don't think they're coming back. Charlie's gaze flicked all over her face, anger and concern burning a path in those eyes. He sighed heavily and shuffled forward. If I ever saw that Cullen again, he grunted, pulling her into a warm hug. Bella closed her eyes, letting his familiar aftershave and coffee smell swaddle her. I know, Dad. She whispered. Charlie pressed a haste kiss to the top of her head and leaned back. His face hardened as his eyes roamed over the partially hidden bruise. With another huff, he adjusted his police-issued cap and made his way to the door. You better believe there's going to be a warrant out for that boy. The front door slammed shut with sharp emphasis. Bella exhaled the breath she didn't know she was holding. The silence of the kitchen was suffocating. She hoped he wouldn't go searching for them. Or worse, try to contact them. Charlie was the last person that needed to be in the sights of vampires. She felt helpless. Everyone she loved was out there risking their life for her. Pushing off the counter, the scooped her phone up and haplessly began gathering her bag and school supplies. She just had to get through the day, then she could drive straight over to La Push. To Leah. Leah felt like a steamroller had made its home on top of her body. The ache was how she imagined a normal person felt after a grueling workout. For the pack, it was a passing discomfort they'd all begun to endure lately. Sam had been pushing them extra hard these past few days, for obvious reasons. Nobody really complained. Not even her patrol partners, Jared and Quill. Which was surprising because Quill found a way to complain about anything and everything, sometimes just for the sake of a little humor. He had been unusually quiet, and Leah didn't blame him. All three of them had their imprints on the forefront of their minds. Bella never left her thoughts. Not when she ran herself ragged over the hills cresting Forks, not when she paced the cliffs that greeted the open sea. She remembered that fateful day the red-headed demon fled into its watery depths and away from the jaws of the pack. Again. They were all on edge, but Leah felt like she was boiling alive. It was her imprint that was at the center of this fucking mess. In the early hours of Monday morning, Jared and then Quill faded from pack mind as they neared the end of their shift. Leah thundered on, her paws tearing a well-rehearsed rhythm into the forest floor. The silence in her head was short-lived. Go get some rest, Lee. You'll run yourself into the dirt if you keep going like this. Sam's gentle baritone was threaded with subtle alpha compulsion. He had just started out from the village, jogging the valley that held La Push as he rounded up next patrol shift's troops. She didn't bother answering him. Leah huffed, her exhale turning into wispy shapes in the morning chill. She tossed her head, her ears flicking back as her annoyance rippled down the fur on her spine. She knew she could have squeezed out at least a couple more hours. Sam channeled soothing sensations from his mind to hers. Smells of the ocean and the mulchy sharp tang of pine and budding leaves. All underlaid with that annoying alpha compulsion. She wondered if he even realized he was using it. The prick. Save it. She growled as her path began drifting back towards the heart of the res and her exhaustion began to catch up with her. She knew exactly what he was doing. Maybe it worked on newer wolves, who were so constantly at war with their instincts and wolf spirit that they needed the steady strength of their alpha to ground them. But he knew better than to try that shit with her. It was almost patronizing. Sam backed off and gave her space, or as good as one can when their minds were linked so closely. Sheltered by the trees behind her house, Leah phased and dressed in a zombie-like daze. Her mother had an early shift at the res small clinic and was just starting to stir while Seth snored away in his room. He had school that morning, the only pack member that still attended school. Sue Clearwater would be damned if she let her son drop out like the rest of them had. He had just started high school, still practically a baby. She would have forced Leah to attend as well if it weren't for the fact that Leah was 18 and could legally withdraw from school without any parental advisory. Not even the council could intervene that shit. Leah soundlessly made her way up the stairs. Her darkened room felt empty without Bella's presence. The poetry book still lay open on her desk, flipped to Endlick. Her bed was messy, a pile of blankets that had formed a nest perfectly molded to Bella's shape. It had only been a weekend, but Bella had touched every bit of Leah's life and left a scorching mark. Leah didn't mind one bit. She climbed into her bed with slow, laborious movements and pulled close a pillow that smelled like Bella. It was like Novocaine injected right into her bloodstream. She inhaled honeyed goodness that promised all of life's sweetness rolled into one. Her mind rushed back to the day before, when the two had spilled into Leah's sheltering kitchen from the Sunday rainstorm. And to the moment Bella's scent had ripened into the heady edge of readiness right there on her countertop. It rushed up like a tornado had manifested in her house and smacked her in the face. And her wolf had taken the chance of a suddenly slack leash to barrel straight past the surface of her control. Leah may be a female, exempt from the testosterone-filled posturing the others painted on so heavily, but she was still a wolf. And here was her imprint, hell, her apparent other half, smelling like supple desire burgeoning to full bloom as those gorgeous dark chocolate eyes drank in Leah's form. Her wolf didn't just preen at the attention, it prowled, craved. It had happened in a nanosecond. Across from her, still perched and dripping on the countertop, Bella was faltering around a request lost in the white noise of Leah's mind. Bella's voice was shaking around the edges so very slightly, but Leah's sharp ears picked up on it anyways. She realized with sobering reality that Bella was facing the same tornado. But with no fucking clue what to do with her own budding desire. Pull yourself together. It took her every ounce of control to jerk the wolf to a halt, thanking the fucking gods that her hands didn't started shaking on Bella's thighs under the pretense of working those goddamn shoes off. Little did she know that minutes later, her control would once again be demolished to a crumb as she fell into silky heaven of Bella's full lips and soft thighs. They always joked about how whipped the imprinted wolves all were, but fuck, man. Now, nestled in the remnants of their little nest, Leah could think of nothing more relishing than being in Bella's arms. That, and maybe a cold shower, a long, cold shower. At the same time, an overwhelming side of her didn't want to move at all, or at least until all traces of Bella's scent had faded from her sheets. She wondered what Bella was doing at that moment. If she was awake yet or not, if she slept as restlessly as Leah did, twisting and turning among her sheets. Leah rolled over and buried her face in her pillow. God, it was pure, unfettered torture to be here, sitting and staying while her imprint was miles away. The drive to protect Bella at all costs warred with the equally overpowering order Sam had placed on her to go home and rest. She hated Sam with a fiery passion, plain and simple. It wasn't the first time and she knew it wouldn't be the last. Still, to no avail, Leah fought both storms. It was fruitless, and the effort overwhelming. Letting the exhaustion overtake her, she fell into dreamless sleep. My mom is a nurse, said Dr. Cullen, transferred to some hospital across the country. No warning or anything, he made them all move. Do you think they broke up? Jennifer Ford from 2 tables over made no attempts to lower her voice to match the mumbled whispers of her pack of friends. Over the quiet din of chatter, their conversation had the subtlety of a bull in a china shop. It was the last class of the day. Freedom was so close that Bella could taste it. The class was supposed to be working in pairs deciphering equations. Bella, who usually paired with Alice, worked alone. With the Cullens gone, all the attention had naturally shifted to Bella. She was arguably used to being gawked at. A year ago, it had been because she was the newest thing to happen at a school where nothing new ever happened. From the moment she started school at Forks High, she had been a novelty to the rest of the student body. Didn't help that she was good-looking enough to spice up the small dating pool of eligible bachelorettes. And then she'd gone from a new pretty face to Edward's girlfriend. That by itself had ascended her into the fame ranks of Forks' very own royal family. Bella had kept her eyes forward as the whispers and stares followed her like a shadow in the halls. In such a small school, gossip spread like wildfire. It reminded her of that first day, except now the curious stares had an almost aggressive flavor. Like they all secretly blamed her for the Cullens leaving. Maybe Charlie was right, and she should have stayed home. Their obvious sidelong glances at her were like pinpricks against the side of her head. Bella's fingers tightened infinitesimally around her pen as she hid behind her hair. Bella risked a glance at the table of 4 girls who didn't even try to hide the fact that they were staring. 3 pairs of eyes quickly scurried away as heads bowed towards untouched assignments. Only one pair proudly glared back without an ounce of shame. Bella knew Jennifer Ford didn't like her. Ever since her very first day when the other girl had hit her in the forehead with a badminton, on accident, Bella had made sure to avoid her. It had been easy when the Cullens had all but adopted her into their family. Everyone made sure to avoid them, despite their stardom. If only you knew, Bella thought, trying and failing to focus back on the letters and numbers on her paper. If she herself had known all of this would happen just because she had been dazzled enough to date Edward Cullen, she would have gladly marched up to Jennifer Ford and told her she could have him. Jennifer hitched a brow in haughty challenge and Bella dropped her eyes to her paper, hoping her hair shuttered the furious blush on her cheeks. What the hell was her problem? From the corner of her eye, she saw Jennifer lean back towards her friends, her candied voice still carrying over the quiet drone of a handful of other conversations. I bet he finally realized he could do better. Bella set her pen down with a small clatter and pushed her seat back. She ignored questioning looks and the heat rising up her cheeks as she approached the front of the room. Her words stumbled over each other as she asked for a bathroom pass. Thankfully, her teacher waved her away without a second glance. Stepping into the silent, empty hallway was like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot, humid day. With the heavy stairs and whispers shut firmly behind the door, Bella felt like she could breathe again. In the bathroom she splashed water on her face, letting the droplets drip back into the sink as she took a deep breath and raised her eyes to her reflection. The exhaustion on her face was palpable. The sleepless night had engraved bags under her eyes. This day needed to be over already. Bella tugged her phone from her back pocket and swiped to her contacts menu. Her thumb hovered over Leah's name as her teeth worked at her bottom lip. There was 35 minutes until the end of the school day, and it took another 45 to drive over to the res. Bella shook her head and shoved her phone in her pocket. You'll see her soon enough. She lingered in the empty restroom, taking her time drying her hands and rearranging her hair to hide the fading bruise on her throat. She could do this. She could tune them out for 30 more minutes. Bella drew in a breath, lifted her chin, and pushed open the door. If she hadn't been paying attention, she would have walked straight into her. Bella stopped short with a gasp and reeled back, her back colliding with the bathroom door as she stared at the figure in front of her. Ivory skin and unnatural yellow eyes, it couldn't be. Curling blonde hair. Rosalie Cullen. Bella's heart stuttered to a sprint in her chest as the vampire studied her with nothing short of contempt. She was so unnaturally still, that it sent icy chills racing down Bella's spine. Bella blinked rapidly as images flared in her mind. Images of flashing trees and cold hands digging into her fragile skin. You're supposed to be, what, gone? Rosalie crossed her arms over her chest, a perfect blonde brow hitching over angelic features. Oh, don't worry. We've finally left this dump far behind. Thanks to you. She spit the last word out with disgust. Bella's mouth popped open, her pulse pounding in her ears. Me? Save it, mud lover. Rosalie rolled her eyes. My brother may be brainwashed, but I'm not. What? Bella's brain scrambled to make sense of her words. Why are you here? Rosalie looked at her like she was the dumbest person on the planet. It put Jennifer Ford's sneer to shame. Because, the vampire said deliberately, as if she was speaking to a toddler. My brother needs to see for himself that you've moved on so he can finally get the fuck over you. Bella felt the blood drain from her face, her confusion fading as bone-chilling fear replaced it. Her shaking arms pulled up to wrap around herself. He's still after me. She breathed, her breaths hitching as her world silently imploded. Rosalie watched her impassively out of the corner of her eye as she studied a perfectly manicured nail. Duh. Don't ask me why. All you've ever done is ruin our family, and now he's going to get himself killed looking for that redhead. He doesn't even care about how much this is hurting Carlisle and Esme. Unmistakable hatred leveled the glare she threw at Bella. I hope those stupid mutts are worth it. I can smell them all over you. Disgusting, not as smart as they think they are, huh? I managed to get here just fine. With a flick of strawberry blonde curls, Rosalie turned up her nose and spun to make her leave. Her blood-red stilettos clicked against the tiled floors and reverberated down a hallway that was as empty as Bella felt right about now. She could feel tears bubbling under the surface, gathering into a lump in her throat. She wished Leah was here. Even more, She wished this would be the last time she ever saw Rosalie Cullen ever again. But of course, Rosalie needed to have the last word in everything. You know, the vampire's full, sculpted lips pulled into a cruel smile. When Alice told me that you jumped off a cliff, I thought, finally, things can go back to normal. But no, you had to fuck that up too. And then she strided away as Bella sank to her knees, her world caving in on her. Leah awoke with a start. It was sudden. 1 second, she was passed out in the grips of restless sleep. The next she was bolting upright, a burst of adrenaline flooding her veins as she lurched into action and crouched at the ready among her twisted nest of bedsheets. Her breaths came in short, soft pants from between clenched teeth as her eyes darted around the small room. Her wolf was going fucking haywire under her skin, clawing and tearing at her insides and needing to sink its teeth into something. Threat, her wolf growled. Mid-afternoon sunlight streamed through her open window, bathing everything in gray light. Not a thing was out of place in her room. The house was empty, her mother and Seth both long gone. She focused on her hearing, straining her senses to a good quarter-mile around her. There was the usual chatter of birds and small forest animals, the rumble of a car here and there, the far-off crash of waves. Nothing was amiss. Her instincts told her otherwise. Something was very, very wrong. What the hell? It was a breezy, cold day outside, but to Leah, the room felt like 1,000,000 degrees. She couldn't catch her breath for the life of her. She clutched her chest as what felt like anxiety-riddled cord wrapped around her heart and squeezed. Leah sucked in a breath, her scattered thoughts skidding to a halt. Bella. Threat. She exploded into motion. Leah was across the room before her next heartbeat and scooping up the cell phone that had been gathering dust on her desk. Her fingers flashed through menus and clicked on a name. Her body shuddered as it rang, an impatient growl seeping from her throat. And then, right as she thought it would go to voicemail. Leah had to grip the desk to keep steady as Bella's broken voice punched a hole straight through her chest. Bella. Leah gasped. Bella's answering sob almost brought Leah's shaking form to her knees. She frantically sifted through the wolf's descending panic. Where are you? She rushed the words out. School, the bathroom. Bella sniffled as Leah's mind worked over the small bit of information. She was still at school, and Leah knew Forks High hadn't let out just yet. A bloodsucker? It couldn't be. Bella was surrounded by humans and it was daytime. They wouldn't attack so openly like that, would they? What happened? Leah put it on speaker as she quickly gathered pieces of clothing into a nylon drawstring bag. Rosalie was here. Bella's voice was thick with tears. Friend of yours? Leah's brow furrowed as she grabbed the phone and bounded down the stairs. Rosalie Cullen. Leah doubled over, a violent tremor bulldozing her to her hands and knees on the kitchen floor with the force of a Mack truck. The snarl that ripped from the bellows of her gut, up her throat, and through her straining jaw was all wolf. Her phone, as well as her bag, had slipped from her grasp. It skittered across the tile like a feeble pebble over petulant waters before colliding against the back door with a crack. For a moment she thought she'd broken the damned thing, severing her link to Bella, but then Bella's sniffle crackled through the tiny speaker. Hang tight, B, she growled, pushing up with rippling lupine ease. She grabbed the phone and threw it into the bag in one liquid movement. Outside, the air was muggy with impending rain. She didn't pause her stride as she fixed the bag around her shoulders, making sure the strings were distended enough to encompass her wolf body. I'm on my way. Leah dove into her wolf, her rage sizzling through pack-mind like water on a hot skillet. She could feel Sam and the others recoil with just the shock of it, their instinctual drive to protect fueling hers even more. Leah channeled it all into her stride, ripping a path straight for Forks. As the distressed howls of her wolf brothers rose and clawed at the gray sky, Leah's ear barely twitched to acknowledge them. She was hyper-focused on one thing and one thing only. I'm comin', Bells. Bella's arms wrapped around her middle in a feeble attempt to hold herself together. The harder she tried to subdue the overwhelming waves of anguish, the more she just couldn't. It was like trying to contain a forest fire with a spray bottle. God, her chest hurt. A weak voice in the back of her mind told her that she needed to breathe, but even going through with the actions felt like she was facing Everest. There wasn't enough room in her lungs for air to move around. Tears flooded down her pink cheeks and she couldn't get them to stop. Bella squeezed her eyes shut, her body curling in on herself as if she was waiting for the bathroom stall around her to close in and suffocate her. Her mind spun like a broken movie reel replaying over and over. Twisted metal, dark flashing trees, her hummingbird heart churned panic and fear into a deadly song. She couldn't hear anything over the blood rushing in her ears. Staring into the face of a demon with a crooked smile. She'd never felt so alone, so helpless, as she did that night. He could have done anything to her and there wasn't a thing she could have done to stop him. Leah was on her way, a tiny voice whispered. It was a spark in a desolate night, setting off embers of hope that burned through her core. Bella's fingers curled reflexively around her beat-up phone, squeezing it like lifeguard float in the middle of a stormy sea. The call had disconnected, and Bella's hands shook so much that redialing would have been impossible. She wondered, numbly, if this is what members of the pack felt like right before they phased. Like they were crumbling apart, piece by excruciating piece. Ring. Bella flinched, her pulse jumping to her throat and her arms curling over her head impulsively. A cacophony of noise swelled like a wave outside the restroom door. Lockers echoing, sneakers squeaking on tile, dozens of voices and pubescent hoots of celebration that the day was over. The last bell. Bella scrambled to her feet and pressed a shaky palm against the door. Classroom, backpack, truck, she chanted the words over and over in her head like a shield against the anxiety threatening to overtake her, again. Bella waited for the noise and crowd to dwindle down. She squeezed her eyes shut, sucking in a breath as if she was about to jump off a diving board. Classroom, backpack, truck, with a burst of adrenaline, she pushed into the bright, emptying halls of Forks High. She couldn't imagine how she must have looked like to the few, gathered groups of students making their way out into freedom or to after-school activities. Paler than death, disheveled hair from being grasped too many times in fervor, tear-stricken red-rimmed eyes. Their faces were a blur as she rushed down the hall. She could feel her heart thudding madly in her chest as she plucked her schoolbag from the empty classroom and blindly made her way to the parking lot. Outside it was barely starting to drizzle. Hardly enough to send any of Forks' residents scurrying for cover just yet. Bella felt feverish, or maybe it was the humidity. She couldn't tell. She could hardly think straight. How in the world she was supposed to drive home like this? The adrenaline that had fueled her just enough to leave the bathroom had burned off, leaving only the whispered hope of cinnamon eyes against a tidal wave of crushing anxiety. The parking lot was crowded as usual, loud chatter intermixing with slamming car doors and revving engines. Bella. Bella jerked her head, her heart fluttering at the call of her name, and her eyes searching wildly. The voice was familiar, but it wasn't the smoky dulcets of a certain wolf. Bella? It called again, and Bella found herself looking into the soft, doe-eyed gaze of her friend Angela Weber. Angela stood by Ben's hand-me-down clunker parked at the curb, her arms wrapped around a school binder overflowing with pages. Bella swallowed and slapped her palms over her rosy cheeks, trying and failing to shore up a resemblance of normality. "Hey, Angela," she croaked in a water-logged voice. Angela's dainty dark brows met over her black-rimmed glasses. She quickly deposited the binder into the passenger seat through the open window of the car, her worried eyes never leaving Bella. "You okay?" Bella's mouth popped open, an automatic, "Yeah, fine," on the tip of her tongue, almost like reflex. Or a shield. It was Bella's first instinct. She wore her heart on her sleeve, she couldn't help it, but that didn't stop her from being an introvert at heart. Angela would see right through any crap she spouted. That girl was too wicked smart, and just as fiercely kind and protective about her friends as Bella was. The weighted tumults of emotion overwhelmed her, and Bella's expression crumbled, her lip trembling as her mouth snapped shut. "Oh, hun," Angela took several steps toward her, her hand lifted in a way not too far off how Charlie did that morning. Was everyone just waiting for her to keel over? Bella shook her head and closed her eyes for a heartbeat, trying to find the strength to pull herself together. When she opened her eyes, Angela was still watching her with eyes bleeding concern, clearly wanting to offer her support with a hug but keeping her distance. There was something Bella couldn't place about her posture or expression. Her mind struggled with this while Ben came into view, concern and curiosity mirroring his gaze as he leaned against the driver's side door of his car and watched the two girls. It was then that she noticed there were a lot more eyes on her than she thought. Beyond Ben and Angela, other students were casting overt glances at her. Their whispers snatched to the wind as their heads turned in her direction, then quickly away, before returning with the baleful glee high school students had towards any kind of drama. A fresh wash of pink colored her face as Bella wrapped her arms around herself, clutching the strap of the school bag draped on one shoulder in a death grip. Bella ducked her head and barreled past Angela, a shuddering apology spilling from her lips. She turned toward the parking lot, to the corner where she parked her truck that morning, her eyes glued to the pavement. "Bella, wait." Angela's voice lifted Bella's gaze. Very pointedly, Angela looked at her, and then just behind her at a distant view. The other girl looked apprehensive. That was the puzzle piece that Bella couldn't place before. Bella turned to the parking lot with a confused frown. And just like that, the floor dropped out from under Bella. Everything else just fell away. Because leaning against her rusty old truck was Leah. Her black hair was wild as it spilled across her bronze forehead, and a tenacious hand came up to brush it back with impatience. Ripe, trim muscle rippled down that arm as Leah pushed away from the car with the grace of a panther, sleek and deathly unsettling to those who didn't know better. The other students gave her a wide berth, not even daring to lift their gaze to hers as they whispered to each other lest they be caught in the maelstrom of Leah's sharp stare. Still, Bella could tell that Leah towered above all the girls and even some of the boys. While they were wrapped in sweaters and jeans to accommodate the chilly April air, Leah wore a simple t-shirt that hugged her trim torso and a pair of old basketball shorts. You know her?" Angela asked somewhere behind Bella, a million miles away. Leah's eyes locked onto hers. There was fire burning in them, sending a drop of anticipation down Bella's spine, whispering goosebumps across her arms. Yeah, I do." Bella breathed. Her feet were moving before she even finished the sentence. She ran in tune with her jackhammering heart and, true to nature, tripped over the open pavement. Suddenly Leah was right there, like she had appeared out of thin air. Strong arms caught her and pulled her into a lean, muscled torso. "Leah!" Bella gasped into the cleft of Leah's neck and shoulder, her fingers grasping at the material of Leah's ages-old shirt and the solid, tawny skin underneath. "I gotcha, B." Leah's husky voice rumbled in her ear as they gripped each other in a tight embrace. Bella closed her eyes, inhaling that familiar woodsy scent that instantly smoothed out the rippling anxiety in her veins. A fresh wave of tears brimmed over and trickled down her cheeks with relief. She felt Leah exhale. Bella's eyes blinked open. She instantly noticed the tremors that rolled through Leah's shoulders and down her arms. It was as if the wolf lurked, snapping and growling, just under the surface. Bella's head moved to tilt back in question, but at the same time, Leah tightened her arms. Bella felt her feet lift from the pavement, and they were moving again as Leah loped in giant gaits towards Bella's truck. Deft fingers plucked Bella's keys from her pocket without prompt, and before Bella knew it, she was being pulled into the warm cabin of her truck. "Are you okay?" Leah's palms framed her face as she gazed down Bella. Those wide, light brown eyes took painstaking inventory of every inch of skin. Despite the dark circles under her eyes and the grim set of her expression, Leah was still so beautiful that Bella struggled to breathe this close to her. She'd almost forgotten the awestruck rush she got just looking at Leah. Almost. "Lee," Bella breathed, gripping the other girl's wrists. "Rosalie. I can smell her." The words barely contained a growl. "Her scent is all over the damn place." Leah lifted her head, nostrils flaring as she dragged furious eyes across the emptying parking lot and the woods beyond. "Did she touch you?" Bella shook her head. She said that Edward was still. The words got caught in her throat. She squeezed her eyes shut and sucked in a lungful of Leah's grounding scent before trying again. "He still wants me, and he's still looking for Victoria. That means that bitch is still in Washington, and so is he." Leah hissed. Her face darkened with imminent thunder. In an abrupt move too fast for Bella's eyes, Leah shoved the keys into the ignition and yanked the car to life. She moved in quick, practiced moves. Pulling a cell phone free from a bag Bella hadn't noticed was hanging from her back while maneuvering the truck out of its parking space and into the street. On any other occasion, Bella might have made a playful quip at how Leah assumed the driver's seat. But now, all she could feel was bone-deep exhaustion. Pushed way past her breaking points, Bella gladly relinquished control. She trusted Leah to handle this, Bella realized. Leah would always take care of her in whatever way she needed it. "I got her." Leah spoke into the phone. raising her voice over the roar of the engine. They raced down the single-lane highway, pushing way past the speed limit. It didn't touch her or anyone else. She's okay, just spooked. There was a pause and Leah's face contorted with fury, her lips flashing up from her canines. Her knuckles turned white where it gripped the steering wheel. How the fuck did that thing get into Forks, Sam? The voice in the speaker rose in volume and Bella swallowed thickly, tucking her head against Leah's shoulder. Like a switch had been flipped, the menacing growl softened. Leah purred deep in her chest, a soothing velvet rumble that instantly put Bella at ease. Were you all fucking chasing your tails out there? Pause. You got that right. I could smell the fucker all over the parking lot and then it disappeared out on the road. I'm taking her to the res now. Leah glanced down at Bella. They stopped at a light and Leah took the opportunity to brush a strand of Bella's dark hair behind her ear. Bella looked up at her, catching the moment Leah's expression changed from affectionate to annoyance in a blink at whatever it was Sam told her. What? Leah snapped into the phone. That's the stupidest. The words tumbled into a growl. Fucking fine. Whatever, Sam. If anything happens, it's on you. Leah slapped the phone onto the dashboard and spun the wheel abruptly, ignoring the furious beeping of the car behind her. They turned onto a road Bella knew well. It led into her neighborhood. Change of plans. Leah huffed. We're holing up at your place. That leech used a car to get in and out of Forks, that's why they didn't catch her scent right away. Sam wants us off the roads for now. Bella shuddered. You can't track them in cars? It's a hell of a lot harder to. Leah grumbled, after the whole bear fiasco, we try to avoid the roads during the day. But this, she shook her head. Bella's head jerked up in realization. My dad, Leah, he said he's going to be patrolling all night. We know. Bella blinked. You do? The corner of Leah's lip twitched up in a saucy smile. We've been keeping tabs on Charlie for months. Ever since this shitshow started with that black-haired leech. Bella's hand wound around Leah's arm, squeezing gratefully as warmth swelled in her chest. Keeping her eyes fastened to the road, Leah tipped her head and rubbed her jaw over Bella's temple. We'll look after him, B, she murmured. Bella nodded, rooting herself in the scent of pine and salt as lithe fingers traced small patterns over her knee. She almost jumped out of her skin when a wolf's haunting howl rose above the trees around them. It sounded like it was coming from every direction at once. Easy, warm fingers skimmed her thigh. That's Embry. He's just scouting ahead for us, making sure the coast is clear. Bella tried to settle her racing heart as her eyes immediately scanned the lush woods flashing by, as if she'd be able to catch snippets of a giant wolf weaving through the trees. She was surprised to find herself disappointed when all the trees revealed was more of the same green forestry. A brush against her hand had her blink down to where Leah's fingertips whispered over her skin. Bella flipped her hand over and Leah's heated palm engulfed hers. Their fingers laced together, a perfect fit for one another. Her gaze slipped up to regard Leah, who studied the road ahead intensely. After a moment, the wolf's lip twitched. Checkin' me out, Swan? For the first time in hours, Bella cracked a smile. You wish. Leah cut the engine and the cab was swallowed by silence. Silence and Bella's quick, half-panicked breaths. Her imprint's fragile heart sounded as if it was gearing to race right out of her chest. Leah's hand squeezed minutely around Bella's as her eyes were immediately drawn down to where the other girls sat, eyes darting every which way out the windows. Is it safe? Bella whispered, eyeing the front of her house before searching the trees on either side of where they had parked in the driveway. Leah couldn't stop her own heart from wilting at those words if she tried. Those leeches had made Bella afraid of her own home, her place sanctuary. Inside, an anger so deep had rooted in the marrow of her bones. It swelled like a tsunami that kept growing and growing. Bella's watery chocolate eyes flashed up to meet Leah's. And just like that, her anger stuttered to a pause. She could still feel it, thrumming under the surface of her fingertips and stirring up her wolf, but it was suddenly shuddered away like a leftover meal into a fridge of resolve. Now wasn't the time to be angry, not when her imprint was falling apart. You'll always be safe with me, Leah murmured, her hazel gaze steady. Bella swallowed and lowered her eyes to their joined hands, pale against russet. Leah could feel the other girl's anxiety like a living thing, stifling in the closed space of the truck. Come on, Leah urged and pushed the door open, and stepped into the damp afternoon. Bella climbed out behind her, as unwilling as Leah was to break the tether of their hands. Leah tilted her head back slightly, drawing up scent and sound to be filtered through supersonic senses. The quietness of Bella's empty house, the ticking of an old car down the street, an elderly female human shuffling around a kitchen in the house adjacent to Bella's, Embry's quiet, huffing breaths a quarter-mile away. As if on cue, his long, keening howl rose over the trees again. A beckoning call under Sam's orders, no doubt. Leah smothered the disgruntled growl that began tumbling in her chest and led the way up to the front door. Bella's honeyed scent intensified with every step, and along with it, handful of other individuals. There was Charlie, his scent as intertwined with the house as Bella's was, and faintly, Jacob's. Leah's lips jumped from her canines on reflex. The moody jackass had been here too. Recently. As in today recent. What the fuck did he want? There was a jingle and mechanical click as Bella unlocked the front door. For the first time, Leah saw the insides of Bella's house. It was roughly the same size as Leah's and just as homey in the Swan's signature cozy style. Scattered against the beige front hallway was tiny framed pictures of Bella's childhood. She glimpsed Bella as a baby coddled by two adoring parents, birthdays, holidays, and pictures all through Bella's teen years. It was kinda adorable. She was just pouring into her first step inside when her body jerked to a halt as if she'd been electrocuted. Leah squeezed her eyes closed, nostrils flaring. She shouldn't have been surprised to find the Cullen's infuriating stink lingering like a rotting corpse forgotten under the floorboards. The rational part of her knew that the scent was a little more than a couple of days old. She knew that there was no vampire waiting around the corner to jump them, that the Cullens were gone to whatever corners of the earth. But the irrational part, the part that was all wolf. The wolf was losing its fucking mind. She needed to phase. She couldn't deny it anymore. Twice now those things threatened Bella. Her imprint, who'd never heard a goddamn thing in her whole life. It wasn't just that a vampire was on their lands, which by itself was a death sentence, but the fact that they threatened a human, an imprint, pack. And right now, the pack demanded retribution. A tug on Leah's hand drew her eyes downward. Bella had stepped across the threshold and their clasped hands were held aloft through the doorway like a bridge between two worlds. "You comin'?" Bella asked, concern creeping into her voice. "Easy, don't scare her even more." In a sec, Leah forced her posture to relax. She eased in to lean against the doorway and pasted a wry smile on her lips. "I'm gonna do a lap and check in with the pack. Find out what the next move is." Bella's fingers fidgeted against her hand, and Leah carefully tightened her grip around them, wishing she knew how the fuck to make everything better. Bella glanced over her shoulder into the quiet house. Suddenly, Leah understood. In this moment, no amount of reassuring would convince Bella that there were no monsters under the bed. "Hey," Leah's voice softened as her other hand drew up to ghost over a silken pink jaw. "You'd think I'd knowingly let you walk into danger?" Bella shook her head, her anxiety chipping away at the simple touch. It was crazy what touch did to them both. "Though for your sake," Leah grinned in earnest, "I ought to carry you everywhere. You're a magnet for danger." Leah purred as she watched the heat bloom in those cheeks and stubborn dent form between those perfect brows. "I'll charge you." Bella snorted. "Oh ho, you're gonna charge me for carrying you?" Leah let her thumb glide against delicious warmth once more before letting her hand drop. Everything in her was at instant uproar at the loss of contact. Bella hummed. Her eyes flicked between Leah's like she was trying to shore up resolve. She must have found it because, with a sly smile teetering on bashfulness, Bella took a half step forward right into Leah's personal space. Leah's heart stuttered in her chest. They were a few heavenly inches apart now. Everything else on her mind, her exhaustion, her fury at Sam, her irritation at the whole fucking day, lapsed into the background. Bella's smile grew roots, like she knew exactly how much power she held. "I don't take money." Bella breathed over sensual lips that held Leah's every attention hostage. Bella's eyes held hers for a beat longer before flashing down to the wolf's lips. Leah tipped her head thoughtfully and straightened to her full height. She stepped forward even closer, meeting Bella head-on. A little over 2 inches apart, they were toe-to-toe against the raised wood of the door's threshold. Beat-up black and white chucks against Leah's bare feet. close enough that Bella had to tilt her head back to see Leah properly. Leah's lips hitched in a devilish smile and Bella's eyes widened just a tad. Her blush deepened a shade. "Oh, this wolf holds power too. Then it looks like I'll have to pay up," Leah whispered, close enough that her breath washed over baby pink lips she knew for a fact would be a perfect fit. Bella's lashes fluttered like a daydream and, fuck, there it was, the supple scent of Bella's arousal that dispatched a flashfire of need straight through Leah's chest like a bullet. Mine, the wolf clawed, shredding Leah's insides to ribbons. It wanted one thing and one thing only, even if it meant dragging the rest of Leah's psyche flayed out behind it. Holy hell, she needed to get a grip. Reining in the beast with the might of the fucking gods and feeling like she'd run a marathon in the space of a second, Leah managed to drag herself back a step. She slowly sucked in a lungful of breezy afternoon air soured by stale leech rot. "When I get back," she finished, watching as disappointment flashed across Bella's features. It felt like a backhanded elbow to Leah's throat. It physically hurt to deny those eyes a single thing. She needed to go. Now, but her limbs wouldn't obey. "What if I gave you a discount?" Bella whispered. Leah's willpower began to crumble like a house of cards. "Bella," Leah rasped, somewhere in the valley between a growl and a whisper. "I need to go." Bella's eyes washed over her face. Leah felt like she'd been stricken bare. She could do nothing but exist, defenseless as Bella stripped away her armor piece by piece. "Then go," Bella murmured with a stubborn tilt of her chin, "and when you come back, I expect a payment in full." For a moment Leah could do nothing but stare, dumbfounded, at the one person who held Leah's heart in her fist. Bella's face bloomed pink under her gaze and Leah couldn't stop her smile if she tried. Very slowly, Leah leaned forward, noting the way Bella's heart lurched into a sprint at the action, and brushed her cheek against hers. Leah's eyes fluttered closed as she relished in the barest of touches, softer than rose petals. For a moment she drowned in heaven of her scent, letting it shore up and wash away the bitterness. "Anything you want, princess." Leah exhaled, letting her breath brandish goosebumps across Bella's creamy skin. "I'll be back before you know it." Bella shivered and leaned into the taller girl, basking in her warmth. Leah knew beyond knowing that if she didn't leave now, she would never leave. Closing her eyes and cursing everything holy, she took one last centering inhale of delicious ambrosia and tugged herself back. In a single, liquid motion, she pivoted out of the cradle of Bella's presence and was down the porch steps in one leap. "Be careful," Bella's pleading words called out behind her. Leah turned to get one last look at her imprint. Bella held onto the doorway with one hand, her other arm wrapped feebly across her middle as if she was trying to hold herself together. Her beautiful eyes pierced Leah still. "I will. Promise." She would turn the world to flame and ash just to be in those arms again. It burned to walk away from her. Jogging into the dense trees framing the house, Leah couldn't help but relish in the small victory she'd managed to salvage. She'd somehow managed to distract Bella from her own anxiety. That by itself made Leah feel like $1,000,000. Sure, it was at the expense of her sanity, but if she was being honest, her sanity had been shot to shit a long time ago. So long ago that Leah had learned to stop fighting the current, just let herself tumble head over heels into the abyss. It wasn't that she was self-destructive. Well, maybe a little bit more that she stopped caring. She stopped caring about school, her future, tradition, you name it. She faked it around Seth for his sake and was blatant about it around her mother. And tell Bella. She'd done something nobody else had even bothered to do. Somehow, Bella had managed to piece Leah's sorry existence back together into something that mattered. She'd seen straight through the brazenness, the heated bitter veneer, and scared shell of the little girl Leah once was. She reached straight through it all and tugged forward the protector, the wolf. The warrior. There wasn't a second in hell Leah was going to let her down. Especially in the middle of a war. At her top human speed, it only took seconds for Leah to round the top of the hill that overlooked the tiny neighborhood. From here she could see Bella's house, white and gray nestled among others in the trees. She could see the roads leading in and out, winding into the mass of forest like snakes. If anything tried to get to Bella, Leah would see it coming from miles away. She could still hear Bella, a shuffle of movement as her small imprint leaned against the closed front door and sucked in a breath. That mysterious cord between them had them both wound so tight. A soft whine shimmied through the underbrush just to Leah's left. Yeah, tell him to hold his fucking horses, would ya? Leah grumbled to the giant gray wolf, hidden in the kaleidoscope of leaves and branches. Embry gave her a cursory woof and soundlessly melted back into the shrubbery, giving her privacy. In the moments before she phased, Leah took all the things that fueled her heart in its beat. Piercing brown eyes that knew her soul backwards and forwards, a laugh that was decadence wrapped in summer, a smile that could bring Leah to her knees, lips that made her blood sizzle. Leah took it all and folded into a tiny ball, like how she used to do when she was a kid bored in class with a piece of paper, until she couldn't fold it anymore. And then she tucked it behind a steel door that had developed out of necessity from being the only female in a pack full of males. Her control wasn't perfect, and she'd have to concentrate to keep that door shut tight. Still, there was no room for doubts. Because there wasn't a chance in hell she was letting those dimwits see the things her and Bella had shared. With those sweet sun-drop thoughts locked away for safekeeping, Leah let herself tip over the edge. The tsunami was back. Adrenaline-spiked rage spewing shudders down her spine. It bathed her in an anger so dense it was like a roar in her ears. She hadn't forgotten. And neither had her wolf. It jerked to the ends of her reins and Leah let it go freely. With a snarl that rippled from the core of her being, Leah exploded into her wolf. And into the whirlpool of pack mind. Seth? Sam's growl echoed in her head. How long? 3 minutes. Seth responded eagerly, untouched by the anxious energy that had befallen all of them. He had just started out from the village, fresh out of his last class of the day. Leah felt her stomach dip in apprehension. He shouldn't have to live in a world that forced him to become soldier before he grew up. Hearing her thoughts, Seth snorted, perturbed at being called a child. Sam gave a satisfactory huff, his paws drumming a beat into the ridge of mountain overlooking Forks on the east. Good. Seal that border. He ordered in an edict that swallowed Seth's remaining annoyance into a pupil-dilating haze of duty. Despite his heavy-handed rank pulling, Leah let out a sigh of relief. Sam had only sent Seth out to guard the reservation. He wouldn't be in direct line of sight. The others had received similar objectives. Leah pieced it together from their collective minds in seconds. Embry patrolled Forks in a tight circle, the closest defense should anything get past the rest of the pack. Quill and Jared were running a line down the Bagachiel River south of Forks, skirting close to the highway that led out of town and down the entire seaboard. Together, they'd be able to comb through both the forest and the scents breezing off the road. Sam sprinted straight towards Cullen territory. As far as she knew, nobody had seen, smelled, or heard a hint of Leech. It was tipping them all past the territory of fear and rage, into madness. Leah was already there. Nice of you to join us, Sam told her. Asshole. Leah let her anger spark like lightning, a growl foaming between her fangs with the need to tear into something. To make those monsters pay. Embry jutted his chin mollifyingly and sprinted ahead, and out of her biting range, to do yet another lap around the small town. Here come the fireworks, Jared snorted as he paced Forks' far outer border. I was wondering when we'd get some heat in this salsa. Quill's laughter buzzed in her head, once again demonstrating his inability to read a fucking room. Leah's lips peeled back and the chocolate-brown wolf's tail sprang up excitedly as he ran. Ooh, scurry. Enough. Sam's searing command crackled through the bonds. Leah's head bowed unwillingly under the weight. Sam continued staunchly, Jacob and Paul are scouting the roads on foot. Human. We need eyes on the road right now and I can't risk the townspeople seeing us. Good riddance. Leah expelled a dismissive breath. She still had a bone to pick with Jacob, but now wasn't the time. That thing was still out there. Leah paced in a tight circle, her tail swishing behind her. What if it went towards the town? We wouldn't be able to attack in a place full of people. No, it knows we're here. So it knows all we'd have to do is wait it out until nighttime. That thing is on the run. Sam hummed, his mind already forging strategies. Leah fell quiet, automatically thinking over and filling in the tiny holes in his tactics. If that bloodsucker emerged in any corner of their land, Forks included, all their bases had to be covered. For once, their minds worked in dedicated harmony. Their wolves wouldn't sell for less. Keep your nose to the ground, Quill. Sam warned. Jared head towards the campgrounds. Embry branch off and go north. A landscape emerged from the Alpha's mind. The glistening surface of a small lake a short 15-minute drive north of Forks. Embry caught the image with a yip. Defying his massive size, the wolf spun directions without a stutter in his brisk gait. "Stay there, Leah." Sam tacked on. Leah paced on snowy, agitated paws. A gravelly growl streamed from her muzzle as she could do nothing but watch the tempest of images in her head. "Damn it, Sam." Ignoring her, the midnight black wolf burst through the trees to meet the upscale mansion that rose up like a bluff over his head. They all recoiled at the stench. Leah's stomach rolled with anger and disgust. The Cullens' hideaway looked like a macabre empty shell of a house. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows revealed furniture covered by ghostly white sheets. The cloying stink was rooted in the house itself, not the air. None of the bloodsuckers had been here recently. Leah couldn't believe their laughable luck. The monster had slipped right through their fingers. Right then, another consciousness exploded in their minds so violently they all quivered. "Sam," Paul panted, 76 gas station. North side. Before they could recover, images bubbled to the surface of Paul's mind and came together to paint a scene. Two men in reflective vests leaning against a work truck parked in the arguably busy bay of 76, one of two Forks gas stations. "Phew. You saw the wheels on that blue baby?" One of the men rubbed a hand over his scruff and snapped a lighter up to a cigarette dangling from his lips. His buddy picked up his paper cup of coffee and chuckled into his sip with a furtive glance. "Fuck the car, man. Did you see the pair of tits behind the wheel?" "Damn straight I did. Probably got a rich boyfriend. Too bad lil' lady didn't want to talk." His lips spread in a sleazy smile filled with bad intentions. I always had a thing for blondes, like a broken film reel." The image jittered to a halt. At that point Paul's jackhammering human form had ducked back into the shadows in a sprint. He needed to get out of the heart of town to phase. There was a beat of grasping silence as the pack digested the revelation. The leech was headed north. Howls exploded into the darkening afternoon sky. Leah's skin buzzed, but she didn't dare join in. They still had a bloodsucker to catch. "Embry," Sam boomed. "On it." Embry crooned, sucking in lungfuls of moist air evaporating off the lake. He was saddled in the land between the lake and the road. He veered to the right, weaving around trees and drifting as close to the sparse highway as he dared. Paul wasn't far behind, hot on Embry's trail with a snarl spewing spittle into the breeze. "Careful. Jared, stay put in case there's any more of those things," Sam warned as he launched off the Cullens' lawn and into the sheltering forest. He began to circle up to meet them. They were all chomping at the bit. Leah swayed on her toes with the weight of the order as she lost herself the thrill of the chase. She wished it was her that would be delivering the finishing blow. Without preface, Jacob's thoughts melded into pack mind. "We found the leech," Seth offered jovially, even though there was no need. Jacob had already plucked all the information he needed from their thoughts. He sprinted into position, somewhere between the other side of the highway and river. Their shaky plan solidified with all members back online. "Good," Jacob hissed. His anger, tar black and viscous, rivaled Leah's. Leah couldn't spare him a thought. Her focus was too crystal clear, especially now. Because through Embry's bobbing point of view, a dusky blue sports car was burning asphalt over a stretch of lonesome forest highway. There, everyone began shouting at once in Leah's head. Embry cut ahead. Sam's voice spilled kerosene on the bonfire, fueling lupine determination. "Jacob. Paul. Flush, in." In a burst of speed, Embry pushed off the ground even harder, his muscles straining. Leah's growl tumbled freely as she watched. In seconds, he gained on the sleek Audi going at least 100 miles per hour. He was a blur of gray between the trees. Closer, closer. Until he was level with it, until he was past it. Embry didn't spare a glance at the dead eyes behind the tinted window. "Now," Sam bellowed, heart caught in her throat. Leah watched with sickening vertigo as two separate point of views locked onto the sports car like a gun aligning its sights on a target. The next few seconds passed as if in slow motion. With a roar like thunder, the massive russet wolf burst from the trees. It was lined up perfectly. She saw it play out in Jacob's mind like he'd practiced it. His claws would sink into the flawless shiny blue paint, letting the momentum of his pounce throw the car into a calculated barrel roll, straight into the angry jaws of his packmate pacing in the middle of the road ahead. For Jacob, Embry was just a backup precaution. He intended to finish this once and for all. Had it not been for the fact that in a move just as quick, the driver of the car jerked the wheel and slammed the brakes in the same instant, executing a perfect donut across both lanes. Screech. The car spun in wide circle, leaving black tire marks in the asphalt and just missing the wolf sailing overhead. Shock silenced pack mind. Jacob rolled across the black road, claws scrabbling for purchase, and congealed to his feet. Ears flattened as his furious snarl rattled the air. The car faced him head-on, turned all the way around from the direction it was initially going, some meters down the road. His blazing eyes burned holes into the dark windshield. The car's foreign engine revved loudly, twice, a taunt. Jacob's massive head lowered like a bull, and he charged. With a blast of heat, the car roared to life, accelerating 0 to 90 in under 3 seconds. Jacob dipped his head, eyes trained on his prey, his paws beating against the asphalt faster than his frantic heart. It was a game of chicken, each player daring the other to swerve first. At the last second, the car's wheels jerked to the right, and the car blurred around the giant wolf in another donut so tight that it threatened to tip its tiny steel body onto one side. Another miss. Instead of screams of frustration, Jacob's dark chuckle echoed through the bonds. "All yours." Paul's silver body dove from the trees like a ghost manifesting from the shadows. For once, he was silent, his mind focused in blind lupine rage on the blue car facing away from him. Jaws snapped open to reveal gleaming teeth. The thunderous impact of muscle against metal sent a deluge of memories roaring to the forefront of Leah's mind. Throughout it all, her attention glued to what played out in her head. With the squeal of mangled steel, Paul ripped off the roof off the car with ease. Like a racehorse bursting from the gates, a white blur kicked out of the remains and flipped high over both wolf and wrecked vehicle with the nimble grace of a trapeze artist. The vampire landed on the balls of its stiletto-clad feet, melting into a crouch. "You wrecked my car," Rosalie hissed, baring perfect, deadly teeth at the gray wolf stalking towards her. "Psycho bitch." Paul spat, echoing what everyone else was already thinking. In the hills above La Push, Seth shuffled uncertainly. "I thought they were gone for good." Sam made the terms clear. Leah reminded him, lips peeled back with disgust. "They're monsters, Seth. Keep her busy." Jacob growled. He circled around the two opposing beings at a distance, ready to strike at a weak spot. 2 minutes, Sam clipped. He was close to them, nearing the small lake Embry passed earlier. For a split second, Leah let herself feel a burst of victorious euphoria, like that feeling she got in the pit of her stomach when she knew she was about to win a close race. Suddenly, an alarmed howl pealed into the sky with urgency from the coast, turning Leah's veins to ice. Every single wolf faltered over what played in their heads. Seth crouched and snarling on the bluffs as the wind tossed at his sandy brown coat. And in front of him, a vampire. A vampire none of them had ever seen before, tall, sun-bleached blonde, and the lanky musculature of a college-aged guy. Waterlogged clothes dripped from his paper-white skin in little more than tatters. He stared down Seth with emotionless, vivid red eyes. In a wildly different perspective, Rosalie Cullen was fleeing into the trees, taking advantage of the wolves' collective fumble. With a snarl, Paul was on her trail like a laser, flanked by Jacob. Leah couldn't have cared about them if she wanted to. Everything in her was fixated on her baby brother. His emotions bled through the bonds in a potent cocktail. His fear, his bolstered bravery, his eagerness to prove himself. "Where's your pack, pup?" The demon's statuesque mask broke into a sinister smile. Then he charged at the sandy wolf, his hands curling into claws as a gleeful hiss rattled the space of the small clearing. Leah screamed as chaos exploded in her mind's eye. Flashing white limbs. Scrabbling claws. Pain. "Seth!" Leah howled, her body seizing. More howls redoubled hers, digging into the darkening skies like hands scurrying for purchase somewhere, anywhere, in the clouds. A boy's scream echoed in her skull, louder than thoughts. Louder than Sam shouting orders and the other wolves' panicked frenzy. It brought Leah to her belly in the dirt, anguished whimpers working their way up her throat. Sam's claws bore into the earth as he sprinted harder than Leah had ever felt him sprint before. She could sense his panic, his fear, deep under the surface. But he pushed it down with a single-mindedness that Leah knew she would have been surprised by if she hadn't felt so numb. "You're okay," he soothed in a deep rumble. "We're coming, Seth. You're going to be okay." Thunder cracked like bricks colliding across the endarkened sky, heralding the lazy roll of rumbling clouds in from the west. The rain started as a drizzle, but as dusk fell hard, so did its droplets. Swallowing around the tightness in her chest, Bella tugged a single plastic blind down and peered into the streetlight-spotted darkness of her front yard and saw nothing. The rain spattered the glass like a machine gun and fell in sheets that turned everything visible into dark, hazy outlines. But she only recognized trees and shrubs and parked cars on the street. No wolves, no vampires. No Leah. Bella let the blind snap closed and stepped back as the sky rumbled angrily overhead. Her gaze caught automatically on the clock above the fireplace. 3 hours. When Leah had left her on her porch 3 hours ago, Bella's wave of anxiety had come back hard, snarling with a foaming turbulence threatening to drag her down again. The memory of Leah's presence had been her anchor. She hung on to the memory of a saucy smile and stunning eyes and tried to ignore her soul-deep worry. It was like reliving that morning in her kitchen, worried sick over Leah's well-being but too chicken to send her a text. Except this was a million times worse. Leah will be okay, she reminded herself like a mantra. She always is. With sitting still being the farthest thing from her mind, Bella poured her jitters into everything else. Laundry, dishes, barely any, and cleaning. She swept and mopped the floors, rearranged the pillows on the couch, wiped down the tables. Nonetheless, the darker the sky got, the more jitters crept in. She was dusting and cleaning the vases of fake plants in the living room when a collective of haunting, strident howls pierced the night sky, scaring her out of her skin and jacking her heart into a sprint. She fumbled with a vase, grasping it to her chest before it shattered all over the hardwood floor. The howls broke off and faded into the rumbling sky. Dread settled in her lungs like a stone. Something wasn't right, she could feel it. Bella set down the vase hastily and scrambled to her backpack forgotten on the couch. She dug through the contents for her beat-up phone, and then stopped short. Leah had left her phone and her bag in Bella's truck, still in the driveway. Damn it, she exhaled, dropping onto the couch in defeat. Her mind raced for another resolve. Pulling her bottom lip between her teeth, her thumb began tapping out a phone number she knew by heart. She brought the phone to her ear with numb anticipation. "Please, Jacob, the number you have dialed is not accepting calls at this time," the automated voice cheerfully informed her. Bella's arm fell slack as tears pricked her eyes. She could feel her heart throb painfully in her chest. Throughout all their disagreements when he first phased that spring, the arguments, the bitter hand of fate threatening to tear them apart, and now the imprint. Back then, he just stopped picking up when she called. She remembered her dad's protective anger when Jacob had passed the message through Billy and then Charlie telling her not to bother calling. But throughout it all, he had never, ever blocked her number. She pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them. Hopelessness consumed her from the inside out. Suddenly, her phone lit up in her hand eagerly and Bella jumped out of her skin for the millionth time that night. Her eyes jerked to the caller ID. Her heart deflated for an instant before her brows pulled together in slight confusion. Answering the call with shaking fingers, she brought the phone to her ear. "Dad? Bella? Are you home?" The muffled static of rain against a glass surface hushed under his words. He must be in his cruiser? "Yeah," Bella whispered, leaning against the back of the couch and trying not to let her panic seep into her voice. She sucked in a breath and dragged an arm across her eyes. "Since school let out." "Good, good." Charlie took a deep breath and she finally registered that it was anxiety roughing his voice too. "You plan on going out today?" "Not really," Bella frowned. "Why? Are you all right? Did something happen?" "I'm fine. You know, just work." He hesitated. "There was an accident on the 101. Stay inside, it's really comin' down out here." "But you're out there," Bella wanted to say. "Of course, Dad." She bit her lip, her stomach twisting over her next words. "Hey, is it okay if I have a friend over?" Charlie was silent for 5 whole seconds, enough time for Bella's anxiety to spike and color her cheeks pink. "Bells. It's just Leah." "Leah Clearwater?" she blurted out, before he could say no. "From the res?" Charlie murmured, not bothering to hide his surprise. "Bella, I really don't think it's safe for her to drive." "Oh, she's already in town. She got stranded because of the rain, and I just don't want her to be alone, you know?" She swallowed the lump in her throat. It was only a little white lie, she told herself. How many times has Edward been in under his roof without his knowledge? He would have grabbed his shotgun without hesitation if he knew. If only that could hurt a vampire. Guess that's fine. S'long as her mom's okay with it. There was a crackle of a radio in the background and Charlie sighed. "Hey, I gotta go. Are you and Leah gonna be alright?" Bella hoped so. "We'll be fine. Don't worry, Dad." Charlie chuckled lightly. "It's my job, kiddo." Bella smiled softly, despite everything. His words meant so much more than he knew. She knew her mom loved her. Bella would never think for a second that she didn't, but in that life, every few months she had flitted through new residences and schools as her mother found new obsessions, boyfriends, you name it. Her social life suffered, but her mom was happy and, when she was young, Bella thought that was all that mattered. Her mother's happiness. Bella had never, not once, been her mother's priority. Now she was Charlie's. "Be careful," she whispered for the second time that afternoon. "I love you, Dad." "Love you too, kid." Bella clicked off the phone. Another crack of lightning jarred her racing thoughts and her eyes swiftly returned to the window as if she expected a white face to appear from behind the edges of the blinds. Bella's fingers dug into the fabric of the couch. God couldn't do this. She had no idea if Leah was alright, if the pack was alright. It was impossible to think up anything positive with adrenaline overflowing her veins and bitter worry lodged in her throat. Bella pushed herself up on unsteady feet and shuffled into the kitchen. She headed straight to the back door in the laundry nook just off the kitchen. She checked both locks, making sure the bolts were firmly in place. It gave her the creeps putting her back to the kitchen window. Any windows? Even with all the drapes pulled shut. Trying and failing to ignore the hairs standing on the back of her neck, Bella tugged down the plastic blinds on door's small window. Her backyard was even creepier than the front. The woods that faced her was an ominous barricade of black, its twisted, gnarled branches occasionally highlighted by lightning streaking across the angry skies. She fought the urge to turn away from the pelting rain as her gaze darted across the darkness. And 2 winking lights caught her eyes. Fireflies? They were nested in the trees at eye level. 2 steady pinpricks of flame as the storm's chaos raged all around. No, not fireflies. Wolf. Bella tensed as if she'd been electrocuted. She stared back at the unblinking eyes watching her, her breath refusing to leave her lungs. Leah. Her body moved on autopilot. Bella reached out blindly and grabbed a raincoat from the hook to her left and scrambled with her other hand to unbolt the door at the same time. The rain, wind, and cold hit her like a wall as she pushed outside. Crap, crap, crap. She hurried to shove her arms into the jacket as her teeth chattered. All the while her gaze kept racing back to the twin flames burning in the dark. She hoped she hadn't scared them away. Arms wrapped firmly around herself, Bella stepped towards the forest. The branches were like fingers ushering her into the trees, sheltering her from the rain as they swayed in the wind. She knew she should feel scared, but those incandescent eyes, they beckoned to her, like a hand stretched out in the dark. Bella came to a stop a few yards into the trees, her anticipation buzzing under her skin. Leah. Her words were soft, swept to the wind. Still, the beast must have heard her. The eyes tilted, as if the wolf had canted its head. The animal was so still, alert like a predator paused in the throat of a good hunt. Warmth bloomed in Bella's chest and she didn't know if it was fear or excitement. Maybe a mixture of both. Please. Bella couldn't stand it. She didn't know what she was begging her for. She just needed to know that Leah was alright. It was eating her up inside, not knowing. As if she had said the magic word, the animal chuffed, emitted a warm, silver cloud from a licorice nose. Its eyes barely bobbed as the wolf melted forward like liquid mercury. Bella gasped as the hulking animal took shape. The wolf was huge. The last time she'd seen a member of the pack this close in wolf form, It had been when Jacob facing off Paul all those months ago. She'd forgotten just how intimidating they were. The wolf's giant head lowered at the soft noise, triangle ears flattening back as glittering eyes locked on her. They were at the same eye level now. A streak of lightning across the skies illuminated the wolf for a split second. Bella blinked, her jaw dropping with awe. The wolf was the color of a full moon on a clear night. Its thick pelt was shiny with moisture, framing a canine face and lean musculature that was as beautiful as it was fierce. The eyes were lined black like someone had taken cold to them. There was a bit black in the mix of fur as well, on the tips of the ears and tail, along the back and sides where some of the color deepened to silver in rifts. The wolf's every muscle was cocked at attention, ears swiveling forward to pick up Bella's shallow breaths. It stared at her with keen eyes the exact same shade as Leah's hazel, stared as if Bella was the only thing that mattered. As if she was the center of its world. She's beautiful. It was the only thought Bella could strew together as her eyes darting over Leah's imposing wolf, because it was so clearly Leah. This was the same wolf that faced down a vampire for her only a few nights ago, and probably ran herself ragged keeping Bella safe at night. Pulling her lip between her teeth, Bella lifted a shaking hand towards the beast. The she-wolf blinked solemnly and shimmied forward half a step, front paw held aloft. Her eyes never left Bella as she stretched her huge head out until her muzzle was a few precious inches from Bella's palm. Warmth unfurled over Bella's hand as a nose as big as Bella's palm quivered and then huffed against her skin. A soft rumble tumbled in that giant barrel chest. The wolf was taller than she was, and infinitely stronger, and yet, Bella didn't feel scared at all. It was as if some innate part of her knew that the being in front of her wouldn't hurt a hair on her head, even on accident. Leah would hurt herself a million times over before she'd ever hurt Bella. Bella wasn't too naive to assume that accidents didn't happen. Emily was proof of that, but Sam had been hurting too. Bella's lips flirted with a bemused smile. "Hi, Lee," she whispered. With a soft whine, Leah's shimmering teak eyes slipped closed. Her giant head lowered and leaned into Bella's open palm with a gentleness that rivaled her size. Bella sucked in a slow breath through her nose as everything, her frantic anxiety, the tension, the longing, just melted away. Bella's fingers ghosted through the shorter fur on the wolf's brow. It felt like velvet gossamer, slightly damp and burning hot from that unnatural body temperature. Her fingers sank into the surprisingly soft, shaggy fur along the wolf's broad neck and massive shoulder. A whine leaped somewhere beside her head and Bella looked up to see the wolf's eye locked on her, reflecting the glow of the house's lights. Bella hadn't realized how close she'd gotten. She could feel the heat radiating off Leah's body like a burning furnace. It hit her like a truck. This was Leah. As much Leah as the Spitfire girl who'd stolen her heart on First Beach. "Oh, Leah," Bella surged forward and pressed her face into coarse milky pelt. "I'm so glad you're okay," she choked, her fingers curling into bunches of fur. A soothing rumble bubbled up under her cheek like molasses. It was the sound Leah would sometimes make when she was completely content, only richer. It was a sedative injected into Bella's bones. She rubbed her face deeper into surprisingly soft warmth and sucked in Leah's soothing, woodsy scent. She felt as the wolf's athletic body dipped so very carefully, like a water droplet on a lily pad, and then that heat was folding in around her. The biting wind and stray droplets were shielded away as Leah curled herself around Bella's small form. Bella's lips kicked up in a soft smile. She could fall asleep like this, with a wolf to keep her warm. "Hey," she whispered and reached to tug the corner of a velvet ear that was bigger than her palm. She didn't need to. Leah already gave her every attention. "Want to get out of this rain? Charlie says you can stay as long as you like." The wolf blinked at her again and Bella started to doubt if she even understood her in this form. With a gruff sigh the wolf unfolded itself so smoothly that Bella barely jostled. She adjusted her raincoat's hood as a solid snout pressed against the middle of her back, urging her towards the house like a stray cub. Bella smiled and picked her way around foliage. The rain had let up some, but not by much. It was still a torrential downfall. She stopped at the tree line and bit her lip. "Are you okay to phase back? All your stuff is still in the..." Bella's words died as she turned to find empty space. The wolf had melted away without a sound. "Truck," Bella finished lamely. Her eyes swept across dark trees and shrubs. There wasn't a silver pelt or flickering eye in sight. Bella snorted and turned back to the house, pulling the raincoat tighter around herself, a smile playing at her lips. The woods were still dark and eerie behind her, but for once, she wasn't scared. Moments later, Bella was just setting the kettle on the stove's blue flame when a soft knock disrupted the hush of rain. She smoothed back her damp locks as she made her way to the front door, her heart jumping into an excited sprint. Her mind was still caught like a riptide on the image of the magnificent white wolf. Blinking away the memory that already felt like some sort of fever dream, she tugged the door open. Leah's somber eyes looked up at her from under ridiculously long lashes. They fluttered frantically against the cascade of wind and rain spiraling in around her. Bella's heart jumped to her throat, her gaze tripping over wet slicked hair and taut muscle shuddering under melted caramel skin. She wore the same outfit from before, now more than a little ragged at the seams. The corner of Leah's full lips quirked into a reflexive smirk that didn't match her stone-cold eyes. "Sup, B." Bella blinked at her for a second or two as her mind reset. They were in the exact same position they'd been in hours earlier, when Leah left that afternoon. Except now the atmosphere had changed considerably. Without thinking, she reached out, grabbed one of Leah's burning hot wrists and pulled the taller girl inside. She caught a glimpse of Leah's widening eyes as she spun to face her, the door slamming shut behind her. "I thought something happened to you," Bella nearly yelled, startling them both. She didn't know where the outburst came from. She felt like a shaken-up soda can. All the anxiety, fear, relief from the past 3 hours building up and spilling over. Smirk now wiped clean from her face. Leah stared back at her, her perfect brows furrowed low over her intense gaze. Bella could feel her cheeks warm with color. Her breaths caught in her throat like she'd just run a marathon. Closing her eyes, she scrambled for some semblance of composure. "You scared me," she whispered at last. "I heard the howls and I thought. I'm sorry." At the sound of Leah's velvet whisper, Bella's eyes blinked open. Leah released a shaking breath in tempo with her vibrating arms. Her head and shoulders bowed like they held the weight of the world, and was crumbling fast from it all. "God, it's all so fucked up." Leah spat, her palms coming up to scrub over her face. As close as she was, Bella watched a particularly desperate tremor roll down the other girl's spine. The wolf was caged for now, but it was obvious that it didn't want to stay that way. Bella's anger constricted into worry. "Hey," concerned, she reached out and brushed the pads of her fingers down a quivering forearm. Leah hissed from behind the covering of her hands. Bella frowned, hating the defeat in the gesture and desperately missing those warm hazel eyes. She reached up to Leah's hands and tugged. There was a moment of resistance before Leah relinquished and revealed her grim expression. What had happened out there? Bella could only think as her thumbs caressed over the back of Leah's hands. For a moment, she marveled in the white-hot relief of feeling her again. Every second they were apart, it felt like trying to breathe underwater. She'd missed her. Not just her calming presence, but everything. Her quips, her sarcasm, her shit-eating grin. Just reaching out to her and feeling like all was right in the world. Bella's hands lifted to Leah's face gently, slowly. Leah's eyes darted between hers, drinking her in like a starving person at a buffet. It hit her like a wave of déjà vu. A vision of the wolf in her backyard staring at her with the same intensity struck her like a chord. Suddenly, Bella understood. Had Leah been unable to phase back? Had whatever happened sent her wolf so far over the edge, she couldn't find her way? And it was Bella's presence, seeing her, feeling her, soaking up her tender comfort, that finally brought her back. Leah exhaled slowly, and licked her lips, her terse gaze dropping away from Bella's. When her eyes returned, there was a little bit of her fire mixed in there too. "So," Leah murmured, her familiar husky voice doing all sorts of things to Bella, "still want that kiss?" Bella didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or punch her in the arm. Like the first ray of dawn, a genuine smile graced Leah's lips at whatever she saw in Bella's face. Bella couldn't help but smile too, even as tears threatened to spill over. She tried not to get stuck on how Leah still wanted to kiss her, the mess that she was. That they both were. In the kitchen, the tea kettle began to squeal. Bella drew her hands away from the warmth of Leah's cheeks and linked their fingers together. You already know the answer, she murmured as she led Leah into the kitchen. She could feel her cheeks burn. Don't you? She didn't dare turn, so she couldn't see Leah's expression. Bella only felt her silence as she flicked the flame on the stove off and opened the cupboard. She reached up on her tiptoes to grab 2 mugs from the shelf. She froze as heat swelled up behind her and a taut brown arm appeared inches beside her head. Leah looped her fingers through the handles of 2 mugs and brought them down to the counter for her. Bella licked her suddenly dry lips. Before she could say, "Thanks," she felt fingers in her curls. They played with her loose waves for a moment. Then her hair was being gathered off her neck with careful hands and spilled over one shoulder. Warmth billowed over her pulse. Spicy and sweet. Yeah. I do know the answer. Leah's black velvet voice chased the shivers that unfurled down her spine. The feel of heated, full lips pressing against Bella's neck sent her breath whooshing from her lungs. The hands steadying at her waist were solid and scalding. Yet so very gentle. Careful. Like she was made of glass. Bella struggled to blink the stars from her eyes as, from the corner of her gaze, she watched Leah lift her head. "Can I use your shower?" Leah murmured, her voice strung on an exhale that buzzed through Bella's bones. "Of course." Bella whispered automatically, her mind white with static. And then that heat was pulling away. Bella turned, the tips of Leah's fingertips skidding across her hips. They were so close. Bella's back pressed into the counter's edge and Leah's arms on either side had her caged in. Bella's eyes flitted to Leah's lips before getting caught in her intense gaze. Those hazels smoldered in the kitchen's pale yellow light. Bella could only imagine what they had seen. What she had been through. She recognized a yearning that mirrored her own. A boiling, dark need. But also, pain. So much pain. It instantly sobered Bella, chasing away the static. "There's towels in the closet," Bella murmured. She lifted a hand, dragging reassuring fingers down Leah's bicep. The muscles jumped under her touch. "Go take a shower, and then we'll talk." Leah swallowed and nodded. Almost mechanically, she turned and stalked back towards the entryway. She came to a stop at the doorway and tossed Bella a look over her shoulder. Bella definitely recognized that expression. It was the same one she wore. "I'm right here," she soothed to those desperate eyes. "I'm not going anywhere." "I know," Leah whispered solemnly. She stood for a moment, and Bella could almost see the invisible line between them pulled so taut she thought it might break. With another inhale, she turned and disappeared around the corner with her silent gait. "You're gonna be okay, kid," Sam murmured, huge palms framing a boy's face contorted in pain. Seth was white as a sheet, sweat beading his brow mixing with blood and rain. Her brother's eyes flickered open for a split second, locking with his alphas before squeezing shut against agony. His body was a mangled train wreck. Both femurs broken, dislocated joints, from his labored breathing, at least more than a few broken ribs. Who knew what else? Pack Mind was stunned into a long silence. Everyone's thoughts bubbled like an angry pot of water on a stove, but nobody had anything to say. There was nothing to say. Jacob and Paul had lost the Cullen Leech in the forested outskirts of Seattle. They couldn't risk chasing her any further without exposing their existence to the human population. And the stranger bloodsucker had disappeared before Sam and the pack had reached the cliffs, fled back into the sea like the demon it was. Quill was patrolling up and down the seaboard, but the scent never resurfaced. Sam's head jerked up, locking his gaze with Jared, still wolf in the bushes a few feet away. "Paul, Jacob, come home. Set patrol around Forks," he intoned, his timbre bass registering the weight of the order. "Jared, I'm gonna need your hands." "No." Leah screamed, anger and anguish exploding into a howl that tore through the sky. Her claws kicked up soil as she lurched into a sprint. Jared flinched and Sam's jaw tightened subtly as a delicate shudder rolled down his arms. "Leah, stay." The howl snipped into silence as if he'd cut it with a knife. Leah's limbs buckled automatically, and she dropped like she'd been punched. Jagged exhales tore from her muzzle as she braced her paws into the leaves, pushing up against an invisible hand that held solid. Pain laced her limbs as her instincts fought to tug her down. Jared whined uneasily. Everyone could feel the compulsion of an alpha's direct order. "Stay down," they seemed to whisper as their wolves bristled at her out of instinct. Those who didn't obey would be made to obey by the pack. It was just the way of things. Stay, Sam repeated softly, his low voice almost obscured under the hush of rain. He dipped his head, his keen hearing logging Seth's frantic heartbeats as he brushed the boy's dark locks back from his slick forehead. I need you to guard Bella. In the corners of her mind, she could hear the rest of them speculating. They thought she couldn't do this. They knew her mind was fried and that her wolf was eating up what was left. Well, they weren't wrong. She wanted to scream and howl and fight anything and anyone who'd dare come close to her right now. She had reached her breaking point, and somehow kept going. The sky shook angrily with thunder as if punctuating her thoughts. Sam took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He sat back on his heels, his powerful shoulders rolling at the apex of his broad stature. Wind and rain battered harmlessly at his skin. He looked directly into Jared's eyes, looked past him and into her soul. Leah, go to Bella's and stay there until I say otherwise, he said slowly, each word coated with liquid steel. Leah's paws shook as she pushed herself up, ears flat against her skull, tail tucked firmly between her hind legs. She wanted to yell that she hated him, wanted to smack that wooden expression off his face. More than that, she wanted to be with her brother. And just as much, she wanted her imprint. Instead, her paws moved mechanically across the forest floor into a shaky trot, away from La Push. Steady, Jared. We need to set the brakes before they heal. Sue's gonna be here any minute with the truck. His voice melted away as Jared phased out of pack mind, taking the vision of her brother and Sam with him. Her chest buckled with the beginnings of a panic attack. Maybe they were right. Maybe she couldn't do this. Up ahead, the glow of soft yellow light filtered through the Swan's kitchen window like a beacon in the dark. Her emotions battled against the cage of her mind like rabid animals. The rest of the pack awkwardly pretended to ignore her on the opposite sides of the flimsy office partition that was pack mind. She knew they were all a mess like her. She was just the only one not bothering to hide it. She stalked closer to salvation and she felt guilty. Her baby brother was lying in the dirt, broken and hurt miles away, and she wasn't there. She wasn't the one holding his hand or brushing his hair back and telling him how strong he is and that he was going to be just fine. God, she had to hold it together. She needed to, she couldn't. Suddenly, Bella's back door squeaked open, and Leah's heart finally imploded. Because all she could think was Bella, 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 now. Leah braced her palms against the slick porcelain tiles and bowed her head under the spray. She was so filthy that at first the water ran dark down the drain. She tilted her face up, the shower head just a few inches above her head, and let the soft hush of water slip down the hills and valleys of her tautly muscled back. She wished it would wash the memories down too. Gritting her teeth, Leah twisted the knob as cold as it would go. For a brief moment, there was enough hot water to make it the exact temperature of her body, turning her invisible. And then it became frigid. Leah groaned as ice-cold tundra pelted her superheated skin. And it still wasn't enough. Her body was on fire. Because as soon as she'd locked eyes on her imprint in the woods behind the house, it was like a switch had been flipped. She was a rag doll tugged under Bella's spell. It was so much more than lust. She'd never felt like this before. Not even with Sam. It seemed like a sick joke to even put them in the same category. She'd never wanted anyone with such intensity that it could knock her off her feet. The wolf was tearing her apart at the seams to get to Bella. Even now, she unconsciously paid meticulous attention to every breath Bella took, every light step across the linoleum downstairs, every heartbeat, every soft distressing sigh. Who was she kidding? She was very consciously doing so. It was madness, and at the same time, it wasn't enough. Leah pushed the heels of her palms against her eyes and hissed a steely breath from the trenches of her soul. Pushing her slick hair back, she shut the water off with a resentful jerk of the hand. There was only one towel, so she grabbed that and began to pat herself dry. Despite her turmoil, she did feel better now with the day's insanity washed away. She felt almost like a person again. Even if she did still feel mostly numb. Knock, knock. Leah? Leah's heart lurched to her throat. Yeah? She hurried to wrap the towel around her chest. I'm going to leave some clothes outside the door. I can throw yours in the wash in the meantime. Leah's lips twitched up reflexively in response to that compassionate voice. In a single, ample step, Leah was at the door and tugging it open without thinking. On the other side, Bella blinked up at her with melted dark chocolate eyes and a soft gasp of fleeting surprise. Leah hadn't realized how tense she was, but at the sight of her imprint, she began to relax. Despite them being in the same house, she had to physically see Bella before the wolf could settle. Bella wordlessly lifted the bundle of clothes and Leah took it without breaking their gaze. She watched, in awe, as rosy blush filled those creamy cheeks. She was distantly aware of Bella's eyes mapping out a trail over her face and along her jaw and inevitably lower, across Leah's bare collarbones and impressive shoulders still beaded with water. Her sweetening scent hit Leah like a drug. Alluring and delectable, it took everything in her not to throw the door open and take Bella in her arms. Her hands shook minutely with the effort of holding back. "Thanks," Leah murmured, captivated. Bella released the most delectable sigh, her lashes fluttering delicately as her eyes swung up to meet Leah's abashedly. Like a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar. "You're welcome." Clearing her throat awkwardly, Bella took a half step back, her eyes dropping as her blush grew impossibly redder. Her hand fell away from the bundle, breaking their bubble with a silent pop of reality. I ordered pizza for us," Bella offered, her eyes dancing every which way except directly at Leah. "Meet you downstairs in a few." Leah dipped her chin silently. With a soft smile, Bella turned and made her way down the dark hall, Leah's eyes following with cagey attention. Only when her imprint disappeared around the corner did she quietly shut the door again. Leah leaned against the door and let her head fall back with a soft thump. Well, fuck. By the time she'd dressed in borrowed sweatpants and t-shirt and started descending the stairs, the smell of vanilla and chocolate had begun filtering up the stairwell to greet her. She could hear Bella humming in the kitchen, shuffling around different drawers. Her steps were bunny soft across the floor. Stepping into the comforting light, Leah crossed her arms and leaned against the door frame. And she just watched. The house was quiet, the sky rumbling distantly and rain hushing at the windows. But in this moment, Leah felt the most at ease than she's been the entire day. Bella moved in the cozy kitchen like it was an extension of herself. Hair pulled up and out of the way, she reached over to pluck a spoon from a drawer and then snapped it closed with her hip. Various ingredients in a huge mixing bowl sat scattered on the countertops. 2 eggs, a half sack of flour, sugar. Leah inhaled slowly and let Bella's intoxicating scent wash over her and smooth her tense muscles loose. Her mind was always split in two. Her wolf running amok in the corners of her mind that was always thinking of pack and protecting, and the human side that struggled to contain it. Now, both natures were content to curl up and just bask in the comfort of having her close by. Safe. "Cookies?" Leah murmured, spotting the package of chocolate chips. With a squeak, Bella spun to face her as her tiny heart doubled its beat. Leah pushed away from the doorway, concern drawing her brows low over her eyes. After a moment, Bella smiled, and it lit up the kitchen brighter than that ceiling bulb ever could. She held out the spoon. "My sous chef finally arrives." Snorting, Leah prowled across the kitchen as a smirk hitched up the corner of her lips. "Sous chef, huh?" She took the spoon as her eyes soaked in Bella's adorably determined expression. "I mean, I'm executive chef, of course." Bella grinned and turned back to the counter with a sway of her ponytail. "Of course. And besides, you have the most important job of all." Bella peeked up at her with a private smile. "Yeah?" Leah's eyes flicked up half-heartedly, the smirk still playing at her lips. "What?" "You get to mix." Bella slid the mixing bowl over. It already held a hefty pile of white sugar. Leah sniffed a laugh and plopped the spoon in. "I'm honored." "I know. You're welcome." Bella hummed and continued her dance around the kitchen. She gathered various instruments, measuring cups, measuring spoons, sticks of butter. For a split second, Leah had a vision of her doing this exact same thing, except it would be in a kitchen they both would call home. There would be no wars, no storms, no worrying. Just the two of them existing, the way it always should have been. "Hey," Bella whispered, breaking the reverie with the whisper of a mug sliding across the laminated counter. "You should drink this." Leah blinked and curled her fingers around the hot mug. It smelled like the stuff her mother drank in the morning. Green tea, ginger, various other spices. Her nose wrinkled as she lifted the mug and shot Bella a grimace over the rim. "Oh, don't give me that look, stubborn. You need it." Bella chuckled as she began measuring out brown sugar with practiced hands. That's not the only thing I need. Leah huffed, a trickle of stress leaking out under the words before she could stop it. She took a sip and mulled it over. Huh, it didn't taste as bad as it smelled. Bella was so quiet. Leah glanced over and found her adding the brown sugar to the bowl, her expression sober. Shit. Leah set the mug on the counter as reality threatened to crash down on the sublime scene. So, chocolate chip, huh? What happened? Bella whispered as her worried eyes sought Leah. Leah inhaled slowly and dropped her gaze. Here we go. We lost the leech. Leah mumbled in voice that felt like it belonged to someone else. Jake and Paul chased her all the way to Seattle. In the corner of her eye, she saw Bella lift her hand to her mouth with concern. That's not all. Leah forced the words around the lump in her throat. Seth got hurt. The words dropped like a stone, cracking the quiet peace in half. What? How? Bella gasped, her arm curling itself around her small frame in that way Leah knew that she was trying to comfort herself. How bad was he hurt? Leah began stirring the contents of the bowl slowly, staring down at it with unseeing eyes. There was another one. A bloodsucker we didn't know. He came from the sea and caught Seth off guard when he was by himself. There was a lot of damage. The wooden spoon creaked in her vice-like grip. Her fist shook so hard that spoon vibrated against the side of the bowl with a continual tapping noise. Suddenly, Bella's hand was there. It covered hers with the warm brush of silky skin and gentle fingers. Silently, Bella prodded her hand open and eased the spoon away. Leah hissed as her body siphoned up the relish of her touch. Just like that, the jitters smoothed into calm waters. I'm so sorry, Leah, Bella whispered, and Leah finally looked up to see Bella's eyes brimming with unshed tears. Will he be okay? Unable to speak, Leah nodded. Thankfully there wasn't much that their kind couldn't heal from. Still, none of them had ever been hurt this badly before. Hey, Bella whispered, turning her gently. Her eyes drank in Leah's troubled face before she stepped forward, throwing her arms around Leah's waist. Leah closed her eyes, her arms automatically winding around Bella's small, slender frame. Finally, Leah's jaw gently bumped the crown of Bella's head and she released a soft breath into her mahogany hair. As always, Leah was stunned by how delicate she was. So very tiny in her arms. Just like outside when it was her wolf wrapping around Bella, her protective instinct flared, coalescing into a comforting purr in the depths of her chest. Everything will be fine, Bella whispered against her skin. It's not enough. Leah bit the words out. They're gonna keep coming and I can't protect you. I can't protect Seth. Or my mom. Stop it. With gentle hands, Bella cupped her jaw and petitioned for her eyes. Look at me, honey. Leah sighed and blinked, her eyes open obediently. She had nothing to offer but her hopelessness. On the flip side, Bella's eyes offered her courage freely. You do protect me. You protect everyone. This is just a bump in the road, okay? Bella stroked her thumbs across Leah's cheekbones, feather soft. Look at me. I'm okay. I'm still here. And so is Seth, and the pack, your mom, my dad, all because of you. Leah's swallow was audible as she nodded. They both regarded each other for a moment. Bella with her never-ending patience, Leah with nothing short of wonder. I can't lose you. Leah breathed. As she said it, she realized how true that statement was. It simply wasn't an option. It never was. You won't, Bella said simply. Her thumbs still played at the sharp planes of Leah's face, tracing down either side of her jaw. But, you won't. Bella set her jaw, her eyes sparkling. I trust you. You're not going to let it happen, right? What in the hell did she do to deserve her? Leah nodded. No, you gotta say it. A precious furrow formed between Bella's brows. Promise me. Leah's lips curved in a watery smile as her eyes flickered over Bella's face. I promise. Bella smiled triumphantly with guileless delight, as if she hadn't just forged the broken pieces of Leah back together again for the umpteenth time. She really had no idea. Leah would promise her the moon. Good. Bella's fingers fluttered against the sharp planes of Leah's collarbones. Leah felt it in every single nerve ending. Let's make some cookies. She wiggled in her arms, and Leah had to physically tamp down the soft growl starting in her gut. No part of her wanted to let go. All she wanted to do in this moment was push everything off the damn counter, press Bella against it, and… Leah, Bella whispered gently, just a sigh in the back of her throat. Leah's hand slid up to cup her cheek, tenderly urging her face up. You really want to make cookies right now? She murmured, cocking a brow at her. Yes, I do. Bella pursed her lips together thoughtfully. It helps if I keep myself busy. Leah's head tilted to the side as Bella's blush bloomed across her cheeks. Her brown doe eyes flicked to the dark kitchen window with the smallest twinge of anxiety. I'm not a fan of storms, all at once, Leah understood. She leaned in and traced the tip of her nose along the soft edge of Bella's jaw, a soothing gesture that melted that anxiety away easily. Leah softened her arm around her, cradling instead of grasping. Bella's eyes melted into hers and fluttered closed, her body giving into Leah's touch. With a hum of pure delight, Leah lowered her lips to Bella's in the most delectable kiss. It was lazy and luscious and sweeter than any cookie ever could be. It stirred a fire in the belly as Bella's petal-soft lips parted for her. Leah didn't try to hold herself back like the other times they kissed. Their tongues met, building the heated embers of both of their need. Leah's arms tightened around her, fingers digging into supple skin as Bella's touch traveled over Leah's skidding pulse and into her dark, silky locks. She tasted too fucking good to stop, and Leah would have happily drowned in her sweetness if Bella hadn't resurfaced for a desperate breath first. Leah chased, her lips finding the corner of Bella's lips and traveling along her honeyed jaw. Everything else was background noise. Leah, she was too busy with the spot over Bella's thudding pulse. Bella shivered, a peal of giggles bursting free as Leah's lips tickled her skin. It was like cocaine strayed to Leah's veins. Purring her pleasure, Leah began to nip and stimulate the sensitive spot with her teeth. With a gasp, Bella's hand came in to grasp Leah's jaw. Wait. Leah's lips paused against her skin. She inhaled a lungful of ambrosia and took her time leaning back enough to meet Bella's starry eyes and flushed cheeks. Okay. Leah murmured as she offered one of her wry smiles. What's next, sous chef? Leah released her reluctantly and picked up the spoon, internally pushing down the beast of her need with an obstinate hand. Focus. That's executive chef to you, Bella huffed, breathless as she bumped her hip into Leah's. Mix that. Next is the butter. They shared a smile and then Bella was moving away, back to the task at hand. Leah's gaze clung to her like a puppy on her heels. Yes, ma'am. It didn't feel as weird as she thought it would, having Leah in her house for the first time. When Edward had been here, Bella had felt vulnerable. Embarrassed even. What would he think of the memories on the walls or the random knick-knacks littering her room when he came from a world that didn't care for such pointless human things? She didn't feel any of that with Leah. Everything was so different with her, but not foreign. In the background, Fleetwood Mac dutifully drowned out most of the storm. The worst of it seemed to have passed, although the rain still raged at the window panes. Time seemed to pause for them, Bella moving comfortably through the motions of measuring out and adding different ingredients as Leah compliantly stirred. They barely spoke, and when they did it was usually Bella, adding a mild quip here and there to lighten the mood. Leah was quiet, quieter than usual. Her eyes sometimes lapsed into a fog that Bella wished she could decipher. Every now and then she would peer up to catch Leah's gaze, drinking her in as if she couldn't get enough. It never failed to usher a cotton candy smile to Bella's lips and stutter in her chest. You're not watching what you're doing, Bella teased, her fingers finding Leah's smooth forearm. Come on, stir like you mean it. Leah snorted, her reluctant eyes dropping to the mixing bowl with a content smile. Or what? I'll have to fire you. Bella sniffed, watching the mixture slowly come together into a pale batter. All it needed now was the chocolate chips. Bella's fingertips slid up over smooth skin and rested in the corner of her elbow. This close, Bella could visibly see Leah's shoulders relax, her body automatically curving to accommodate Bella's soft shape beside her. She glanced up to catch Leah's gaze darting away again. Both of their lips curled in a private smile. You got a little flour. Bella squinted and reached up to drag her thumb through the white smudge on Leah's chin. Leah took the chance to nip at Bella's fingers and she withdrew them quickly with gentle laughter. And you got a lil hickey. Leah grinned down at her as the spoon jumped up and splotched cookie batter against her neck. Right, here. Bella jumped back with a gasp. You didn't? A hickey? Leah snickered, her arm winding around Bella's waist and tugging her back against her side. Bella swatted playfully at her, heat rushing up to her face. Charlie would have a cow if he saw. Leah ducked. Bella's swatting hands may as well have been flower petals, and Bella barely had the chance to brace herself before Leah's moist, velvet tongue was lapping over her pulse. Instinct made her head tip to the side as her muscles went lax. Goosebumps spilled down her spine as Leah cleaned up the batter with the stroke of her tongue. Every nerve ending in her body flashed a light, her only anchor Leah's strong arm around her waist. Holy shit. What? Never had hickey before, Swan. The words seemed as if they were coming from underwater. Bella's skin buzzed as she blinked back into her kitchen. Leah gazed down at her with a devilish smirk. You're an asshole, you know that? Bella said, breathless. So, I've been told. Leah laughed, her first real laugh since she stepped foot in the house. Bella's left hand reached out to the bowl not so discreetly and she slapped a retaliating glob of cookie dough against Leah's cheek. Bella felt more than heard a wolf's growl unfurl in Leah's chest as her eyes sparkled with challenge. A drop of anticipation piqued Bella's stomach as she reached again to the bowl. Only to be stopped by a brown fist around her wrist, not hurting in the least, just restraining. Bella grinned. And then they were both moving, arms straining, hands clasping arms, as they each fought to get a dollop of dough on the other. Bella laughed as Leah's muscled arm lifted her off her feet as if she weighed nothing. Nah. Leah tutted as she deposited her away from the counter. Her slender form moved between Bella and the bowl. I have to get the chocolate chips in. Bella feigned sideways to the other side of the bowl. Leah was already there, moving faster than a person should. She grasped Bella's waist and turned her back against the edge of the counter. Her arms came down on either side and caged her in. Everything paused. Leah looked down at her with a grin half caught on her face. The air between them kept teetering from playful to heated and back again, and it made Bella dizzy. She couldn't hear the rain or the soft guitar in the background, only Leah's yearning breaths as she took up Bella's entire view. She smelled like laundry detergent, strawberry shampoo, and something else, something spicy Bella could only describe as wild. It drove her crazy. At this rate, we'll never get these in the oven. Bella's voice was just above a whisper. Leah let out a long breath. Trust me, cookies are the last thing on my mind. Then what's the first thing on your mind? Bella's fingers drifted out to touch her sides. Under the cotton, hard impenetrable muscle tightened and shuddered ever so slightly. Leah hissed as if she'd burned her. You know. Bella's eyes jumped to her face. Leah's expression was intensely complicated. Her eyes flicked between Bella's like she was warring an internal battle. Oddly, it reminded her of Jacob of all things. Leah's head jerked up, face drawing into something more focused, and Bella stiffened correspondingly. Pizza's here. Leah explained before Bella's heart could gain momentum. A soothing lupine rumble wrapped around her as a heated pair of lips pressed against her hairline. At the exact moment her doorbell rang. Bella had a hard time pulling away. Leah lifted her arm and Bella shuffled under it, her imploring gaze lingering on the taller girl. Bella stepped out of the warm cocoon of the kitchen into the entryway. She pulled the door open and tucked her arms around herself as frigid wind rushed to greet her. It seemed to cut right through her hoodie. A boy stood at her door, illuminated by the dim porch light. He was slightly taller than her and lanky under one of those cheap plastic ponchos. He balanced 2 pizza boxes in his grip. Delivery. His monotone was as disgruntled as he probably felt. His eyes fell on her and he smiled awkwardly. Oh, hey Bella. Hi, Lee, right? She recognized his face, but it took her a moment to remember his name. He had been the boy who'd fallen ill along with her in Bio 2 last year when they did that blood typing project. Liam Stevens. They didn't share any other classes after that, but he sometimes sat with Mike and the rest of the group at lunch. He passed her a crumpled receipt wrapped around a pen for her to sign. Her dad had paid for the pizza like he'd promised. She signed with an indecipherable scribble and handed it back. Thanks, here you go. He presented the pizzas with a goofy flourish and Bella took them. Wait, your tip, she called out as he began to turn away. Don't worry about it. He smiled, tugging the flimsy hood up. Your dad took care of it. Bella sniffed a laugh because of course he would. Stay dry, Liam. Sure, See you in school. Yano, we all miss you. Her brows came together, and he chortled. Well, mostly Mike. The girls are, well, he shrugged helplessly. Bella knew what he meant. Other than Mike and the guys, the only other occupants of her former lunch table were Lauren Mallory and her bitch crusade. Ever since Bella started sitting with just Angela and Ben, she could only imagine the things Lauren said in her absence. Liam mistook her silence for aversion, and he laughed in that gawking way boys did. Ouch, I'll let him down gently. He regarded her thoughtfully for a second before grinning. Though, there's probably no need. What? Was the only thing she could muster. She was utterly confused. He waggled his brows dubiously before bounded down the steps and out to the car idling at the curb. Bella turned into the house and shut the door with her hip, her mind wandering over the conversation. You okay? Geez, Bella jumped, the boxes fumbling in her grip. Leah caught them with her lightening reflexes. She stood in the dark nook of the entryway, the light from the kitchen just catching the edges of her raven hair. You should really make some noise, you know. Bella rolled her eyes, cursing werewolves and their silent steps. Leah smiled, not apologetic in the least. Sorry. Yeah. Bella shook her head as her heart restarted. She led the way back to the kitchen. Leah trailed in behind her and set the boxes on the counter. They decided to forego plates and ended up on the kitchen floor of all places, paper towels and pizza slices in hand. She'd ordered a plain cheese and a meat lovers for obvious reasons. She was glad she'd ordered 2 pies. Leah had demolished half of the meat lovers by the time she'd finished 2 slices of her plain. Do you need another pizza to wash it down? Bella teased at Leah, who sat with her back against the wood doors. Bella leaned sideways against them, one of her legs stretched out over Leah's lap. Nah, I think I'll just steal yours. Leah leaned toward her and Bella lifted her pizza slice up and out of the way, making a small noise of protest in the back of her throat. Hey, paws off, she warned with a mock scowl. If you finish yours, too bad. Don't even look at mine. Leah pouted and crumpled her paper towel. Damn, it's like that, huh? Yup, just like that. Bella stuck her tongue out. Leah shook her head, smirking as she tossed the paper towel ball at the trash across the room. It made it in, of course. Leah grinned triumphantly as Bella laughed. You cheated. How? Werewolf powers. It's against the rules. Bella finished off the last of her slice and wiped her hands. You didn't complain about my werewolf powers before. Leah hummed. Her strong grip wrapped around Bella's knees and tugged her closer. Bella inhaled quickly, blood warming her face at the sudden movement. Leah rearranged Bella's legs so they both draped over her lap. Her hand rubbed slowly over Bella's calf, sending simmering heat sparking up her leg. The gesture sang of intimacy and possessiveness. So, Bella echoed. You and Mike, huh? Bella groaned and shoved Leah's shoulder. Me and Mike, nothing. That ship sank before it even reached water. Leah laughed. Her hand came up to tangle in the end of Bella's hoodie drawstring. It sure didn't sound like it. Jealous? Bella goaded. Leah's face instantly darkened, the wolf prowling in those eyes. Nope. Leah popped the P as she wrapped the string around her index finger. I know you're mine. To anyone else, it might have sounded cocky, but Bella heard the relief in the words. Leah's fingers slowly ghosted back and forth over her leg, soothing and Bella realized with a flutter in her stomach, turning her on with that calloused gentle heat. Up until I came to Forks, my love life hadn't been too exciting, Bella murmured, trying to shift her focus before the tide of desire overwhelmed her. How in the hell did you end up with Cullen? Leah breathed. Bella drew her lip between her teeth, mulling it over in her head. You really want to know? Her eyes darted up to gauge Leah's expression. She watched her with open curiosity, not anger like Bella expected. Leah dipped her head. Bella took a deep breath and started at the beginning. She spoke in hushed pastel tones, revisiting moments and feelings that felt tattooed into her consciousness. Leah listened with rapt attention, her fingers gliding absently over Bella's legs. Bella drank in the comforting touch, leaning on her gentle strength when she got to the hard parts. Like the parts about James, or the time she got cornered in Port Angeles with that gang, or her disastrous birthday last year in the vampire's den. At those times, Leah's hand would freeze, gripping Bella's shin like a lifeline and her wide eyes glued to Bella. For the most part, she never interrupted as Bella's story culminated with her trip to Italy and meeting the Volturi. Her joints had started to cramp from sitting for so long, but Bella was too focused on Leah, still and quiet beside her, too still, too quiet. Bella swallowed her anxiety and shuffled a bit. Leah seemed to remember herself, and they reluctantly got to their feet and started clearing the boxes in silence. For a moment, the only sounds were the dirty baking utensils being added to the sink and the soft rush of the tap. The music stopped a while ago, the Pandora app on her phone quieting itself in that way it sometimes did from lack of attention. Bella peeked at Leah as she put the extra slices into one box and stored it in the fridge with the cookie dough. Leah seemed lost in thought, her expression soft and open as she stared down at the sink, her hands mechanically washing. She must have questions, who wouldn't? But whatever they were, she kept them to herself, for now. Blushing, Bella picked up their forgotten mugs and began shuffling toward her. "There's something else I think you should know." Leah's soft, raspy voice threaded across the space to her. Bella's head jerked up to find Leah watching her, brows drawn low over her cinnamon eyes. "The leech, the one that attacked Seth," she ground out. Jacob recognized his scent. "It was the same one that they found in your house, the stranger leech." Bella leaned against the fridge heavily. Oh, God. Her head swam, her eyes closing. Who was he? Spicy sweetness enfolded her. Warm hands withdrew the mugs from her grip before they ended up shattered on the floor. "Shush," Leah soothed in her ear. Bella sucked in a lungful of her scent and fisted the material of her t-shirt as Leah drew her in. Just that touch, it sedated her mind and loosened her muscles. "The others didn't want you to know," Leah growled. "They thought it would only stress y'all out more." "I'm okay," she whispered into Leah's shoulder. Lying didn't come easily to her and this one fell flat. Leah tilted her head, lips twisting together doubtfully. "I am," Bella repeated, Leah's embrace lending a strength that she reflected in her words. "I know I'm safe." Leah hummed in agreement. Her face lowered into the crook of Bella's neck. The feel of full, perfect lips pressing against the tender skin of her pulse threatened to undo her. Between them, so many words went unsaid. Questions about enemies and demons, love and lines. About the feelings eating them both alive. Would they even make it out of this nightmare long enough to know the answers? Bella's eyes fluttered open. Her cheek was pillowed on Leah's shoulder as the wolf gently swayed her in the comforting quiet. Their heartbeats cantered in perfect sync. It was impossible to feel hopeless when she felt so content. Her unfocused gaze landed on the glow of the digital clock above the stove. 11:43 p.m. Where did the time go? Bella tugged her head back, relishing the feel of Leah's solid strength against her cheek. Leah's eyes were trained on her over the planes of her sharp cheekbones. Her scorching palm slipped up to cradle the back of her head. Always so gentle. "Come on," Bella whispered, without any hesitation at all. "Let's go to bed." Bella let the door latch gently behind her and leaned against the cool wood as her drowsiness snuck up on her. It wasn't until now that she realized how truly tired she was. Her room was dim but not dark, and now, it's Bella's turn to watch. Leah stood near the foot of her bed, facing away from her. Her head was bowed as she studied something in her hands. The soft yellow lamplight caressed the sharp cut of her body's agile profile juxtaposed with female softness. The long-sleeved shirt that was normally too big on Bella had fit Leah just right. With the sleeves pushed up to her elbows, it hugged the muscular curves and angles of her shoulders and biceps. Bella placed a steadying hand on the doorframe as the butterflies fluttered up from her chest to her throat, suddenly aware that parts of her were very much wide awake. Feeling heat slip over her cheeks, Bella moved into the room. As she started towards her bed, she caught a glimpse of what was in Leah's hands and her steps stuttered. "Yano, you could have just asked Billy about all this stuff," Leah said dryly. "These writers never get it right." Leah's hand moved in the duskiness. Her fingers ran over the book's fabric cover. The Quileute Nation and its legends. Bella bought it ages ago on that trip to Port Angeles with Angela and Jessica. It's kind of funny how life played out. If she hadn't have gone off on her own to buy it, she wouldn't have gotten cornered and then saved by Edward. It was like she opened Pandora's box that night. Maybe it was inevitable. Bella pulled herself onto her bed and tucked her feet under her. Would he have told me the truth? Leah snorted and set the book back down on Bella's desk. Yeah, probably in riddles. The corners of Bella's lips slipped up. Definitely. Leah leaned against her dresser and traced over the spines of the few books on the desk. Just a fraction compared to Leah's collection. Besides, you already knew the legends. That much was true. She'd heard them from all the times her father took her to Billy's as a kid. And then the refresher Jacob gave her on First Beach when she moved back. Everything was so different now that she knew they were real. It must have been a million times worse for Leah. She had no preamble to guide her transition into this world. She glanced up out of her thoughts to find Leah watching her. Their eyes caught each other's easily. Screw legends. Leah huffed and Bella's brow arched. Leah let out a low laugh at her expression. We can make our own stories, right? Sure. Bella shook her head, smiled softly through the layers of melancholy. Better not say that in front of Billy. Yeah, I stopped caring about what old people thought of me like, forever ago. Leah's nose wrinkled adorably as she pushed off from the dresser. And you shouldn't either. Save yourself the wrinkles. I'm starting to think maybe you're a bad influence on me. Bella teased half-heartedly, her heart fluttering because part of what she found so breathtaking about Leah was her wholehearted ability to not care about what the world thought of her. Now you're starting to sound like my mother. Leah winked and stretched her arms to the ceiling. Muscles rolled in concert down her long limbs and torso, her shirt riding up just enough for Bella to catch the dance of hardened abs under smooth, bronzed skin. A hot flash of desire crackled to life in Bella's stomach, and she dropped her eyes to the sheets. Her hands moved under the guise of fluffing the thick comforter. The mattress bounced heavily as Leah flopped face down beside her. She was almost as tall as the bed was long, her feet hanging off the edge. Bella couldn't help her soft smile as she watched the tension melt away from Leah's shoulders like it was never there. Somehow it made her next sentence easy. I think I should meet with the council. Leah's hazels swung up to Bella's face. Are you sure? There wasn't any judgment in her voice, just soft trepidation. Bella nodded. I think I have to. After all, it was the least she could do. The pack was taking the brunt of this fight and they were pretty much swinging blind. A soft growl loosened from Leah's throat. You don't have to do anything. I know, Bella soothed. Her hand automatically found Leah's elbow. I think I need to. There's just so much that they don't know. Leah contemplated silently, her teeth working at her full bottom lip. Are you talking about the creepy Italian vampire mob stuff? She murmured after a moment. Bella's lips tiptoed around a smile that fell into a grimace. She couldn't help but feel like hands were wringing her stomach dry. Although she told Leah the gist of it, she hadn't told her everything. Not that the only reason the Volturi let her walk out of Italy alive was because they're biding their time until Bella gets turned. It was a pill of discomfort growing too large to swallow, like life was playing some sick twisted joke on her as outside forces decide her fate without any of her input. From Edward's initial interest in her, to ripping himself out of her life, Jacob's insistence in being with her, everyone else decided how Bella's life would go except for Bella. She was so tired. The feather touch on her thigh had Bella's eyes fluttering up to meet Leah's aching concern. Hey, Leah murmured, watching Bella closely. I'll let Sam and the others know tomorrow. Okay. And when they meet, you won't be alone again. Her thumb stroked small circles on the blanket. She felt the heat of her touch as it bled through the fabric and let it burn away the stress that bittered the back of her tongue. Bella nodded, tried to find the words to voice her frustrations and came up empty. Leah shifted beside her and yanked down the comforter in one smooth move before she wriggled under the sheets. Bella let her lips fall into an easy fondness as Leah pulled most of the blankets her way and rolled onto her back. She yawned hugely, and Bella couldn't help but think it's far too exaggerated to be genuine. My, what big teeth you have. Bella sunk into the mattress with what little corner of her thick blanket she had left. All the better to bite you with, my dear. Leah stuck out her tongue. Her tone was soft and joking, but Bella's cheeks flushed scarlet all the same. She was thankful that the room wasn't too brightly lit. Ignoring the dangerous thoughts that floated in her mind, she grabbed the edge of the comforter that covered Leah's shoulders and yanked playfully. You don't even need that, you blanket hog. With a sly glint in her hazel eyes, Leah flowed with the tug. Bella fell back, laughing as the blanket unraveled Leah on top of her. The impact of Leah's hard body colliding with her was hardly enough to knock the breath out of her, and yet she ended up breathless all the same. Absorbing the force with both palms braced on either side, Bella could feel every ember of heat but none of the pressure. Leah pulled back just enough to look down at her properly. Bella felt the blush warm her cheeks, but she didn't feel embarrassed. Leah's gaze was open and without judgment, her undivided attention sprinkled over Bella like early morning dew. It's another bullet point to add to the growing list of things Bella really liked about Leah. No matter how snarky her mouth got, Leah's eyes could never lie for her heart. "What's going on up there, princess?" Leah whispered, her words a husky croon that made Bella ache. Bella dropped her eyes, her fingers curled into the material of Leah's borrowed shirt. "Sorry, I just get into these moods. I mean, I've never been an uppity person. Unless I'm around you or the pack." She paused and remembered how Jake tried to get her to let loose all those weeks ago before he phased. "It gets worse when I'm by myself. I start to overthink and then," she shook her head, "maybe I just need to sleep." "Don't do that." Bella frowned. "I have school in the morning." "No, I mean," Leah sighed and dropped down on one elbow. It brought her closer, and for a moment Bella couldn't think of anything except the way her raven hair tumbled around her face. How it smelled faintly of Bella's coconut shampoo. "You don't need to dismiss your feelings like that, as random mood swings. I want to know how you feel." Bella shouldn't have been surprised by the heat that gathered behind her eyes. Had anyone ever asked that of her before? Sure, people ask if you're okay as a courtesy, but she knew they wouldn't know what to do with the burden if she gave her feelings to them. Leah looked at her like she'd carry that burden for the rest of her life if Bella let her. "I want to know how you feel too," Bella answered, her voice wobbly. Leah smiled down at her. Like everything about her, it was warm and steady and cozy. A hesitant smile curved Bella's lips as her fingers played at Leah's sides. She knew she should tell her. Tell her that her days are numbered and that she didn't think the Volturi are the type to forget or hold grudges. But she couldn't exactly drop a bomb like that and expect things to go smoothly, especially after the day they've had. "I'm scared," she whispered instead. Leah stared down at her, her brow puckered as her lips pursed. Her eyes fluttered close. "Me too." Bella's hands moved thoughtlessly, slowly, ghosting up Leah's sides and over her solid shoulders. She drowned her anxiety in Leah's firm, burning touch, in the sharpness of Leah's jaw, in the softness of her lips, until she couldn't think of anything except how badly she wanted to kiss them. Leah's eyes flickered open and then dropped to Bella's own lips as if she had read her thoughts. Bella felt lissom fingers curl gently in her hair, but all she could focus on was Leah's eyes melting into hers as she dropped her other elbow down beside Bella's head. It brought her even closer. "You make it better though," Leah murmured, the words whispered over her skin. Bella smiled, and this time it was steady on her lips. All she had to do was tilt her head up just so. Leah met her halfway, searing the vow with a kiss. Her lips were soft as they caressed, giving without expecting anything back, just like the heart she felt beat against her own. It was tender kiss, and yet the fires of Bella's desire still burned. It wasn't the flash fire from before. No, this was molten lava that slipped over her bones. Bella's palms ghosted over Leah's jaw as they parted with the soft smack of moist lips. Her breaths were ragged, at odds with their heart's tandem beat. The intimacy was almost painful, like the friction between their souls. Leah's cheek rubbed against hers, silk against satin, and that magical purr blossomed in the depths of her chest. They were so close, Bella felt it vibrate through her being as Leah's face settled in the crook of her neck. "I want to know how you feel. Nobody's ever kissed me like you do," Bella whispered. Her fingers slipped around the nape of Leah's neck. Leah huffed, a puff of air against her sensitive skin that made her shiver. "Not even Pissy Boy Cullen?" Bella shook her head gently. "He was always so careful, before." The words hung heavily in the air, and it's not lost on her that this was the first time she's spoken about him post-accident without feeling the wave of anxiety that usually came with him. "So," Leah ventured. "You guys never," Bella blinked and then blushed so ferociously, she felt it in the tips of her ears. "Oh, no, nope." Leah laughed, tugged her face free to grin down at Bella. All embarrassment was raised by surprise, and Bella frowned. "What? Shoulda seen the look on your face." "Stop it." She slapped her arm playfully. but her lips had no choice but to curve up in response to that devastating smile. Besides, this isn't news. I know, but it's funny to hear you say it. Leah squinted down at her. Did you ever think about it? Bella dropped her gaze as the residual heat gained momentum in her face. Because, yes, she had thought about having sex with Edward. She thought about a lot of things, and most of it lingered in the subject of whether she'd live to have those human experiences at all. She could feel Leah's gaze on her, patient like always as Bella silently parsed through her thoughts. It helped that Leah was so calm talking about it. She could hardly imagine talking to Jake about this stuff. He would have noped it out of that conversation before it could start. Yeah, she didn't elaborate. Instead she waited for Leah's reproach and disgust. It didn't come. Welp. I guess it goes without saying that you really dodged a bullet, Leah remarked. If she noticed the heavy silence, she didn't let on. I know. Bella gripped her tighter, just because she could. Trust me, those feelings are long gone. Leah was quiet as her head lowered to the space beside Bella's. The tip of her nose rubbed over Bella's temple, the barest of touches that somehow stoked the fires of Bella's yearning. Her abashment was melted by the feel of those strong arms. Experienced arms? Bella hid her face against Leah's shoulder with a groan. What? I haven't even been kissed properly until I met you and you're already miles ahead of me, she mumbled, almost incoherent against the fabric of her shirt. Leah's soft chuckle strangely soothed her. Yeah, well, we're both on the same boat. Bella's head jerked up to pout at her. I'm serious. So am I? Leah's lips stretched into a glorious smile, and Bella's heart jumped at the sight. This is all new to me, too. I wasn't lying when I said I've never felt like this with anyone before. You make me feel like I'm a fucking nervous, giddy kid. Bella could feel her heart picking up like a wind-up toy. But Sam. I'm kinda insulted on your behalf. Leah snorted. You and Sam aren't even in the same universe. I mean, yeah, I loved him. But I never wanted forever with him. I guess we were both looking for vices in all the wrong places. Bella exhaled with a wavering, breathless fragility. What? Leah mulled her teeth over her lip, oblivious to the shockwaves. Everyone knew it too. We were so toxic together. No, Bella's mouth free fell into a smile. You said, you didn't want forever with him. The implication of her own words seemed to hit Leah at last and her face broke into a gazillion kilowatt grin, like the first rays of sun after a storm. Just with you. There was a time when a word like forever would have shaken her to the core with frigid uncertainty. When forever meant saying goodbye to everything she knew for a world of bloodlust. Now, it felt like a weight lifting from her shoulders because maybe she can still have her happily ever after take two. I want that with you too. Bella licked her lips. Wetness built in the corners of her eyes and she reached out to tuck a lock of chaotic raven hair behind Leah's ear. Leah's face turned into her tender touch, eyes closing as she inhaled with a hum. Are you asking me to be your girlfriend, Swan? Bella laughed and rearranged herself against Leah until they were chest to chest, cheek to cheek again. God, she felt so good. Like her body was molded to hold Bella's. Bella inhaled her sweet scent. Girlfriend. It felt right. Maybe because Leah had already carved a place for herself in Bella's heart from the moment they saw each other on the beach. Giving a name to it felt easy. Like turning her face to the sun's glow in the summertime. Sure. Elation flowed in her veins with syrupy relief. Sorry, I don't have flowers. Ah, boo. Leah sighed dramatically. I think that might be a deal-breaker for me. Bella swatted her again, giggling gently. Says the one who's gonna take me to McDonald's as a first date. Leah smirked and squeezed her, her gaze lidded. Just one of many, sweetheart. Bella doesn't have anything cheeky to say to that as her lips fall into a soft smile. It's almost as if she'd imprinted too, because everything she felt with Edward didn't hold a flame to how she felt now. Leah had an incredible way of making her feel acknowledged without trying. She was patient. She listened and waited and read the sheet music of Bella's body before Bella herself even knew the tune. It was rare, a relationship where Bella didn't feel disadvantaged or unequal. Sure, Leah was still a wolf and that was a whole other barrel of worms altogether, but Leah was also human. Bella had spent so much of her time looking for what she thought was perfection, she never knew humanity could be so beautiful. Leah shifted under her, her long arm reached out to Bella's lamp to click it off. They were swallowed by darkness and Bella felt her heart finally slowing, her breaths evened out. She didn't even want to think about how late it was and how much it would suck waking up in the morning. Leah? Leah grunted. Sounded as if she was on the edge of sleep. Thank you. For? Bella could only sigh because there weren't enough thank yous to repay everything Leah had given her. Crazy to think that it was only the beginning. For, everything. Bella squeezed her eyes shut against the avalanche of emotion. Leah doesn't reply and Bella wondered if she finally dozed off. She let herself start to doze too. She sunk into the comfort in the soft thud of Leah's heart, in her slow breaths. It's you I should be thanking. Leah's lips barely murmur. Too bad because I'm thanking you first. She doesn't see Leah's smile so much as feel its soft stretch against the crown of her head. You're welcome. When she finally fell asleep, she dreamed of sun-drenched skies. Of a smile that never faded, and fingers interlocked with hers, leading her into forever. It seemed like only an instant later that she's blinking groggily, stirring awake. She lay still, burrowed into her pillow and unable to register what awoke her in the first place. Knock, knock. Bella? Bella mumbled something incoherent as her door hinges squeaked and she rolled onto her side to catch her father peeking his head into the room. Yeah? Bella rasped. 6:45, kid. Charlie sounded apologetic. Are you sick? No, Bella yawned, her head heavy as she lifted it. She noticed he was already dressed in his police blues, looking as tired as she felt. I'll be down in a minute. Mumbling about putting some coffee on, he shut her door quietly. The damp, early morning chill filtered in through her cracked open window, her drapes billowing gently. Bella couldn't remember when she opened her window last night. Last night, Bella jolted fully awake, her hand flew out to the space next to her only to find it empty. Leah was gone. Her faint scent still clinging to Bella's sheets was the only reminder that Bella hadn't dreamt up last night after all. She lets herself sink into the soft cocoon, just for a moment. Something crinkled in the press of fabric and Bella twisted around, hand grasping before coming up with a slightly frumpled piece of paper. A note? No, a heart. A small, simple origami heart made from a torn piece of notebook paper that fit in the palm of her hand. It was achingly sweet. Bella hugged it to her chest and wished she could just stay in bed. A bigger part of her wished Leah was there with her. Was it too late to call in sick? With a sigh, Bella pushed herself up and out of bed. 20 minutes later, she's dressed, teeth brushed, hair brushed, and stepping out into the chilly morning air. The storm seemed to have well and truly passed, the sky gray but not overly cloudy. Her father's cruiser was already gone, and Bella considered skipping school again knowing nobody would really catch her. She just didn't have the energy to face Jennifer Ford and her bitch patrol. Shoulders slumped, Bella started towards the driveway. A figure peeled away from her truck and stepped out from under the cover of the trees. Bella jumped, her pulse skyrocketed before it registered in her brain that it was only Embry. Whoa. Embry held up his palms on either side of his bare chest. Sorry. Bella sucked in a lungful of crisp air and gripped the rusty red edge of her truck bed, letting her heart settle as Embry carefully eased into the space beside her. She peeked up at him. He met her gaze, his face tight and apologetic as he brushed his hair back from his forehead with a nervous hand. Swallowing, Bella tried a smile. Morning, EMB. Hi, honey. He exhaled and shoved his hands in his pockets casually. I'm sorry, Emily mentioned something about that. At her furrowed brow, he gave her a kind smile. She said that it was normal to have an exaggerated startle reflex after a trauma. Bella let her book bag drop into the bed of the truck and frowned down at it. She had startled easily for as long as she could remember, although it only started getting worse after meeting Edward. I guess it shows, huh? She sighed, hating that it made her feel so fragile. I'd say you're holding up really good, Yano, considering. He tipped his head and chuckled, his breaths turning wispy in the chill. You could give the guys a run for their money. Bella half smiled. Lemme guess, they keep things sealed in and let it pent up until it's too late? He snorted. You have no idea. Sometimes they even explode into wolves. Bella smiled fully at that and played with her keys as her pulse settled. Embry toed at the pebbles, looking as if he was pondering the weather. What was he waiting for? So, did you stop by to say hi? She murmured. Nope. He gave her a grin that barely concealed his boyish pride. You didn't think my chauffeur services would end just like that, did ya? Bella just raised a brow at him and moved around him to tug the driver's side door open. You know school is only like a 10-minute drive, right? Embry shrugged and leaned an arm against the open door as she sat. Boss man tells you to do something, you do it. Scooch. Bella huffed. It's my truck. Embry just smiled and folded himself in anyways, not really giving her much of a choice. Bella scooted across the seat begrudgingly and forfeited her keys. Secretly, she was grateful. She'd rather let him drive over her potentially falling asleep at the wheel. Embry started the truck and maneuvered onto the road. She leaned her head on his shoulder and let his comforting scent soothe her nerves. It wasn't anywhere near Leah's spice, but it was familiar, and it was Pac. How's Seth? She whispered, watching the trees flit by. Better. He soothed in his baritone. They got to him in time, set the brakes so nothing healed funny. He'll be good as new by next week. Bella grimaced. Poor Seth. She couldn't help but feel guilty over it. He was just a kid. Sure, he didn't look it but, Jesus, he was only 14. Embry flicked her knee. Whatever you're thinking, stop. It's not your fault. She glanced up at him. His gaze was trained on the road ahead. How'd you know? She sniffed humorlessly. Embry looked as if he couldn't decide between a smile or a frown. Your breathing changed. Wow, wolves were scary good with that. I just wish. Bella took a resetting breath. I hate that I can't do more. That's not your burden to carry, Bells. We're all doing the best we can. Besides, he squeezed her knee, you gotta take care of you, too. Bella pondered, letting her mind spin out as they neared the school. It seemed like only a minute later they were pulling into a parking space of the quickly filling school lot. Embry silenced the ignition and it was only then that she noticed his hands were shaking subtly. She glanced up to find him watching her with worried eyes. Are you gonna be okay? Bella lifted her head reluctantly and looked out at the groups of other students. Yeah. She sighed. Another day in paradise. His silence made her glance up again. He gave her a small, tense smile. What's wrong? I can hear them talking about you. He growled. His eyes darted over her head. Geesh, makes me so not miss high school. They were talking about her already? Bella rubbed a palm over her face. Didn't you hear? I'm front page gossip around these parts. Must have missed that issue. Lucky you. They shared an empathetic smile before pushing out into the cold. Bella shouldered her bag as Embry came around to meet her. Her truck stood out like a sore thumb, and people looked over expectantly, though they stared more at Embry than her. It was strange, because she swore she'd heard the usually bustle quiet just a notch the second he unfolded from her truck. Embry handed her the keys with a cheeky smirk. He must have heard it too. Are you picking me up after school? Nah. I think Leah wants to do that. Bella's heart fluttered in her chest, warm feelings stirring in her stomach. She tried to hide her smile and lost. Ouch. Don't miss me too much, Embry laughed and swung his meaty arms, like he was stretching before a race. Sorry, EMB. You know you're my favorite, Bella giggled. Embry tossed her a grin that was downright adorable. I know. The warning bell rang, urging a few students inside. Some of the larger, more stubborn groups lingered, hanging around their cars and chatting casually. That's my cue. Bella bumped Embry's arm with her shoulder. It was like nudging a tree. Get out of here before you get in trouble. Trouble is my middle name. He arched a brow over a smirk. Yeah, right. Bella shook her head with a smile and watched as he lifted his chin. The transformation was subtle. He rolled his shoulders back, straightening to his impressive 6'4", and held himself so that every bulging, brown muscle flexed for display. A couple of juniors lingered 2 spaces over, whispering and staring openly, until Embry sent them a scathing look, brows furrowed over an intense gaze that meant business. Faces paling, they turned abruptly and damn near jogged toward the main building. Embry turned back with a wink, and Bella burst into laughter. She had to admit, he could look downright scary when he wanted to. It was still so odd to imagine anyone afraid of Embry. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Until you messed with his pack, then all bets were off. See you later, Bells, he whispered and then sprinted off into the forest. Bella watched him disappear and then turned towards the school. She was almost alone in the parking lot now, Just her, a few students, and a teacher out front who was waving in the stragglers. She'd faced vampires, werewolves and everything in between. Damn it, she could do this. Lifting her chin just like Embry had, Bella started walking. Bella knew the day would be crappy the moment she stepped foot in Forks High. She kept her chin high, steadily ignoring the stares and the whispers. Didn't they ever get tired of it? She certainly would have by now. She didn't even want to think about how tired she was, because if she thought about that, she'd start thinking about last night and the evening before that, and then she'd start overthinking, or get lost thinking about Leah, and then... Bella. Hey. When she looked up, she half expected Lauren or Jennifer or any of Forks High's other elite looming over her with a taunt locked and ready to go. But it was only Angela, whose kindness was like a solitary rose in a mess of prickly thorns. Oh, Bella shook the cobwebs away and gave her a forceless smile. Hey, Ang. Angela smiled kindly, setting down her backpack on the opposite bench and a tray of cafeteria food in front of Bella's untouched tray. Slowly, the dull hum of the cafeteria filtered into the background. The day had passed like the gray clouds outside, sluggish and weary. Bella was becoming a pro at tuning all out. From the first snide comment out of Lauren Mallory in the halls that morning, she doesn't even remember what the other girl had said, just the cruel, twisted shape of her lips and the sneer she threw at Bella like a grenade. She decidedly drifted through classes determined not to give them what they wanted. A reaction. Angela sat with a sigh and immediately began pulling out her textbook and notebooks. Can you believe Mr. Richardson? How does he expect us to finish a project when finals are coming up? Bella nodded absently and pushed watery green beans around with her fork as Angela went on about trig and AP history. She wondered where Ben was, probably busy taking last-minute pictures for the yearbook or organizing some end-of-the-year video. He'd never been one for gossip either, to Bella's relief. Do you know what you're gonna study up in Alaska? Angela asked her casually, snapping Bella's drifting thoughts back to the one-sided conversation. I'm not sure. Bella mumbled as warmth filled her cheeks. She'd pushed her admittance and inclination to attend University of Alaska to the furthest wall of her mind. She'd only wanted to go because of him. And now that he was no longer in the picture, Bella didn't know what she was going to do in the fall. I know the feeling. If I had been going anywhere out of state, the community college up in Port Angeles would have been my first option. Take all my pre-req classes and save money. Angela smiled, not unkindly. Someone as smart as you, you'd probably get a full ride anyways. Bella mumbled with a half-smile. Angela had, to the surprise of no one, managed to get a partial scholarship to a state university in Washington. Whatever little costs were left were soon to be covered by the many grants she'd also applied to. She'd only told Bella, Ben, and a few other close friends. Angela never, ever boasted. Says the one with an early admittance to Dartmouth. Angela teased with a twinkle in her eye. Don't sell yourself short either, Bella. Bella nibbled a piece of bland veggies thoughtfully. Anything out of state sounded increasingly unappealing to her. Of course, it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why. Wherever she went, Leah would undoubtedly follow, even if it meant leaving her home and pack behind. Bella set her fork down with a frown. She couldn't ask that of Leah. She couldn't even ask that of herself. It was funny. When she first moved to Forks, she couldn't wait to leave. Now, she'd do anything to stay. Her phone buzzed against her thigh, startling her enough to make her jump just a bit. If Angela noticed, she didn't let on as she scanned over her notes between bites of mediocre cafeteria food. Bella silently cursed her festering nerves, dug her phone out of her pocket and smoothed her thumb over the shattered screen. It displayed a single notification from an unfamiliar number. Squinting, Bella clicked on the message. It wasn't just text, but an image as well. A blurry image from the day before of her and Leah, each leaning toward the other in the cab of Bella's red truck, parked in the school's parking lot. The misty rain did nothing to obscure the view of Leah cradling Bella's jaw with both hands, her face just a breath away. They seemed locked in a lover's embrace, moments before a kiss. Hair trigger panic sent her pulse skyrocketing as her eyes glossed over the attached text. Dyke. The phone slipped from her fingers and into her lap. She felt hot and cold at the same time. The noise at her back swelled up to a roar in her ears like the waves at La Push. Suddenly, the cafeteria din felt evil. Like a million voices whispering and laughing at her misery. Was the image being circulated throughout the room? Did everyone know all along, and were simply waiting for the other pin to drop, for her to realize she'd been the laughingstock since school began? Bella? Angela sounded leagues away. Bella's head snapped up. Angela's worried face swam in front of her, but Bella didn't see it. With shaking hands, Bella slid the phone back in her pocket. She stood too quickly, uncoordinated, and her knee jolted the table, sending her tray clattering to the floor. Bella didn't stop to pick it up. "I'm sorry, she sucked in a quivering breath. "I have to go." She saw Angela's lips starting to form the letters of her name, but there was only static in her ears. Bella grabbed her bag and rushed to the cafeteria doors. Classes were still in session as she ran down the empty halls, not knowing where she was going until the moment her feet crossed the threshold of the girls' bathroom. She'd made it just as the tears started to fall. "Breathe, breathe," Bella pleaded. Eyes squeezed shut as she gripped the sides of the porcelain sink. It was a losing battle she needed to win. She had one more tortured period to get through before she could leave this hell. She wanted to scream. A few more weeks, and you'll never have to see them again. Maybe she could skip. Forget this day and hightail it to La Push already. Except, she'd already ditched school once, earlier that semester to go hang out with Jacob. Besides, her attendance had already been logged in all her classes that morning. If she left now, it would be too suspicious. They'd write it in as a skip, which would warrant a call to Charlie. Bella groaned, pressing her burning face into her palms. No, she couldn't bring her dad into this mess. It wasn't a conversation she was ready to have, not yet. Numbly, Bella splashed a handful of water over her face and lifted her head to her reflection. Red bloodshot eyes stared back at her. Her lashes clung together with moisture and salt. She looked awful, her skin pale with splotchy red patches. "Biz." Bella jerked, her hand reflexively going to her phone. Panic shot through her limbs. What else could they possibly be sending her now? Her phone buzzed again insistently, and she realized it was a call, not a text. Bella lifted it to her ear without looking at the screen, bracing herself. "Bella." At the sound of that voice, soft visceral relief settled on her bones like a warm blanket. Bella's eyes closed, her exhale shuttling the anxiety away from her chest. "Leah," Bella whispered. "Where are you? Are you at school?" Leah demanded in a burning hiss. Bella didn't have the energy to dwell on how ironic it was. Leah had asked her almost the exact same thing the day before. She had magically felt Bella's panic. "In the bathroom," she said faintly, like a script. "What happened?" Leah rushed out. There were noises in the background, staticky scuffling like the phone was being jostled about. "Is it the Cullens again? We're comin' bells." Realization made her heart quicken its beat. Wait. Bella backed away from the sink, her eyes frantically searching her reflection as her words stumbled out. "Stop." The noises on the other end ceased. There was silence, and for a moment Bella thought the line had went dead, that it was too late. Don't." Bella forced out, her heart stampeding its protest in her chest so loud it was in her ears too. "Don't come here, please." "But," Leah stammered. "It's just stupid kids at school." Bella's voice broke, betraying her. She gripped the phone tighter and hardened her voice. "I'm fine." Everything in her screamed otherwise. She wanted Leah. Wanted her so bad her hands shook against her ear. She wanted Leah to storm in here with the pack at her sides, mighty and unstoppable. She wanted to feel her and breathe her in as she scooped Bella up to carry her to safety. But this wasn't life or death. This wasn't about vampires. She knew just how hot Leah burned when it came to Bella. If anyone, teacher or student, tried to get in Leah's way, someone would get hurt. "Bella," Leah pleaded, out of breath like she'd just finished running a marathon. I'm fine. Bella forced out, barely containing tears under the surface. When Leah spoke next, her words were so soft. "Baby, please," Leah whispered, her voice breaking. It cracked Bella right in half. She sank to a crouch against the wall, feeling tingly and breathless. Nobody had ever called her that before outside of her parents, and not since she was very young. Not even Edward. He'd prefer old-fashioned pet names. Names that made her sound like a coveted item rather than a human being. Baby. The way she'd said it, it was everything and nothing all at once. It made Bella want to give in. It made her want to say, yes, and, get me out of here. And, I need you, I need you, I need you. Instead, she said, no, Lee, don't come here. I'll come to you. Tears spilled over Bella's cheeks, tracking silent lines down her face. I'm sorry. Bella pressed end, before she could think herself out of it. Silence greeted her and Bella struggled to quell the rising panic. She put her face in her arms as her mind replayed that broken, husky voice saying the four-letter word. It tumbled around her chest like a lone shoe in a dryer. Bella lifted her head to look at the round clock above the door, her breaths as shallow and rapid as her heartbeat. Running alone on the residual strength from hearing Leah's voice, she pushed herself up on shaky fawn legs. At the sink, Bella splashed cupped palmfuls of water on her face over and over. Stop crying, don't let them see you cry. It took longer than she'd hoped. She still looked awful, her eyes bloodshot and her skin still splotchy, but if she kept her head down, maybe nobody would notice. A strange numbness settled on her. She remembered what Embry had said that morning about trauma. Words from psych class 3 years ago floated up. Detachment? Disassociation? They all blended together in her head? She couldn't think about the fact that if the text had reached her, it must be reaching dozens of others by now. Forks High was a small school. So, she thought about one thing at a time. Drying her hands and face with brown paper towels. Pulling her bag back onto her shoulders. Combing her hair forward to hide as much as her face as she could. Pushing out into the bright, empty hall. Not the way Leah's voice broke on the other end of the line, a wave bursting over the jagged rocks of Bella's rejection. Breathe, breathe. She had a few precious minutes before the bell rang and all hell let loose. Locker first, then she found her next class easily. She waited by the door, counting the seconds with every inhale and exhale. Re-ng. The halls exploded into motion and noise as classes let out. Any progress she'd made at calming herself flew out the window. Bella shrank back against the wall of lockers, ducking her head as students filed out of the classroom eagerly. Finally, Bella darted inside the empty room and claimed a seat at the very back. She pulled out a notebook and pen and kept her head down, doodling just so she had something to do, something to look at that wasn't the other students starting to fill up the room. She tried to block out the light chatter. Just like she'd done the whole day, Bella hardened her armor, forcing her face into a mask even Sam would be proud of. Luckily, her trig teacher couldn't wait to start his lecture on what to expect on the final, and it drew everyone's attention to their notes. Bella's mind was everywhere but on the blank page in front of her. What had she done? The gnawing pit of worry was steadily growing in her stomach, too big to ignore. She ducked her head and clasped her hands fretfully through her hair. She wasn't even thinking about the text anymore, not really. It still hurt like a slap in the face, but she'd taken on vampires, damn it. She could take on petty high school bullies. Or at least ignore them for a few more weeks. No, it wasn't that. Her mind kept racing back to Leah. It was starting to feel more and more like she'd made a mistake. Bella weighed the idea of asking for a bathroom pass to call Leah back. What could she even say? Hey Leah, I'm really sorry about telling you to stay away, but I'm surrounded by a bunch of anonymous homophobic bullies and I kinda had a panic attack, so it would be great if you didn't come here and murder anybody. By the time the old-fashioned clock had swung into the remaining minutes of the class, Bella had shored up some shaky resolution. Escape to her truck. Hopefully without running into anyone else, and make it to La Push. Find Leah. And maybe by then she'd figure out what the hell she was gonna say to her. At the first shrill note of the bell, Bella's chair scraped against the floor as she jumped up, sweeping her untouched notebook into her bag, which went up onto her shoulder with single focus. She pushed her way through students starting to pack their things and out into the crowded halls. She felt cold scales of anxiety creeping up her back and winding around her lungs as she speed-walked as fast as she could through the throng of people and noise. Bella? She jerked, her head turning to the sound of her name as her feet fumbled its pace. Angela, worry swimming behind her glasses, rushed to catch up. Bella quickly glanced the other way, looking towards the double doors ahead that led to freedom. She swallowed, her resolve teetering one way then the other. She wished she could pretend like she hadn't noticed the other girl's call, but it was already too late. Bella slowed her stride enough so Angela could catch up. Angela touched Bella's elbow. "What's up with you?" she asked gently, her soft eyes pleading. Bella blinked and met her gaze with heated embarrassment. She swallowed uncomfortably. I'm really sorry, and she was. In all this mess, she never wanted to push away one of her closest friends. Especially someone as rare as Angela. It's just been a really messed up day and She glanced at the twin glass doors again and sighed. Is it okay if I call you later? I'm sorry, but I can't explain it all right now. Oh, Bella, of course. You don't have to ask, Angela murmured, her brows coming together. She gave her a small, rallying smile. Just remember, you do have more friends than enemies, Kay? Bella didn't know how to respond because it sure didn't feel like it. Angela and Ben were the only two she could solidly call her friends. Mike, Eric, and the rest were probably just nice to her because of everything she'd been through. Earlier that year they'd handled her with careful kitty gloves when she'd all but gone catatonic with grief. And then there was the anonymous number of people who now hated her guts. I'll call you later, Ang, Bella whispered in parting and turned away. With a distinct wash of relief, she burst through the doors and walked briskly down the sidewalk and towards the parking lot. The sky was light gray, not heavy with rain clouds, but in a town like Forks that didn't offer much security. Off to see your GIRRL friend? Bella jerked as if she'd been struck by lightning. She'd been so dead set on her mission she hadn't realized there was a group of teens that had suspiciously decided right behind her truck was the perfect place to park. It couldn't have been by accident. Embry had parked her truck on the very far side of the lot, right up against the trees. The small group had the rest of the parking lot, yet they chose right there. Lauren Mallory snickered from the arms of Connor, another boy in their grade. They watched her from where they'd leaned against his car, some shiny, new-looking sedan that was all sleek curves and edges. Bella's churning emotions were starting to peel back from her temper. Her gaze flicked over their little posse as she tightened her grip on her backpack strap. Lauren Mallory, Connor, Katie Marshall, who lived around the corner from Bella, and Austin Marks, older brother to the kid who sold her those motorcycles she and Jake fixed up, all gathered in a loose circle in front of her. Come on, Laur, let's go. A harsh whisper from the side made Bella blink. She hadn't noticed Jessica Stanley hesitating under the awning of trees, uncertain eyes meeting Bella's then skipping away. Instead, Lauren painted her lips in a catty smirk. Or is it boyfriend now? I've gotten conflicting reports. Bella stared. You sent that text. Lauren carefully extracted herself from Connor's arms, tutting. Whatsoever do you mean, Bella? She pursed her lips in mock innocence. Bella wanted to slap it off her face. Connor candidly tried to mask his laugh with a cough. Austin, who she wondered if she'd ever spoken 2 words to, watched her with an oily smirk clad in a Letterman jacket. He was nothing like his younger brother, a kind-hearted freshman. Katie stood next to him, looking more curious than malicious. Not nearly enough to defend her from Lauren. Why can't you leave me alone? Bella bit out and dipped her head, walking stiffly towards her truck. She didn't have time for this. Jessica tried again. Lauren, Yano, I was okay with you being a slut, but now you're a dyke as well? Lauren piped, crossing her arms across her chest. Bella sucked in a shuddering breath through her teeth and blinked rapidly. Don't let them see you cry. Miraculously, Bella walked on. Lauren stepped into her path, so suddenly that her shoulder collided with Bella's forcefully, almost knocking her onto her butt. Her bag fell to the ground with a soft thud heralded by a low chorus of oohs. Bella jerked back with an enraged squint. Lauren matched her expression, narrowed eyes and a curled lip of disgust. It was Jessica's stuttering plea to Lauren from the side that made Bella realize that they had an audience. Students had started to notice and elbow each other, circling like sharks smelling blood in the water. Bella's breaths came in short, heady puffs of air between her teeth. Breathe, 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 she repeated in her head as she slowly bent to pick up her backpack, Lauren watching her with an infuriating smirk the entire time. Bella licked her lips. I'm still more than you'll ever be. She turned to her truck. Go back to those res junkies, slut, Lauren hissed at her back. That's it. Bella spun to face her, blistering adrenaline exploding to a peak. Her fist raised and her arm pulled back before she could fathom to stop. Lauren's arrogant face popped like a balloon into shock and she stumbled back. Bella's stomach fluttered with satisfaction, but before she could deliver the blow, a large warm fist snapped around her arm like a vice. Bella froze. Easy, Bella. Jacob Black crooned, eyes cutting out like switchblades to the teens that he dwarfed by a landslide, despite the fact he was younger than all of them. Eyes wide and her breath still being dragged behind her racing heart, Bella watched Jacob, fluidly scoop up her backpack from where it had fallen again in Bella's short-lived fray. Straightening to his intimidating 6'7", he chucked the bag onto his own mountain of a shoulder and turned to Bella with a smile dipped in devilry. Dressed in a skin-tight black tee and ripped cut-off shorts, every dangerous muscle flexed for display. "Hey! Get the fuck away from my girl, freak!" Connor had chosen that moment to push away from his car, stepping in front of a wide-eyed Lauren with blustering cockiness. Jacob's head snapped around so abruptly that Connor visibly recoiled, eyes widening comically as Jake butchered him with his glare. Bella glanced around to see that Austin, Katie, even Jessica wore similar expressions of alarm. Jacob must have decided there was no physical threat to be had because his lips quirked in a patronizing grin. "Then get your girl away from my friend." Connor glared at him, looking as if he was trying to muster up his emasculated pride. "Don't make me call the cops." Jacob threw his head back and bellowed out a laugh, startling Bella. "Go ahead. Let's see just what Police Chief Charlie Swan has to say about you cornering and assaulting his daughter." Jacob suddenly poured forward with the grace of his kind, conveniently stepping between Bella and the group, and came toe-to-toe with the boy who barely reached Jacob's peck. Connor jerked back, bumping into Lauren, whose face went white as a sheet. He had to tilt his head all the back in order to see Jacob's stormy face. Like an impending train wreck, Bella realized this could snowball into disaster very quickly. 2005 BMW. Jacob's voice lowered to a deadly growl. 5 Series. Connor's mouth bobbed open and closed like a fish out of water. Jake's head cocked in an undeniable lupine manner, his gaze never leaving Connor's face. 4074 FHW. Bella realized with a start that he was listing off the license plate number of Connor's shiny car. "Are you threatening me?" Connor managed, his voice tripping over itself as his bravado sizzled out. "Not at all." Jacob's grin was a dark juxtaposition of his no-nonsense tone. "But if you," he glanced at where Lauren was gripping Connor's arm in a death grip, "or any of your little friends so much as even look in Bella's direction, let's just say you better watch where you drive in your lil' golf cart. Because I never forget a car." Jacob's huge hands curled into fists. "Or the douchebag behind the wheel." Bella needed to stop this now, before it got worse. She lunged forward and grabbed Jacob's forearm. "Jake, we gotta go." It was like tugging on a stone statue. "Count your blessings," he hissed to their pale faces, then turned so suddenly it almost knocked Bella over. He steadied her effortlessly with an arm around her shoulders and kept it there, shepherding her towards the truck. Bella could hear car doors slamming behind her and Lauren's high-pitched squawking. She looked up to find Jacob's face. He caught her eyes with his intense black gaze as he fished her keys out her bag and unlocked the truck. She didn't put up a fight when Jacob slid into the driver's side. She just snapped her seatbelt on, leaned against the passenger door, and turned to him expectantly. Jacob's jaw muscles jumped under his tawny skin. His face was unreadable. He expertly drove out onto the road without an acknowledgement to her. A million things passed through her head and almost out her lips, the loudest being, "What the hell, Jake?" The last time they'd spoken, he'd pleaded with her and she rejected him. Again. Why was he in Forks? He didn't say a word, so neither did she. She was just as stubborn as him and he knew it. They were making their way through the heart of town, and Bella realized, towards La Push. "You requested a meeting with the council." Bella's eyes jerked back to see Jacob raise a casual brow, still staring out the windshield ahead. Her jaw hardened. Of course, he'd know about that. Probably plucked it from Leah's or Sam's minds. "What's it to you?" Jacob released a slow breath through his nose. "It's gonna have to wait." "Why?" "Things are bad right now," he murmured. Bella digested this with dread as she watched the mile markers come and go. "What did you say to Leah?" Jacob asked softly. The question caught Bella completely off guard. Her brows jumped towards her hairline as she pulled away from the door and swallowed. Bella unconsciously pulled her arms in, wrapping them over her vulnerability. She wanted to stay mad at Jake, but the fight drained out of her as suddenly as it came. "I told her not to come," she whispered to her lap. Jacob didn't speak and she looked up, blinking. He was frowning. "Why do you ask?" she asked, her heart thumping in her throat. "Because I was there," he murmured, his stone-like face never swaying from the forest highway ahead. "In M's kitchen. Leah was in the yard. And whatever you told her." Bella felt like she'd been staked through the heart. She bit her trembling lip, brows coming together. What had she done? "Why are you telling me this, Jake?" she whispered. "Why did you come here?" She hadn't forgotten the last time they spoke, when her best friend had turned his back on her. Jacob sat ramrod straight, his face deeply troubled. "Because I keep doing it, over and over." "What, Jacob?" Bella rasped. "I keep breaking my promise." He closed his eyes for half a heartbeat. The truck slowed down suddenly and before long they were parked along the sparse highway, surrounded by miles of trees. In the stillness of the truck, she realized his hands were shaking forcefully around the steering wheel. "I can't say that I understand, not 100%, he grimaced. "Geez, that sounds bad." "Listen," he turned to her fully, dark eyes piercing under a heavy brow. "I'm going to try. I've been an ass about this whole thing and it's not fair to you." He swallowed. "Leah." Bella's eyes darted all over the infinite expressions pulling at his strong features. "What changed?" she breathed. His tongue darted over his lips as his eyes dropped with shame. "It's hard to explain what it's like when we're wolves. When that leech attacked, when we were hunting her, I could feel Leah. Everything she felt when she thought about you. How badly she burned. It fries her up inside." Bella could hardly breathe. She stared at the dashboard, guilt cleaving her in two. "And then today when you called, I just knew something bad happened with you and, I dunno. All the anger I felt just dissolved. It didn't matter anymore." Jacob reached out suddenly, his warm, gentle grip gently prodding at her wrist. Bella let him tug her arm from around herself as he spoke. "Whatever stupid arguments we get into doesn't change the fact that we're pack now. We stick together, against everything. The wolf in me couldn't deny that. I couldn't deny that." His hand engulfed hers. He barely gripped her, and Bella understood he was giving her a chance to pull away. She didn't. His palm felt nice. Not heat sparking up her arm nice like when she held hands with Leah. But like the times before he phased when they were just Jake and Bells. "I heard what they said to you in the parking lot," he whispered tersely, and all I could think was, fuck, is that what I sounded like to her? "Not exactly." Bella gave him a watery smile. "But it hurt about the same. It had hurt even worse, but she suspected he knew that already." He didn't return the smile. "I'm so sorry, Bella. I'm supposed to be your best friend and I." His words faded when Bella pulled herself across the bench to throw her arms around him. He froze, then slowly wrapped both arms around her in one of his magical hugs. It was a little cumbersome. He was so big that he had to duck his head so it wouldn't hit ceiling of the cab, but it was also just what she needed. Her heart stuttered as her shoulders relaxed in relief. "So what do you say, Bells?" Jacob rumbled under her ear. "Best friends again." Bella nodded and pulled back to look up at him. "You really don't mind? Me and Leah?" "Well, it was a little weird at first." He chortled as he released her, running a hand through his inky black hair. "You know what Embry told me? He said it was my fault for that. That I was making it weird in my head. And he was right. Everyone else was fine with it, I was just being an idiot. It was weird to us too at first, trust me." Bella sniffed a laugh and buckled herself back in her seat. "But it feels so right, Jake. I didn't know. I didn't know I could feel like this." Jacob smiled. It wasn't one of his old sunny smiles, but she'd take what she could get. He started the engine up again and slowly brought the aging truck up to speed. Bella relaxed against the leather seat now that the stifling weight had lifted from air between them. She didn't know how much longer she could have taken it. "Jake, what did you mean before? When you said things were bad?" she asked suddenly. His words had stuck in her mind. "My cousin Colin phased," Jacob said grimly, snapping Bella's stunned attention to him. "I'm gonna take you to Emily's. We have to keep an eye on him and, he didn't finish. He didn't need to. Forks isn't safe. Not anymore." It should have stopped with the Clearwaters. Jacob's fists turned white where they tightened on the steering wheel. "He's only 13. He's not even." Jacob expelled a breath and Bella frowned. "There's another boy his age. Brady Fuller." She heard him swallow. Seth and Leah's second cousin. He's showing all the signs. Fever, temper, growth spurt. Sam thinks it'll happen soon. Bella's knuckles came up to her mouth in silent grief. More childhoods stolen for a war neither of them should have ever had to experience. Jacob, I'm so sorry. Do their parents know? Jacob shook his head. Bella wasn't surprised. None of their parents knew besides the wolves whose parents, or guardian in Quill's case, were on the council. It still didn't sit right with Bella. Jacob read the frown on her face and sighed. You know we can't do that. It doesn't make any sense. Who would his parents tell? It's wrong that he has to suffer, and they have no idea what's happening to their son. Trust me, I know. I see it in their heads every damn day. He growled. You know how the council are. She knew exactly how they were. It was another thing that didn't sit right with her. But you can convince them. She whispered, then turned to him, eyes glittering. Jacob shifted in his seat uncomfortably. No, Bells. Yes, Jake, think about it. Leah told me that your grandfather was the last true chief. Bella. That means, technically, you're supposed to make the decisions. No, he didn't raise his voice at her, but his tone left no room for argument. If that's how you feel, then shouldn't Charlie know? Bella's incredulous eyes flicked over his profile. That's different. How? You've gone through just as much trauma, or you just don't want to tell him. Bella stiffened. Stop changing the subject. Jacob scoffed and leaned forward, resolutely choosing to ignore her. Bella crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Fine. Two can play that game. It seemed so silly in the wake of their making up, but Bella didn't care. This was too important. It's not just Chief. His somber voice drew her eyes to him again. His shoulders were tensed anxiously almost up to his ears. I'd have to be alpha. Make life or death decisions. Do you understand that? His eyes flicked to her and back out the windshield. I'd be responsible. For everyone. You, Leah, the pack. Every new cub that phased. Every failure. Every life lost. He shook his head. It'll all be on me. They sat in mournful silence as they watched the old, graying wooden sign that read, The Quileute tribe welcomes you to La Push, come and go. No, Jake. Bella whispered to the small houses they'd started passing by. You wouldn't be alone. We stick together, right? Against everything. He sniffed a laugh when he realized she threw his own words back at him. Right? She looked at him fully. Jacob met her gaze as they stopped at a stop sign, lingering just a bit longer than necessary. He sighed. Right. Bella could tell it was still a huge burden weighing down on him, and she doubted there was anything she could say to lessen the heaviness. It was a battle he'd have to fight alone. All she could promise was that she'd be by her best friend's side when he finally did. With the hushed toss of gravel under the tires, Jacob inched the truck up Sam and Emily's long drive into view of the house. The nerves Bella had been feeling all through last class came back all at once. She unbuckled her seatbelt with trembling fingers. Where's Leah? Bella whispered, staring at the propped open front door. Tall, familiar figures moved within, but at this distance, she couldn't tell which of the pack were inside. Why don't you see for yourself? Jake grunted and jerked his head towards the tree line on the far side of the house. Bella squinted, confused, until a flash of white made her gasp. Without thinking, she pushed out of the truck before it came to a stop. Bella. Wait. Shit. Jacob hissed behind her, punctuated by the slam of the truck door. His voice might as well have been the wind whistling in her ears as she sprinted with abandon towards the wolf that soared over the bushes into the yard. It moved with silent, agile power in every ripple of fluid movement. Triangle ears perked forward, the huge silvery white wolf's singular focus was on Bella. It should have scared her, terrified her, but for some reason it didn't. A low, coarse grumble like an avalanche of boulders sizzled the air between them, and Bella hesitated with a squeak. Get back! Jacob bellowed, almost louder than the fierce growl that swelled to boil his shout. His searing, muscled arm hooked around her waist and yanked. In a flurry of motion, Bella opened her eyes to find herself facing in the opposite direction she'd been running. Jacob had whipped her behind his body deftly and caged her in with both arms flung behind himself. Bella panted, her brain catching up to his lightning moves. Jake, she gasped and tried to shove her way past his arm. His steely limb didn't budge the slightest. The beast roared a snarl in front of them, the noise shattering the air like a bass speaker set to high. Lips pulled back from gleaming canines, it started a frantic pace back and forth, head lowered like a predator searching for a weakness. The wolf's eyes, a stunning shock of cinnamon, never left Bella. "Jake. Trust me," Bella urged and ducked under his arm. His hard grip snapped over her wrist, solid yet gentle, as fathomless black eyes flitting over her face. "It's not safe." "She won't hurt me," she murmured to his furrowed brow and clenched jaw. Before them, a rumbling growl built momentum, raising the hairs on the back of her neck. "Trust me," she set her jaw. "I've done this before." Jacob swallowed thickly, his eyes searched hers. Finally, his head dipped once, and his fingers uncurling from her small wrist. Bella turned to face the towering, agitated wolf. "Leah," Bella sighed and lifted a shaking hand to her. The wolf stopped pacing, lifting a huge, regal head with the stretch of licorice nostrils. Glancing at Jacob, who looked ready to shove her behind him again at a moment's notice, Bella took several more steps towards the animal. The wolf ghosted forward to meet her and a billowing cloud of warmth whispered over her skin. "Hi," she murmured in awe. A hot tongue lapped over her palm. And a laugh burst from her lips. "Gross, Leah." The sound tumbling in the she-wolf's huge barrel chest changed cadence at once, deepening to a purr that smoothed the tension in Bella's muscles lax. The wolf huffed again and slinked forward, snuffling a huge nose over her arm and hair. Bella held still at once, and when that wet, prodding maw swept across her neck, some innate instinct made her tip her head to the side. It seemed to be the right decision. Leah's cool nose nudged into her hair and pressed right against her pulse, inhaling with the pull of cool air over her goosebumped neck. "I missed you too," Bella agreed softly and smoothed a hand over the wolf's proud brow. A soft whine leaked from her snout, and the wolf's eyes slipped close. Her giant furry head fell against Bella's shoulder with the barest hint of pressure. Always so careful. Bella's touch was working similar magic on Leah's giant wolf. Her huge, ropey, muscled body that had been held taut, started to relax, hackles smoothing out and tail lowering from its dominant, raised position. Bella's lips stretched in a private smile and leaned into Leah's broad shoulder, just under the wolf's head. She pressed her face deep in the thick pelt, her fingers tangling in shaggy fur, and drew in a breath of musky sweetness. Earthy redwood, saltwater, ancient secrets, and home. Bella opened her eyes, her attention finally waning away from her and Leah's little bubble. Jacob stared at them with open-mouthed shock, arms limp at his sides. Bella blushed and dropped her gaze. "How?" he choked. A dimple appeared between her brows and she frowned gently. Motion behind his shoulder made her glance back at the house. A threatening rumble vibrated in Leah's chest, buzzing through Bella's entire body. Sam was jogging towards them with his long, loping gait. He expertly hid his surprise behind a mask of calm and clapped a hand on Jacob's shoulder. He regarded Bella and Leah carefully. Jacob instantly jerked to attention, his jaw snapping shut. "Jake, go sit with Colin for the rest of the afternoon and answer any other questions. Your presence will calm him," Sam murmured, head bowed close to Jacob's ear and his dark eyes never leaving Bella. Sure. Jacob mumbled and tore his gaze away from Leah's bristling wolf, shaking his head in disbelief. He jogged away from them, making no move to mask his uncannily fast gait across the grass. "Nice seeing you again, Bella." Sam dipped his head in greeting. An incredulous smile chipped at his hard-set mouth, though his shoulders remained stiff. Bella loosened her grip on the wolf and cleared her throat shyly. "Hi." "We." Sam's words were chewed apart by violent, barking snarls. With a gasp, Bella's body dipped off kilter as Leah lunged forward. With supernatural reflexes, Sam dove into a roll, Leah's jaws snapping down on empty air instead of his meaty thigh. "Leah!" Bella shrieked. Her body moved on autopilot. She threw her arms around that giant neck, now several feet ahead of where she'd been, as it reared back for another strike. The wolf froze in Bella's grip, lips drawn back defensively and growling like nobody's business. Bella quickly pressed her face into her neck again, breathing quickly. "Shush," she crooned. "It's okay, I'm here, Sam," a small voice called from the house. Bella looked up to where two other pack members waited on the porch, muscled bodies stiff like bodyguards. Another head peeked around their arms, a long, flowing braid swaying in the breeze. Emily. Even at a distance, Bella could see the whites of their wide, wide eyes. Bella threw a glance over her shoulder. Sam's chest rose and fell quickly from where he crouched, his shock bleeding past all the walls he'd drawn up. Bella, he warned, slowly pushing himself up to his full height. Good, Bella thought, that's good. No sudden movements. Sam must have tried to come closer toward them, setting off Leah's volatile protectiveness. Stay back, Sam. She whispered and fisted Leah's fur, trying to draw the trembling wolf's attention away from her alpha. It didn't seem to be working, at least not as well as it did with Jacob. Bella's gaze darted back to the muzzle dipped low and peeled back from a silent snarl. The wolf was still glowering threateningly at the Sam, who'd wisely taken a few giant steps back. Cooing softly to the animal, Bella shimmied her body up a tiny step at a time, white fur parting like the Red Sea around her gently dragging palms. She had to bite back a groan of contentment. She was so soft. Bella rubbed her hands over the wolf's giant muzzle. Sharp teeth tucked away at once. Big, cinnamon eyes stared reverently up at her from a ducked head of white. What's going on in there, Bella soothed. Leah's big eyes blinked once. Twice. With another puff of heat against Bella's face, the wolf's hindquarters dropped to the ground heavily. Ears bigger than Bella's hands flattened back reproachfully. With a gentle smile, Bella leaned forward and pressed her lips tenderly to the top of the muzzle cradled in her hands. Oh, Leah. The wolf's eyes shuddered closed with a deep, velvet rumble. Satisfied, Bella lifted her head and spun to face Sam. She leaned back, pressing against the top of Leah's massive, bowed head and was pleased when Leah returned the gentle pressure. You should probably back off for now, Sam. Bella told the man's steady amazement. I'll try to get her to phase back. Just when I think I know what to expect, Sam drew an incredulous hand through his short hair. Turns out I have no idea. Bella raised her brows in question. Unbridled by his usually stony face, the smile he fought back earlier came back little by little. Bella, what you just did, I've never seen anyone do that before. Now her brows furrowed. Calm a wolf down. No have an imprint calm a wolf down. Especially not this close while phased. His gaze roamed over the hulking body behind hers. Bella sandwiched properly between the two. His shoulders were still stiff, hands at the ready. Protectively, she realized. They still didn't trust themselves, whereas she trusted Leah completely, even in this form. The pack had a lot to learn about imprints. Bella tacked it onto the long list of things she needed to discuss with the council. Well, I'm not some wolf whisperer. She shuffled her feet, her cheeks blooming pink. Any of the other girls could probably do what I did. The weight at her back shifted, a lupine whine leaking into Bella's hip, and Bella immediately began humming soothingly. The wolf groaned deeply as a wash of undulating heat coursed over Bella's back. Skin tingling and spine straightening with fleeting surprise, Bella started to turn. Until a very human head bowed down against her shoulder blades. Now, it was Bella who froze. Sam's arm wound back, she hadn't noticed he'd had something gripped in his big fist the entire time, and slung forward. The bundle that was in his hand snapped open into a piece of fabric whizzing through the air, that was snatched up in a brown fist beside Bella's head. Leah, 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 after the brief whisper of clothing on skin, Leah's tanned, muscled forearms wrapped around Bella's waist and tugged her back against heat. Come inside whenever you're ready, Sam rumbled, already walking away. Blinking rapidly, Bella clutched fiercely to those arms like a life preserver. Her breath panted shallowly over her lips. It felt like every synapse in her body started firing at once, flooding her brain with a million different emotions. Elation, guilt, a touch of sadness, and so much relief she swayed with it. Shish. Leah's croon simmered over the crown of Bella's head and along her shoulders, leaving her boneless in its wake. I gotcha. Leah, Bella breathed, lips curving gently, you're back. Bella's heart felt like a teenager whose parents had just left town. It was running around her chest and buzzing through her limbs. Those gentle, calloused fingers brushed across her jaw, pulling her hair free from her face. Her face turned towards the touch, like a moth drawn to a lamp, like flowers turning to the sun. Bella's hitching breath cantered on as Leah's exhale washed over the crown of her head. All the hurt from the day, following her heart on its beat like a shadow, threatened to become undone. Breathe, chica. Leah's dusky croon slipped over Bella like Novocaine. A hand stayed at the small of her back and suddenly, it wasn't enough. As if reading her thoughts, the hand wrapped around her hip and tugged just as Bella turned to tackle the body behind her with everything she had. Leah caught her with a soft grunt, arms wrapping around her just as Bella's legs gave out. Ragged breaths caught in her throat as she selfishly sucked in lungfuls of the spicy sweetness that was Leah. She felt rock solid underneath her and so damn good. Breathe in, out. In, out. Her hands grasped at the simple black cotton shirt. Sam's, no doubt, as the world went blurry. Shish. A palm slid comfortingly down the back of her head to the nape of her neck. My turn. Bella exhaled a small, watery chuckle. 5 minutes ago, it was her taking care of Leah. I was so worried. Bella rubbed her face back and forth over Leah's heart, blinking the wetness from her eyes. When we hung up, I thought. You were worried? Leah teased. Her burning hot fingers found Bella's chin, tipping it up. Bella's eyes darted up, her words dying on her lips as she drank in Leah's sharp jaw, her furrowed brow and intense gaze. She looked cut from a page in an art history textbook. I thought something bad happened to you, Leah murmured, fingers ghosting over Bella's cheek. Me too. Bella swallowed, eyes dropping with shame. I'm sorry. Jacob got there in time anyways. The short, exasperated growl that ripped through Leah's chest startled Bella, pulling her gaze up again. Leah's face had darkened in an instant, her glare getting caught somewhere above Bella's head. Of fucking course he did. Oh. Bella let go of the oversized shirt and reached up blindly, her hands splayed on Leah's sternum. I shouldn't have said what I did. The words tumbled out, it should have been you. I was just scared. Of what? Leah asked after a heartbeat of silence. Instead of answering, Bella grasped one hand behind her to pull her phone out of her back pocket. She peered at it from the corner of her eye, clicking to the text message before pressing the shattered phone into Leah's hand. I was in lunch when they sent me this. That's when I called you. She knew the moment the text registered by the sharp inhale Leah made. I didn't know who it was until after school. Bella bowed her head against Leah's collarbone, steadying herself with Leah's scent. I tried to ignore them but she followed me, taunted me. She said some things about you in the res and I dunno. I just saw red. I was actually about to punch her. Can you believe that? Bella grimaced. Then Jacob showed up. He, said some choice words and brought me here. He nearly made them pee their pants. Bella noticed suddenly that Leah had become a statue. He let them live. Leah's head bolted up, and she was staring into her face with eyes that flickered with lupine rage. The arm around Bella was as gentle as ever, but the hand holding the phone had begun to tremble. Barely. Bella stared into each of her eyes, dilating with the war within. He threatened them within an inch of their lives. Good. Leah growled the word as her long arm slid back around to tuck the phone back into Bella's back pocket. As much as I hate the guy, Jacob's the only other person I trust with your safety. He actually apologized to me today on the way here for being an ass. Did he? Leah grunted, wrapping her arms around Bella. A big hand slipped up behind her head and pulled her face into Leah's shoulder. The gesture was so gentle and sweet, a complete juxtaposition to what Leah was probably feeling inside. He's still my friend, Bella whispered over her skin. I know. Leah hummed. It's the only reason I didn't kill him. No killing my friends. Bella told her off half-heartedly. Yeah. Just know if he hurts you again, just say the word, Swan. I won't be pulling my punches. Bella knew so. It filled her heart something fierce, the way Leah rallied for her. I wish you woulda trusted me, Leah whispered, her voice soft enough to be carried away in the wind. Bella looked up wordlessly. Leah's eyes were fastened on the strands of long brown hair, spilling between her fingertips. Something in her expression kicked Bella's already swelling guilt up a few notches. I do trust you. Bella soothed softly, hopeful that Leah heard the truth in her words. It's them I don't trust. Warm palms were at her jaw again, tenderly urging her face up. Leah's expression was equal parts honest and cutthroat. "My only job is to keep you safe," Leah intoned into Bella's wide-eyed expression. "No matter what that means, or how, and not just physically." Bella's head dipped in embarrassment, or shame. The two had been interchangeable as of late. A soft noise in the back of Leah's throat froze the movement and gathered Bella's attention again. "Even if it was me back there, my only concern would be you. Not them." A dusky smirk briefly lit the tip of her lips. "No matter how much I want to thrash them, I'd want to get you the hell out of there first." Bella felt incredibly stupid. Why didn't she just listen to her gut? "Hey," Leah hummed, that soft noise in the back of her throat swelling to a wolfen purr. Bella's eyes popped open, instantly drowned in those yawning pupils that swallowed her whole. A gratified smile hitched up Leah's lips, her lidded eyes darting down to Bella's lips. Warmth bloomed in her cheeks, and her mind went white. "Yeah? You didn't keep your thumb stuck in your fist, right? When you tried to punch them?" Bella's face cracked in half with a smile. "Despite what you think, I know how to throw a punch. Perks of being a cop's daughter." Leah narrowed her eyes doubtfully and looked her up and down. "Shut up." Bella laughed. "Make me." Leah spurred. The words dipped into a sexy purr that threw Bella into limbo. Tipping her head back, Bella pushed up onto her tiptoes and pressed her lips soundly to Leah's. Rose petal silk, sweet and gentle, gathered her heart in tender caress. Leah's moist lips played over Bella's, a groan escaping from somewhere in Leah's chest. The sound slipped down Bella's spine and speared between her legs. With a soft, delectable gasp, her lips parted, the kiss beginning to bottom out and tip into something else, sensual territory uncharted. Leah ripped away, sucking in a harsh breath through her nose. Her forehead fell against Bella's shoulder and Bella blinked as she immediately sobered. Confused, she pulled back to try gather what she could from Leah's face. Leah kept her face down, but her eyes focused on Bella's from under her lashes. They paced between hers cagily, her shoulders shuddering gently with every inhale and exhale. Something arcane in her brain understood the look in those eyes, and how much they suddenly reminded her of the wolf. Everything was tedious. Leah was already wound so tight, too tight. Bella's hands slowly slipped from Leah's chest. Leah grunted her dissent, but Bella hushed her softly. "Are you hungry?" she asked, trying for casual. Lifting a curious brow, Leah shrugged a shoulder. "I could eat." She winked, her voice dusky and dangerous. Bella didn't miss the double meaning in that. Her body reacted in spite of herself. Just Leah's voice alone did funny things to her stomach. An eerie, distant howl threaded the gray sky and sent a reflective shudder down Bella's spine. Her hands fisted the front of Leah's shirt, eyes thrown over their shoulders at the woods. "What was that?" she whispered. "Colin." Leah's warm hands wrapped around her fists gently. "He's going through it." Bella's eyes widened with worry. "He'll be fine." Leah soothed and unraveled Bella's fists, tugging her gently out of the trees. "Jacob's with him." Bella linked their fingers, the heated touch mollifying the worry she felt. Leah squeezed her hand and silently led the way to the house. The quiet gave Bella time to decompress, to temporarily shelve the feelings that bubbled up when they kissed. Something to definitely discuss later. As they neared, Bella felt more than heard the booming baritone laughs from inside. She hesitated on the steps, wondering if they would sense the built-up tension between her and Leah. Leah stepped closer to her and Bella looked up with wide eyes. Leah towered with that insouciant confidence she held whenever she approached anything pack. The side of her lips hitched in that dark, sultry smile, and she went to press a quick kiss to the top of Bella's head, her midnight locks tickling Bella's face. Bella let her presence wash over her like the moon's shadow, and let her strength root itself in Leah's. The mouth-watering scent of grilled meats and fresh bread greeted them as Leah ushered her through the screen with a protective hand at the small of her back. "Bella," Emily greeted blithely, looking up from the hot dinner rolls she'd been moving from a tray into a basket. Bella wiggled her fingers shyly. "Our very own wolf tamer." Embry appeared at the den's entryway with a bright, familiar smile. "Hey, sis." Bella couldn't help but smile back, glad to see him. Embry held out his long arms and Bella hugged him hard. His hugs were just as uplifting as his smiles. He spun her around playfully before depositing her on the other side of the kitchen near the counters, where Emily immediately pulled her in for a hug. They both smelled like spices and yeast and home. More like bitch tamer. Paul strode into the kitchen with a cocky swagger, shirtless and dressed in basketball shorts. Bella peeked over Emily's shoulder just in time to catch Leah's eye roll as she turned to Paul with her muscular arms crossed across her chest. "Ignore him," Emily whispered with an eye roll, pulling back to look Bella in the eye meaningfully. "How are you?" Bella bit her lip. "Better now, for the most part. I bet you'll feel even better after you eat," Emily quipped and handed her a fresh roll from the basket. It was still hot and steaming and Bella's stomach growled. She hadn't forgotten that she had skipped lunch. Embry leaned against the counter next to her as Bella pulled herself onto a stool. Across from them, Paul looked Leah up and down and scoffed. She couldn't see Leah's face, but she could tell both wolves' invisible hackles were rising to challenge. Bella stopped mid-chew. She glanced to the side to gauge Embry's face. His eyes were unreadable, lips pressed in a flat line. "Get out of my way," Paul grumbled in a low growl and went to brush past her, only to be shoved back by Leah's unyielding shoulder. Embry cleared his throat and took that moment to reach across to grab a roll, purposely angling his body between Bella and his packmates. Much to Bella's chagrin, she found herself straining around him to see. "Enough, you two," Emily called out over the radio's hum and bustling pots. "Leah, come help me with the dishes." Leah shifted her weight from one foot to the other. Her hands clenched at her sides so hard her knuckles turned white. Paul laughed, but even Bella could see the tension in his stiff spine. "Really, Em? You're gonna let her loose around all your knives?" "What? Are you scared, Lahote?" Leah growled darkly, sending goosebumps down Bella's arms. Paul's eyes narrowed, hands curling to fists as the muscles jumped in his forearms. "You wish." "Please, Lee," Emily beckoned. Leah's steely resolve cracked. "Watch it, mutt," she hissed, backing up slowly. "Keep your paws to yourselves, children," Emily shook her head with a huff. If you had a dime for every time you said that," Embry chuckled and reached for yet another roll. Emily swiftly swatted at his hand with her wooden spoon. Leah scowled and turned while Paul leered at her back. Bella exhaled in relief when their eyes naturally caught each other's. Leah winked. Bella's heart stuttered. Her wolf's face melted into a victorious smile as she passed by and stepped to the sink on the far wall with a tense grace. "You ought to leash your dog, Bella." Bella's head snapped back around to where Paul was now lounging in one of the chairs around the table, dwarfing the tiny wooden thing with his size. He watched her with his devil-may-care smirk. "Shut your mouth." Leah smacked the water on and started loudly pushing pots around in the filling sink. Embry was the only one who seemed untouched by the tension. He nudged Bella's shoulder conspiringly and nodded to a tin-foiled dish cooling on the counter behind her elbow. Bella lifted her brows at him, smiling. Was he really asking that she risk her life just to sneak him a piece? One woman cooking and another washing dishes. Paul projected like he was calling across the whole house. Now this is how it's supposed to be. Bella grimaced. Embry did too as he chucked his half-eaten roll at Paul's head faster than an MLB pitcher. It was caught in Paul's fist with reflexes that matched. Leah clattered a handful of serving spoons into the sink, her arms rippling as her hands braced solidly against the counter. "God, do you ever shut up?" Bella tugged her bottom lip between her teeth, trying to temper the reaction of her body. Leah was gorgeous enough to make anything look like a magazine photo shoot. But there was something to be said about a lavishly provoked Leah that made Bella almost completely forget about Paul or anything else for that matter. "You better watch your mouth in this kitchen with that talk." Emily snapped at him and rose from where she was checking on the oven's contents. "Make yourself useful and help Embry shuck the corn." Embry's eyes darted up as pushed out his bottom lip in a pout. "What did I do?" Emily just looked at him, hands on her hips. She gestured with her chin at the covered dish on the counter. Okay, fine." Embry grabbed the huge silver pot on the stove that seemed half Bella's size. He bussed it over to the table as if it was made of nothing. "How come you don't ask Bella?" Paul snorted and glared at the stainless steel pot. "Because I asked you." Emily's tone made no room for discussion. Bella had to bite back a grin. Emily really did sound like a mom of a gaggle of rambunctious kids. She could see how Emily and Sam were perfect matches for each other. Women's work. Paul grumbled and grabbed an ear of corn. His eyes flashed up to Embry sitting across the table from him. No wonder you fit in so well, Emby. A spark of anger churned in Bella's stomach. For some reason she could handle Leah and Paul going at each other's throats, as irksome as it was. But Embry? That crossed a line she didn't even know she'd drawn. Paul. Thunderous footfalls down the stairs. They seemed to take them 3 at a time. Heralded an incensed Sam, who took several slinking steps into the kitchen and to the table in warning. His arms held taut at his sides, one hand gripping the cordless house phone. Sam stared down his most bothersome brother. His chest heaved and his lips peeled back from his canines. The kitchen went deathly quiet, the dim radio and faucets hush suddenly deafening. Nobody moved. That annoying smirk wiped completely off his face. Paul gulped noticeably and dropped his gaze to the table. His brows pulled low in a scowl and he silently shucked corn. Sam inhaled a slow breath through his nose and turned towards where Bella sat. Emily was already halfway around the island, with eyes only for Sam. He held out his arms and she ran into them. The kitchen seemed to let out a collective breath. Bella glanced over her shoulder at Leah, noticing how her shoulders had relaxed, and silently thanked the gods that Sam intervened when he did. Bella. Sam nodded at her, arm wrapped securely around Emily as he shepherded his fiancée back over. Leah told me of your request and I'm working on it best I can. He gestured with the phone. I've been on this damn thing all morning whenever I'm not with the pack. The council is scattered. He cleared his throat. Glancing at Leah's back, Sue refuses to leave Seth's side. Billy is on standby for Colin's mother. He shook his head grimly and Emily fretted over him, her palm on his cheek. Bella chewed her lip. I'm sorry about Colin. Don't be. Sam reached out and cordially tucked one of Bella's stray locks behind her ear. It was still a little strange how casual all the wolves touched her now, especially Sam. And stranger still was how used to it all she was getting. It's the course nature took for a reason. He'll be stronger for it. Bella didn't know if she agreed. Hell, Jacob barely managed and he supposedly had a knack for being a wolf, according to the others. Maybe Colin would fare the same, they were cousins after all. Sam pressed a kiss to Emily's hair and made his way to the counter to grab a quick bite. Bella's eyes automatically sought Leah, watching her myopically scrub dishes and deposit them in the empty portion of the giant double sink for rinsing. She worked fast, working her way through the mountain of pots and pans and dishes from that morning. Across the kitchen, Paul coughed a laugh. Embry, you should be way faster than me. All that time you spend with your hand, he demonstrated on his ear of corn suggestively with his fist. That's it. Sam exploded. Before the adrenaline had fully reached Bella's brain from her heart, Sam had already lunged across the kitchen with a tiger's grace. He grasped Paul by the back of his neck and dragged him out of his chair, then shoved him towards the back door. Not another word. His tone cut through the atmosphere like a knife, freezing Embry and Leah in their movements, their heads dropping and shoulder stooping in some sort of lupine appeasement. Emily rubbed her arm gently, startling her. She'd forgotten to breathe again. Thankfully, Paul hastened his giant feet out the door as silent as a breeze. It was probably the smartest thing he's done all afternoon. Sam sucked in a ragged breath and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Emily hesitated, torn between comforting Bella or comforting Sam. Releasing the breath, Sam's voice was much calmer. You too, EMB, sorry. Embry snapped to attention at once, standing and politely pushing his chair back in. Sup? I need you to keep an eye on Brady Fuller. If it happens today, I need someone with him. He clasped Embry's shoulder. Don't let him see you, Kay? I don't want to freak him out. Embry nodded and glanced back at the girls with a contrite smile. See you later. Be careful. Bella responded, like habit. Sure, sure. Embry waved and jogged briskly out the door. I'm gonna see if I can get the council together. It may not happen today, but it's worth a shot. There's much to discuss. Eyes trained through the window on his packmates disappearing into the wood. Sam held an arm out to Emily. She squeezed Bella's hand and went to him. Bella turned away just as Sam and Emily kissed as if they were never going to see each other again. She slumped against the counter with her head deep in swirling, sorrowful thoughts about Colin and Brady. A soap bubble popped in her ear. Bella spun and wiped at the wetness. Leah was leaning on her elbows just on the other side of the island. Suds and water dripped down her chiseled forearms to pool on the counter. She lifted her hand, forefinger and thumb forming a perfect O, and blew another heavy soap bubble in Bella's direction. Bella laughed gently and waved it away until it popped. Aren't you supposed to be washing dishes? What are you, my boss? Leah snickered. I'll have you know I'm part of a union, Swan. She's not your boss, I am. Emily hummed, closing the door gently behind Sam and turning back to them. And you're getting demoted for make a mess on my counter. Leah huffed. Was gonna clean that anyways. Without Paul's vexing energy and Sam's commanding nature, the atmosphere was much less stifling. Bella could finally breathe. Emily and Leah seemed to feel the same. Time passed gently, like the gray clouds rolling outside. The heavy brushstrokes of deep gray passed on, teasing the afternoon with the threat of rain. Thankfully, it never came, and soon, Bella found herself at the kitchen table, her textbooks and notebooks spread out and open to finals prep. She sipped on a handmade mug filled with herbal tea, watching Emily, the superstar she was, cook a meal fit for Thanksgiving dinner. There was so much food it overloaded the counters, and soon Emily was making space on the kitchen's wide windowsills for cooling. A few minutes before, Bella had sent a quick text to Charlie as she was getting her books out the truck, letting him know she was over at Emily's for dinner. She considered bringing a plate back for him too, if there was anything left by the time she was ready to go. Leah soundlessly whisked around the kitchen table with a broom. She'd made quick work of the dishes and Emily had promoted her to sweeping. The shape of an enzyme's active site is complementary to that of. Bella bit her lip, brow furrowing. Its substrate? Leah peered down at the notecards spread out over the island counter. Final answer? Bella stared like a deer in headlights. Yes? Say it with ya chest, girl. Emily offered from her stool. She had taken a second to rest. Thank God, Bella thought. That girl worked herself to the bone, and munched on sugar cookie. Bella smiled. Yes. Final answer. Leah pursed her lips for a moment, and Bella frowned. Correct, she finally announced in her best game show host voice. Bella exhaled, laughing gently at the theatrics. What do I win? Leah's eyes immediately darkened, her face dipping as she looked at Bella from under her hooded lashes. Her lips tipped up in smile that reminded Bella of dark chocolate brownie, rich and bittersweet. Even now, changed properly into a pair of shorts that showed off her impressive legs, a more appropriately sized shirt, and black hair adorably ruffled. It made Bella a lil jealous that Leah could just wake up and look that good. Clearing her throat, Bella ducked her face back towards her notes, knowing her cheeks gave away her thoughts. Leah snickered and started up sweeping again. She peeked at the notecards. And what is the enzyme that unwinds the double helix by disrupting hydrogen bonds? Bella wasn't paying attention. Her eyes were caught on a figure outside. A tall, burly, half-naked man scurrying out from the awning of trees. She glanced over her shoulder to see Leah and Emily, taking Leah's cue, both turning to the door. Jacob leapt up the steps like flowing silk and ducked silently into the kitchen. He stopped just inside the door, solemn-faced as he nodded a greeting to them. If she couldn't see the severed lines of his expression, she could definitely tell by the way he didn't offer one of his easy, friendly greetings. Something was wrong. Everything okay? Bella asked warily, moving around the table towards him. Blinking as if snapping himself back to the present, Jacob glanced at Leah before placing a distracted kiss on the top of Bella's head on the way to the counter of food. Bella looked after him in silent surprise. Sure. Just grabbing a plate to go, he murmured, pulling a dish from the cabinet. He began peeling back tinfoil covers, loading on broiled chicken, mashed potatoes, seasoned wild rice, veggies. He dipped into everything he could reach. She felt more than heard Leah prowl to her side, and amazingly, Leah didn't retaliate with a comment about the kiss. Bella glanced at her. Her face was unreadable, hard eyes watching Jacob. Emily rubbed her hands on her thighs, frowning. Sit and eat, Jacob. Spare a couple minutes. Bella wondered numbly if it was because he didn't want to be around both her and Leah. Stop it. Bella took a deep breath. He already apologized. Not for me, Jacob rumbled softly, for Colin. Bella blinked in surprise and peered out the window into the deep woods. She couldn't see anything. He's in his skin? Leah asked, sounding genuinely shocked. He should come inside and eat, Bella mumbled. Jacob's gaze lifted from the food to meet Bella's eyes. I don't think he's ready for that, Bells. Maybe next time. But he phased back, right? She pressed on. Jacob stabbed a piece of steak and put it on the plate. He's having a hard time, okay. It's not a good idea right now. Bella opened her mouth to retort and paused. Her words stuck in her throat. Something about the way he said it brought back a memory crystallized in her mind. It was the first time she'd reached out to Jacob after he phased. She'd driven over to see him, despite everything, and he sent her away. I'm not good enough to be your friend anymore, or anything else. I'm not what I was before. I'm not good. Jake. Bella hissed, lump in her throat. Bring him. Jacob turned to her with a sound blink. Go and get him. Jacob opened his mouth but stopped himself. Whatever he saw in her face that told him she wasn't taking no for an answer. Without a word, he set the plate down and slipped by her, back out the door. Bella watched him jog across the yard in seconds and duck back into the woods. You sure about this, Chica? Leah brushed her fingertips at the small of her back. It was just what she needed. She relaxed against her touch, her eyes trained on the woods. Yes. He needs his pack. Bella looked up at Leah, then at Emily behind them. Emily's lips pressed together, eyes welling with worry and compassion. She nodded her agreement. A few minutes later, two figures appeared at the line of trees. The taller, bulkier of the two urged the other man on with a protective hand at the back of his neck. Even with his head bowed, Bella could tell he was tall, easily taller than Bella. His bulk had begun to fill out a body that was stuck between adolescence and adulthood, his limbs on the ungainly side of muscular. He could have passed as 18 or 19. Jacob walked unhurried beside him, head bowed with his and eyes on him at all times. In their similar gaits, they walked like full-blooded brothers. Emily opened the door for them as they approached, and Jacob ushered his cousin in ahead of himself. Up close, Bella could see he trembled head to toe like he was in the middle of a blizzard. Arms pulled in close against his bare chest, his defined muscles jumped like tiny live wires under goose-bumped skin. He wore what she assumed was a pair of Jacob's shorts. She didn't think his own clothes would fit anymore. His hair was long, past his shoulders and wild like Jacob's had once been. Leah shifted at the corner of Bella's eye. She knew Leah was about to put herself between her and her newest packmate. Bella's hand snapped onto her wrist. She shook her head, her eyes never leaving the man, boy, in front of her. She wouldn't let herself forget that he was only 13. With Jacob watching her just over Colin's shoulder, Bella stepped forward with a kind smile. She felt Leah at her side like glue, moving with her, watching Colin like he was dangerous. Hi, Colin. She greeted him softly. I'm B. Bella, Colin gasped. Colin shivered audibly and looked up at Bella from under his long lashes, and Bella's heart cracked. His face was a boy's face, notably reminiscent of a younger Jacob from her childhood. They had the same eyes, black and intense, like staring up at the sky at midnight. My God, that face, he was just a baby. Bella tried for a smile. You've heard of me? Saw you. Big doe eyes, oozing with hurt, locked onto her, his soft, shaky voice surprisingly deep. In my head, he grimaced. Bella nodded in understanding and took another step forward. Pack mind? Leah matched her step beside her and Colin's nostrils flared, a shudder rocking down his spine. He glanced quickly at Leah, then stared at Bella. You smell like, are you a wolf too? He asked with a childlike wonder. Bella laughed gently. No, I wish I was sometimes, but me and Emily over there are plain old imprints. Imprints. He repeated, his eyes locking on Emily. His gaze was intense and still. A wolf's gaze. Emily hopped off her stool and came forward, stopping at a safe distance. Hi Colin, remember me? Colin nodded, sucking in a shaky breath. Jacob lifted his hands just shy of Colin's quaking shoulders. Bella met Jacob's eyes meaningfully over his shoulder. Well, let's get you settled, honey. Hungry? She held out her hand. Bella. Jacob rumbled in warning. Colin started at the sound, turning his body instinctively towards Jake's tone, and ducking his head quickly at the same time. The movement was too fast, and Bella too close. His big shoulder sideswiped Bella, or would have, if not with reflexes just on the supernatural side of fast. Leah had wrapped an arm around Bella's waist and pulled her out of the way. Careful! Leah hissed, pulling Bella behind her, and grabbing the boy's bicep to steady him. Jacob threw a protective, restraining arm around Colin's shoulders as the boy began hyperventilating, his eyes darting between the two dominant wolves as the minute tremors shook his body like it was on the verge of shattering. That heartbreaking gaze returned to Bella's, confused and disoriented. Bella felt the instant press of tears. She could see as plain as day what their two warring, dominant energies were doing to him. He needed to be treated like the boy he was, not the wolf and man he was suddenly becoming. Jacob, step back. Her voice was soft and firm at the same time. She moved around Leah to face Colin. Jacob pursed his lips. He doesn't have control. Please. Bella whispered and Jacob grunted, seemingly ignoring her. Leah studied Bella, her hard eyes doing a quick circuit of her face. You heard her, Black, she told him after a moment, without even looking at him. Jacob did a double take and glanced down at his cousin. With a relenting exhale, he slowly released the boy's shoulder, his hands hovering. Colin swayed, off balance, as a tremor rocked him to his knees. And right into Bella's arms. They both gasped as his long arms snapped around her, Bella with soft surprise and Colin as if she was sure after spending a lifetime at sea. His face fell against her shoulder, breathing in deep, trembling breaths. Jacob prowled the last steps toward them, reaching for Colin when Bella's head snapped up with dark fury. Don't you dare, she hissed, sharp and quiet. Her arms barely reached around Colin's shoulders. The boy groaned softly in pain as Bella gently brushed his hair back from his face, wishing she could take the hurt away. Hey Em, can you get his plate, please? She called out. From the corner of her eye, she saw Emily collect herself, turn and resume where Jacob left off. Both wolves loomed, strained and somber over them. Colin? Bella whispered, hugging him as if she could hold him together. Let's get some food into you, yeah? Sea cold, Colin gasped, and Bella's brows shot up. He was burning hot, almost uncomfortably so. She could see the sweat beading on his skin. Jake? Bella looked up and met his dark eyes. Can you go into the other room and get him a blanket, please? Jacob's brow was creased, unreadable black eyes boring into hers. He turned abruptly and stalked into the den. Releasing a breath, Bella looked at Leah next. Leah looked at her with steady eyes of utmost trust. It made her feel a little better. Let's bring him to the table, Bella told her, gently unhooking one of Colin's arms. Leah bent and hoisted the gangly limb over her shoulders. They lifted at the same time, Bella helping but feeling none of the large boy's weight. Leah barely strained at all, purposely bearing all of it. Together they hobbled to the table. By the time they gently lowered him to a seat, Bella pulling up a chair next to him, Jacob returned with a soft, hand-woven throw from one of the couches. With remarkable tenderness, he draped the cloth over the boy's trembling shoulders, tucking it against his neck. Leah leaned against the wall on his other side, watching the boy's every move as she casually crossed her arms and tucked a bare foot against the wall. Don't be afraid to dig in, Emily offered, her voice light and comforting. There's more where this came from. She set his steaming mountain of a plate in front of him. Colin stared at it, then at Emily with wide, lost eyes. Here, baby. Emily pressed a bigger-than-average spoon into his shaking, oversized hand. One of the serving spoons, Bella realized. Tea this all for me? He whispered. Of course, hun. She answered sincerely, resting her hand on the crown of his head for a moment before making her way back. Come eat, Jake. Jake watched as Colin took his first bites. He nodded his approval and met Bella's stare with a hint of one of his old, sunny expressions. Thank you, he murmured softly. Bella blinked rapidly around the lump in her throat. He turned to join Emily, before she could say anything else. You should eat too, Leah. Before the rest of the pack catch wind of it, Bella told her as she watched Colin shove bigger and bigger spoonfuls past his lips. He ate like a well-oiled machine, shoveling food down almost faster than he could chew, like he was starving to death. His body is going through a hell of change, Leah explained with a sad sigh. The younger they are, the more they have to grow. He needs more calories than the rest of us. Seth was the same. Soft whines pooled in the back of Colin's throat, and he gripped the edge of the table hard enough to dent it. He shook the entire table with his quaking. Leah pushed off from the wall, her hard eyes on him, then froze when Bella threw her a look. Don't. Bella draped her hand over his white knuckles. Shush, you're okay. She soothed, hoping her voice would give him something to focus on other than the pain. Magically, it seemed to work. Colin quieted, head bowed close to his chest and his eyes squeezed shut. He took deep shuddering breaths. Hurts, he whimpered. I know, sweetie, I know. Bella smoothed her other palm over his sweaty brow. His plate was almost clean, and he lifted another shaky spoonful of rice to his lips, eyes trained on his food. You hurt too, he mumbled. What? She gripped his bulky arm, watched the chills race over his skin. I saw what he did to you, he whispered, putting his spoon down stiffly. Bella's eyes ballooned in horror. They showed you? And not at first. Colin glanced up at her with such sadness. Sam said it was important. He said I have to understand. Bella's brow furrowed in pain. Of course, they'd show him the brutal nature of their enemies. Even if he wasn't physically there, because of his nature he had seen and experienced it as if he had truly been there. Only 13 and exposed to such violence. Bella collapsed back against her seat, her eyes seeking Leah, who was staring out the open window, face frozen in disgust. A glance at Jacob told her he was faring the same, turned away from them, his head bowed, and hands braced on either side of the sink. Tiny tremors ran up and down his arms in succession. Emily sat on her stool, face buried in her hands. We, at the hoarse break in his voice, Bella's head snapped back around to where Colin sat, shivering with his chin tucked down against his chest. We couldn't protect you, he rasped, sniffling. His words were plural, like they weren't just his, but belonged to a collective of minds. The threat of tears roughing her voice, Bella reached out and pressed her palm to his heated cheek and said what they all needed to hear. It's not your fault, honey. Colin looked up at her miserably. We can't control everything that happens. He shook his head, but we're supposed to be protectors. Leah pushed off from the wall suddenly. Bella glanced up numbly and watched her prowl into the den, hands squeezed into fists at her sides. Bella stared at the doorway as she spoke. There's nothing you or anyone could have done. Things happen, mistakes happen. A tear streaked down Colin's sullen cheek and Bella brushed it away. You can't blame yourself for the path the universe puts you on. Just like being a wolf. Some things are decided before we're even born. That's just life. She squeezed his hand as her own heart tried to chew its way out her chest. But it still feels like you're at fault, huh? He nodded, closing his eyes and gripping her hand like a life preserver. It takes time to heal, she told him quietly, and nobody is perfect. No matter how big or strong or how powerful their wolf is. Because the world isn't perfect. It's scary and unpredictable and unfair sometimes. There's going to be mistakes and pain. We just have to do our best. What if that's not good enough? What if I can't protect them? He looked up at her desperately and Bella saw straight down to his deeply sensitive soul. She hated that she had been right. It may or may not have been obvious to his packmates, but their actions around him, treating him like a bomb that would go off at any moment rather than the hurting boy he was, had taken its toll on his own self-image. You will, as best you can. She soothed. Our best is all we have. Like right now, I'm scared I won't have the right thing to say. That'll mess up us being friends. His eyes widened with boyish bewilder. You're not, he breathed. All I can do is my best, she told him again. He searched her eyes before looking down at their joined hands. We're pack. He managed thickly. That's right, she squeezed his hand, and as a pack, we do things together. All of our bests combined. And we help each other, right? He nodded again. Forgiving and letting go is hard, I know. It's accepting that things happened, that we can't go back in time and change it. If we sit around hating ourselves for it, we might get so wrapped up in that, we make the same mistake again. Colin's eyes swept thoughtfully across the table. Think of it this way, if it were me the wolf, and you needed my protection, and after doing everything I could, I didn't reach you in time, would you hate me? He jerked his head up. No, you didn't know he was coming. See, you just gotta love yourself that hard, too. Show yourself the same patience. And believe in yourself. Bella smiled through the sadness. Besides, if none of that happened, I wouldn't have met my pack, my family. She reached out to brush his silken hair back from his face. You. For the first time, through all the pain he felt, Colin's face lit in a soft, beautiful smile. Bella couldn't help but smile back. Wiping her eyes, Emily came up beside Bella. You want seconds, honey? She put a hand on both her and Colin's shoulder. Colin, of course, nodded eagerly, and Emily touched his cheek in endearment. Werewolf or not, he was still a teenage boy. Bella smiled, a little sad and little hopeful, and got up to get him a drink while Emily took his plate. Colin pulled the throw blanket tighter around himself, lost in thought as he looked out the windows. The tremors shook his frame every now and then, but like a brick house in a storm, he was managing as best he could. Bella absently grabbed a plastic drinking cup. Emily had gotten rid of all her glassware in favor of hard plastic around werewolves, and stepped up beside Jacob. Jacob jerked as if he'd been electrocuted, his shoulders shook gently. When he looked at her, his eyes fluttered open, wet with tears. Bella wasn't surprised. She fought her own emotions even now. The afternoon had been heavy on all their hearts. Clearing his throat, he brusquely moved out of her way. Bella filled the cup under the tap, her thoughts rolling into Leah as they always did when they weren't within 6 feet of each other. I forgive you. The words were so soft, she could have imagined them. She looked up at Jacob, this close he towered over her, his face drawn and serious. For everything. Bella's breath stalled in her chest. He licked his lips nervously and gently worked the full cup of water from her fingertips and took it himself. I hope you can forgive me too. With that, he turned and made his way back to Colin. She took a deep breath, trying to center herself. She needed Leah. Bella made her way around the counter, squeezing Emily's arm as she passed. The two shared a knowing smile, and crossed into the den. It was just as comfy as the rest of the house. A thick, comfortable plush couch big enough to house giants' bodies faced a moderately sized box TV pushed into a corner. Like the kitchen, there were lots of plants everywhere, in the corners of the room, hanging in little pots by the window. Leah sat on the living room floor, on the patterned, woven rug. She faced the fireplace, crisscrossed, and looked at the pictures there. There must have been dozens in little frames. Most were of Emily, as a little girl, as a baby, in high school. She saw others who may have been her parents, and other tribe members. As she drew closer, Bella recognized a young Leah in a lot of them. Emily as a little girl favored the pinks and purples and glitter. Leah favored the boys section shorts and t-shirts, sneakers, and skinned knees. He's doing a lot better, Leah whispered, placing a picture frame back in place. Yeah, he is. Bella bit her lip, her legs a breath away from Leah's back. Leah tilted her head back to look at Bella, her shaggy locks tumbled back, mesmerizing her. Her upside-down gaze was open and earnest, so univocally accepting of everything she saw when she looked at her imprint. It baffled Bella, how she could look at plain old her like that. Are you? Leah breathed. The question caught her off guard. She knew what Leah was really asking. Did she forgive herself? Bella's eyes darted between Leah's, her throat closing up as she tried to find the answer and came up short. It was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Tears she'd been trying so hard to keep at bay welled up behind her eyes, making the vision of Leah's face blurry. Bella blinked, a tear breaking free and racing over the bridge of her nose before falling, and breaking against Leah's cheek. In a move Bella could only identify as whoosh of air, Leah had unfolded to her feet and crushed Bella to her body before she could draw another hitching breath. Bella tucked her arms in against the soft curves of Leah's chest. She felt better almost instantly, even as turmoil coiled in her soul. Confident and calloused fingers swept up another tear, and Bella closed her eyes, relinquishing to those hands, knowing they'd always catch her. The burden isn't yours to carry alone, baby girl. Leah whispered over her skin. We're only human. You taught me that. I know. Bella rested her cheek on Leah's strong shoulder. I don't know why I'm crying. The tears bled freely in slow trickle until there was nothing left. Leah rubbed her back in slow circles, rocking her from side to side with tenderness. She was so numb she didn't even react when her phone buzzed in her back pocket. It buzzed and buzzed, neither of them moving to get it. If it's those fucking kids, I swear, she whispered harshly into Leah's shirt. Leah's dark chuckle rolled through her. Not if I get them first. Leah dug the phone out with deft fingers. She flipped it open behind Bella's back. Ah. Leah paused. It's Charlie. Charlie. She thought she texted him earlier. What did he want? Yeah. Clearing her throat, Leah continued. School called. Come home now. Oh, crap. The fight. Bella buried her face in Leah's chest with a groan. He sounds like my mom. Leah hummed, snapping the phone closed and pushing it back in Bella's pocket, completely unperturbed. He's gonna kill me. Leah laughed, tugging on Bella's ponytail gently. Nah, he won't. He may be pissed, but come on, you're almost out of there, right? Is this your first time in trouble? Bella nodded. Then hesitated. I mean, I skipped school once or twice, but they never called home for that. Oh man, you're a total saint, Swan, Leah snickered, dipping her head to nuzzle the top of Bella's head. I almost got kicked out so many times. I can't get in trouble, Leah. Charlie's a cop, remember? Bella said, exasperated. Then he knows how teenagers are. They get in trouble every now and then. Leah rubbed the tops of her arms up and down. Don't fret, Chica. Bella mulled it over. I should call him. It seemed the safest option. If anything, she could calm him down a bit. As if on cue, her phone buzzed insistently in her pocket. This time she was the one to pull it out. Without looking at the screen, Bella flipped it open and brought it to her ear. Dad. Whatever they told you, it's not true. Bella? Every cell in her body lurched to a stop. Leah reflexively froze around her. No. Not again. Shell-shocked, she pulled the phone from her ear long enough to glance at the caller ID her mind wasn't processing. Bella, hello? The smooth voice called out. Bella put it back to her ear, feeling as if she was waking up from a dream, or falling into a nightmare. Alice, she whispered. Like watching a time-lapsed thunderstorm roll in, Leah's face darkened into fury. There you are, Alice trilled on, nonchalantly. Oh, Bella, we have a problem. All of Leah's reminders to breathe wouldn't have been able to help her if she tried. Bella couldn't breathe. Literally, it felt like two fists were clenched around her lungs. Leah's hands, warm, tender, intimate, on the tops of her arms were the only thing grounding her. Leah ducked down, and she was all Bella could see, her face inches away. Her eyes darted between Bella's with urgency. Hey, it's okay. What's she saying, baby? Leah crooned with quiet intensity. What does she want? Bella shook her head numbly, unable to find words as Alice harped on in her ear, too fast for her to comprehend. Victoria, newborns, army, numbers, Edward, missing. A soft, despairing whimper swelled in her throat, her eyes squeezing shut against the dire possibilities unfolding, the gravity of what Alice was saying. Bells. Leah begged, her hands shaking like steel vices wrapped around her arms. Bella's eyes popped open to shudders running down Leah's arms, her beautiful hazel eyes blazing and desperate, the wolf prowling closer to the surface. Give me the phone, honey, she commanded softly, holding out a hand that vibrated. Bella wordlessly passed the phone, the voice on the other end of the line still warbling on. Leah put it to her ear as she gathered herself to her full height, her voice deepened with severity, and a wolf's growl rasping her words. Cullen. This is Leah Clearwater, she hissed, viper slick and deadly. Repeat everything to me, slowly. The noise in the tiny speaker paused briefly, then resumed in a slower pitch. She does not concern you. Leah snarled into the phone, her lips darting up from her canines. Everything regarding Bella's safety will be addressed to me or Alpha Sam Yulee. Other than that, it's not your fucking business. All you need to know is that she's ours. She is pack and tribe, and she is under our protection. Bella felt as if her stomach had bottomed out completely while her heart raced on. As steady as sunshine, a monumental achievement in and of itself, Leah's calloused palm gathered her cheek in its warmth. She's mine. Leah spoke the words directly into her eyes. Bella felt her stomach do a little flip as the heat rushed to her cheeks. Leah drew in a deep inhale through her nose, her eyes moving in a smooth circuit of Bella's blushing face. We've seen the newspapers, and we haven't caught the redhead yet. She clipped into the phone. Stop playing guessing games. What are you trying to say, leech? Bella. An impenetrable bass rumbled from the doorway, startling Bella through the haze of panic. She turned, expecting Sam. She was met with Jacob. So tall he filled out the entire space of the threshold. His inky black hair brushed against the top of the frame. The muscles in his chest slithered and jumped under his skin. His steely eyes darted over her face with the contemplation of something wild and ancient. This wasn't Jake, her childhood friend with sunny smiles and warm cokes on summer afternoons. This was Jacob Black, second in command, and son of the tribe's chief. His eyes never leaving her face, he tilted his head and ducked under the awning and into the room. Bella reactively took a step back, right into Leah's solid chest. She'd never, ever been afraid of him, and she wasn't gonna start now, but even she had to admit he looked downright intimidating. Leah growled a warning deep in her chest, and it rumbled through Bella like an earthquake. Immediately, as if sensing her nerves, the sound changed cadence and softened to a soothing thrum. Leah bent and nuzzled into Bella's neck from behind, tightening her grip and sending a bone-numbing wave of comfort through Bella's body. Leah's got her, she's safe. Jacob slipped into the room, prowling eerily and soundlessly away from them both towards the window. No, Leah spoke, measured, and disparaged into the phone like she was talking to a small child. We assumed you took care of it. Confused, Bella turned to look at her. Leah listened for a moment, Bella barely breathing as she gauged the multitude of the micro-expressions flitting across her face. Disgust, shock, anger. Leah's body seized as if electrocuted, her arm frozen where it wrapped around Bella's small body. Suddenly, Jacob lunged around, his eyes wild and enraged. Bella jumped with a squeak, and she felt herself being lifted up at the same time. In the space of a heartbeat, Leah gathered her up and deposited her away from Jacob. Bella's feet found purchase again as Leah slipped in front of her, lips darting up from her bared teeth in Jacob's direction. Bella blinked soundly. Could he hear what Alice was saying? What do you mean you lost him? Leah hissed into the phone, turning away from him. Bella froze, as her worst nightmare came to life, as tears budded in the corners of her eyes. You better find him before we do. Leah continued, shudders bulldozing up and down her spine, her shoulders heaving. Because I will rip that fucker to shreds a million times over. Bella shivered, fisting the back of Leah's shirt so tightly her knuckles paled. I'll discuss it with my pack. She rumbled after a moment. Do not ever call this number again. We'll contact you. Without another word to the voice she could just hear sputtering on the other end of the line, Leah clicked the phone off. Jacob turned to them both with eyes ablaze. As he did, Leah poured forward with an unsettling grace that was too smooth and quick to be human. What the fuck is going on? Jacob barked. They're coming for Bella. Leah growled, nearly unintelligible. Bella squeaked behind her. Jacob blanched and unconsciously straightened at whatever he saw in his packmate's face. The muscles jumped and tensed in his jaw. Who? Victoria. Leah twisted the name around on grinding molars. Has an army of newborns and she's going to unleash them on forks. What? Bella breathed, swaying with disbelief. When? Jacob demanded, 110% business. Leah shook her head, clenching her fists in frustration. She said roughly 1 week. Roughly? He grasped a hand through his hair. The leech doesn't know. Leah growled in exasperation, her hand flexing around the phone as if her first instinct was to throw it in rage, and thought better of it. Apparently, the redhead hasn't decided yet. Jacob scoffed, though it sounded more like a wolf's rocky snarl, and began pacing. We need to. A blistering, thunderous howl gouged into the gray sky outside. It seemed to come from just beyond the cover of trees surrounding the house. All three heads snapped up as an answering cry echoed in the kitchen with the clatter of wood furniture. Sam. Jacob breathed, his eyes ballooned in shock. Oh God, Colin. Without a stutter in his liquid stride, Jacob pivoted and crossed the room in 2 giant steps, slipping into the kitchen. Shish, Colin. You're okay. Bella could hear him crooning. If I told you to stay put here, would you? Leah spoke rapidly, low and serious. Bella met her eyes as Leah flashed her an imploring look over her shoulder. They were complex, unreadable. Bella held her gaze, her own swimming with terror and confusion. What? She stammered. She couldn't help the quiver of fear in her voice. Leah turned to her fully, her palm coming up and skidding across the edge of her jaw. As always, Bella melted into her strong, steady touch. 100 unspoken thoughts tumbled in those pools of cinnamon. It's going to be okay. Leah's brow buckled, her face dipping towards Bella as her thumb darted out to sweep a surprised tear that had spilled down Bella's cheek. You will be safe. You have my word. She wanted to believe that, and she almost did. She always felt safe near Leah, but now she wasn't so sure. There were so many what-ifs, so many unknown factors. She felt hopeless, danger cutting in from all sides. Bella squeezed her eyes shut as they shared breaths, their heartbeats beating in tandem. Jacob, what's happening? Emily pleaded back in the kitchen. War. Jacob answered gravely. Sam's comin', Leah. He boomed, beckoning. With a harsh, grating growl, Leah pulled away, rolling her powerful shoulders back like a fighter entering the ring. Bella's eyes snapped up to a furrowed gaze watching her with intense eyes. Eyes that seemed to subtly dull under a film of fatigue. Where you go, I go. Bella breathed, her mind all made up. Instead of double guessing, Leah moved swiftly, dropping her hand to grab Bella's, and together they went to the kitchen. Jacob crouched by where Colin kneeled, quaking with his head bowed into hands that curled against his head. He rocked back and forth, moaning in pain. Jacob threw his big, bulky arm around the boy's shoulders, murmuring softly into his ear. Emily clutched her hands to her chest, her eyes welling up as she paced safely behind the counter. Her lips moved silently, as if reciting a prayer. Bella's stomach dropped as an anxious tide raced up her spine. Colin. Her lips automatically formed his name and her feet moved on their own, until a steady, muscled arm darted across her path and blocked the doorway between the two rooms. Leah glanced back at her and shook her head. Leah, Bella pleaded, her hands bracing against the unmovable limb. Slam. Bella automatically recoiled with a squeak as the back door burst open, ricocheting off the wall. The sound of it snipped all noises to silence. Even Colin was too startled to utter a sound. Outside, the wind tickled the chime, and in the kitchen a drop of water fell into the sink. A growl started up like the rip of a motorcycle, churned and rumbled like thunder through brewing storm clouds. Emily. Bella peeked around Leah's steadfast shoulder to see the alpha stalk through the doorway. The muscles under his skin rippled and shuddered from anger or residual transformation. His steely eyes never left Jacob, who'd congealed to a protective crouch in front of Colin's seizing body without a moment's hesitation. Sam uttered again in a growl cut from steel. Go to the front porch, please. Bella glanced at where Emily stared at Sam, her lips wobbling as her eyes flashed between Sam and Jacob. Suddenly her jaw clenched. Not in my kitchen, Sam. Not a thing out of place, or so help me God. Blinking, Bella watched her turn and storm down to the front door that was rarely used. Sam's shoulders shook subtly as it clattered loudly behind her. Like it was the starting gun to a race, everyone moved at once. Leah burst forward in a speed that should have been impossible in a human, so fast it was as if the weight under Bella's hands had simply disappeared into thin air. A small shriek of fear loosened from Bella's throat as Sam and Jacob collided in a grapple of bronze skin, burly arms, and volatile snarls. Leah swooped down and pulled Colin out of the way of their path of destruction just in the nick of time as the two warring bodies scrabbled across the kitchen towards the far wall. She didn't stop, and using their momentum, both her and Colin tumbled out the open back door. Frozen in shock, Bella could only watch on as Colin, with a strained moan, pitched forward out of Leah's arms and poured into an enormous russet wolf in the grass. The beast rolled once and pushed up onto unsteady, oversized paws. He was a beautiful rusty red, a deep rich color so similar to Jacob's wolf. Except where Jacob's had russet spilling into lighter, tan shades, this wolf was complemented with darker, chocolate-colored fur on his face and paws. Leah panted, rocking back on her knees from where she knelt. Colin the wolf circled and keened uncertainly in front of her, tail tucked, and ears flattened back. Go. Leah hissed. Find Jared. Across the kitchen, Sam slammed Jacob into the wall with a sonic boom loud enough to rattle Bella's bones. Framed pictures and hanging handmade wooden talismans clattered on impact. You brought Colin here? Sam hissed. A large hand holding Jacob in place by his throat, canines bared inches from Jacob's face. Near the imprints. Near Emily. He all but bellowed. Bella's breath hitched as her arm helplessly wrapped around her middle. She'd never seen Sam so unhinged before. Maybe Jacob or Leah, but Sam. He needed pack. Jacob forced through gritted teeth, and we got bigger fish to fry. Jacob's jaw clenched and his eyes were livid, yet his expression remained neutral, almost impassive. Not even a shudder rolled through those shoulders. How could he be so calm on the other end of that fury? He doesn't have control. Sam bit out, each word coated in blood. Something in Jacob's expression tightened. He did just fine until you came. Before the words could truly hit their mark, and enrage an already angry alpha wolf even more, Leah lunged back into the kitchen and across the room in 2 leaps. Outside, Bella barely glimpsed the chocolate-russet wolf sprinting into the woods. No, Bella gasped in warning, an inadvertent hand reaching out for her. Leah breezed right past her. Fucking stop. Leah dipped forward and shouldered into Sam like a sledgehammer, the air boiling with growls as the 3 bodies spilled apart like ricocheting bumper cars. Jacob sucked in a gasping breath as he slid across the wall, and Leah righted herself with eyes ablaze on Sam. Sam turned on her with percolating rage ready to burst. You. Listen. Leah snapped, holding up both hands in yield. The Cullens called Bella. His displeasure stuttered and buckled under a proud, furrowed brow. Blinking, as if seeing clearly for the first time, Sam jerked his dagger eyes to Bella, who startled in the doorway at her name. Why? The red-headed bitch has an army of newborns. Leah dropped her hands, speaking low and rapidly. She's going to unleash them on Forks. Animosity dropped from his face like a lead curtain and Sam looked up with eyes that were unguarded and wide. Why? He asked, absorbing the words with a slacked jaw. Because she wants Bella. Jacob pushed off from the wall, shaking himself off. Bella was a little amazed there wasn't a Jacob-sized crater in the surface. Forks. Sam took 2 thoughtless steps back and collapsed into a chair at the table, unseeing eyes darting across the floor with his thoughts. But she wouldn't need an army to get to Bella unless. She thinks I'm still with him. Bella finished, her knees wobbling as she collapsed against one side of the doorway. She thinks the C. Cullens are still in Forks. She felt her before she saw her. Bella glanced up and Leah was right there, suddenly only a few steps away. Her imploring gaze shored deeply into Bella's. The silent question filtered between them. Are you okay? Bella swallowed the knot in her throat. Inside, she wasn't so sure, but she could put on a brave front if she tried hard enough. Her teeth working over her lip, Leah held up a beckoning hand and Bella ineptly closed the distance. Leah's hand felt warm and solid around her own. Bella squeezed hard while her wolf's agitated eyes flitted all over her face. She held immaculately still as she watched the battle rage in Leah's eyes. Somewhere else in the room, Jacob drew in a long breath. We can take them easy, right? I doubt they'd have much strategy. And with all of us, he hedged. We can't know that. Sam sighed from deep in his soul. This is something we've never faced before. You didn't let me finish. Leah's dusky voice swept over theirs. They want a truce, Sam. The Cullens want to fight them together. Sam glanced up sharply. No fucking way, Jacob hissed under his breath. The Cullens wanted that? All of them? Even? And apparently, Leah rolled her shoulders back, her eyes still caught in Bella's. Edward is missing. A subtle rumble, almost too low for her to hear, wound around the whole room. Missing? Then he could be anywhere. Bella's breath caught in her throat. As long as he was out there, she would never truly be safe. Sam lunged to his feet in less time it took her to blink. It was a little disconcerting. How do we know they're not lying? Ignoring him, Leah's palm tugged gently. At the first pass of that gentle thumb on the back of her hand, Bella swallowed thickly around the tears rolling on the back of her tongue. Each caress chipped away at her anxiety little by little. Bella, Leah breathed, soft and intimate, what do you want to do? Bella's eyes flitted over her sharp features warily. Me? Yes. A perfect brow ticked up appreciatively. You know them better than we do. It was true, she was the closest thing they had to an undercover agent. No matter how much she could try to forget her time spent with them, the pack would never forget. Old Quill had made that abundantly clear. The lives of her friends, her family, the tribe, hung in the balance of what she'd say next. Alice wouldn't lie. Bella slowly shook her head, willing confidence into her words. Truth be told, after what happened with Edward, part of her wasn't so sure anymore. If this is as big as she says it is, then it's not just me. Forks is in danger, she wouldn't lie about that. Okay. Sam ground out. She could be lying about Edward, I don't trust it. It wouldn't make sense. Bella shook her head. They know I'm protected by the pack, and they know if the pack catches him, you'll kill him. No doubt. Leah huffed. So, you want to give them another chance to turn on us again? Jacob snorted. No, Bella snapped, exasperation wearing through her anxiety. I'm giving us the best shot we got. She speared him with eyes that filled with watery determination. In her head she saw Colin, his big, oversized paws and fur just on the cusp of downy soft puppy fuzz. She pictured Seth, lying in a bed at the tribal center's clinic, broken and mangled. How many more children have to end up like him for them to swallow their pride? We can't trust them, Bells. Jacob whispered harshly. We trusted them to respect the treaty, we trusted them to take that asshole far away from here. Look what happened. We have to try. Bella turned to him, blinking rapidly. We've been trying. He growled, dragging brusque hands through his hair. You want him to try his shit again? Try to take you away again? Pain in her chest made Bella cringe back with a shudder as Leah stalked in front of her. Shut the fuck up, Black. Leah hissed as Jacob's body snapped towards hers, battle-ready focus locked and loaded. Stop. The word hushed over Sam's lips, and both wolves froze as if struck by lightning. Sam pushed himself up to his full height and wove his way between Jacob and Leah, looking each in the eye in turn. Jacob scoffed, leaning back against the wall with arms crossed over his chest, and Leah loosened her tense posture just a fraction, still glaring. Sam ignored the tension like a hot knife through butter and looked at Bella. This is bigger than you. Bigger than me. Bigger than all of us. He turned to Jacob. Jake, your father will need assistance getting to the tribal center. Quill is bringing his grandfather there as we speak. There will be a meeting today and we will discuss this as a tribe. Leah's shoulders lifted with a breath that settled them back. If it's anything like last time, you can count me and Bella out, she muttered. Bella could feel the balloon of tension that had never quite dissipated begin to pop. Sam spun, lips lifting from his canines, Jacob stiffening behind him. With Leah locked in Sam's crosshairs, all hesitancy snapped, and Bella found herself rushing forward. She's right, she gasped, pushing past Leah as the wolf's strong, lithe arms automatically caught her. Bella, Sam started, shaking his head back and forth as if he was trying to rein himself in. No, I can't do it by myself. I won't. She gave Leah's arms a comforting squeeze, then promptly pushed out of them. She needed to say this for herself, and for Leah. Bella lifted her chin to look Sam in the eye. Leah will be present for every second I am, or there will be no meeting. He stared at her with unblinking intense eyes, his lips pursed in resolve. Jake too, she added, her eyes flickering over his shoulder to where Jacob's head shot up. The elders, no offense, but I don't care what they think. Bella bit out, too frustrated, too utterly and completely done to temper politeness. I get that it's breaking tradition, but we really do have bigger fish to fry, Sam. Sam blinked several times, a severe expression in that habitually stony facade. Okay, he said evenly, then glanced up at Leah behind her. We'll start in half an hour. Bella rolled her phone idly between cold fingers as she listened to the quiet afternoon. The peace was so at odds to what she felt inside. The sky above was darkening, because of the overcast. Sun always seemed to set early even in summer. She could hear quiet murmur from the house. Low, tense conversations, dishes being gathered, the radio. Bella had excused herself while the guys cleaned up the aftermath of their tussle under Emily's tough watch. Leah was gone, somewhere in the trees relaying Sam's delegations to the rest of the pack for when the meeting started. Bella leaned back against the old, rusted passenger door of her truck and brought a hand to a forehead that felt faint. Truth was, she hadn't had the guts to call Charlie. It was one firing range after another. Charlie's disappointment, the elders' dogmatisms. It all turned her stomach to knots. Hey Dad, I'm sorry about school. Whatever they told you is not what happened at all. I'll be home later. We can talk then. Love you. The text was short and vague. She hoped it would be enough. But knowing Charlie, it probably wouldn't be. She just couldn't focus on him right now. The world as she'd known it had been turned upside down in every way. Bella quickly switched her phone to Do Not Disturb with fingers that still trembled. All she can do is hope he would forgive her. A throat cleared behind her and Bella yelped, jumping half a foot in the air. Oh, she spun, a hand coming up to her chest as if to stifle her racing heart, to find Leah on the opposite side of the truck, leaning indolently against the red hood. Leah, she gasped through the rush of adrenaline. Brow furrowing, Leah stalked around the vehicle's front as her long fingers drifted along the metal surface. All the jitters evaporated into inconsequential as Bella got lost in those endless cinnamon eyes. In 3 preternatural strides, she was standing before her, bathing Bella in the comfort of her presence. Her hair was swept back, ruffled, and wild the way it always was after a phase. Her limbs were steady, but still held a subtle tension like the calm before a storm. Sorry, hun. Leah murmured. Her palm came up to cup Bella's jaw delicately. That graceful mouth turned under a frown as her eyes flitted over Bella's face, taking their usual painstaking inventory of every pore. Bells, you're shaking. Leah whispered. Sorry, Bella wrinkled her nose. Leah snorted, her gaze dropping to her thumb ghosting over Bella's chin. Don't be stupid, she murmured under her breath. A grim, reflexive smile jumped to Bella's lips as Leah's eyes lifted to meet hers from under strong, straight lashes. Bella heaved a sigh and dropped her eyes with the flash of heat over her cheeks. How's Colin? Leah's head tilted faintly in thought. Better. Paul and Jared got him running patrol. Quill's with the girls. Embry's with Brady. Everyone's accounted for. Bella nodded numbly. She hated that the information felt so much like watching chess pieces on a board. Where would they be when everything went down? She wondered if this is what Sam felt all the time. I hope I made the right choice, she fretted, twisting the bottom edge of Leah's shirt in her grip. You did. The ghost of a gratified smirk hopped at the corner of Leah's mouth. Someone's gotta tell those knuckleheads that things aren't black and white. The council won't listen to me, Bella insisted, brow furrowing earnestly. Leah's thumb froze on her jaw, her lips flashing up from a snap of teeth. Fuck the council. Bella's eyes popped open in surprise. Leah met it face on, her expression congealed into a pleased, rallying smirk. Don't say that, Bella admonished, pursing her lips, shaking her head. Remember what I said about him before? Leah dipped her head in seriousness, meeting her gaze unblinkingly. A lock of hair fell into her eyes at the movement and Bella's heart flip-flopped in her chest, momentarily overwhelmed. If Leah heard the stutter in her heartbeat, she didn't let on. Sam calls the shots. Not the council. For all their posturing, they don't know shit about what really goes on. This whole meeting is a giant waste of time. Bella worked her bottom lip between her teeth. But do you think he'd really go against them? Leah eased back to lean against the truck's door, her arms settling loosely, and possessively, around Bella's waist. Bella tried not to drown in how good it felt to be touched so casually yet so intimately by her. I'd be surprised if he did. Leah shrugged, but, Bella urged, she could hear it in her tone. But, Leah sighed. I dunno. I don't think Sam's in the right headspace right now. Who isn't? Bella mumbled. Yeah, but this is different. Leah glanced off to the side, her brows pulling together in thought. He's slipping. Sam never slips. Bella could only agree as she thought back to the kitchen. In that moment, it was Jacob of all people that kept level-headed through it all. The back door of Emily's quaint house clattered, and Bella glanced up, watching as Jacob sprinted out into the forest. Sam pushed open the door next and stepped onto the porch. Solemn-faced, he gave them a deferential nod. Leah sighed, straightened. That's our cue. Where's your keys? For the next few minutes, Bella tried to focus on her breathing and not the butterflies engulfing her stomach as Leah drove them to the tribal center at the heart of the reservation. Leah drove with insouciant confidence that she held doing anything physical, confident and strong, gentle and giving. One arm slung on the seat behind Bella's head, the other resting casually on the window sill while she steered. She looked as if they were out for a weekend drive to the beach and not meeting the cavalry. Bella knew she saw her watching, but she allowed it without comment, only cutting those eyes over to glance at her every couple minute or so. When she did so, her lips softened infinitesimally. "Now I know you're checking me out." Leah finally tossed out the side of her mouth with a chuckle as they turned off the main road. Bella hummed, "Just watchin'." Leah was the only thing keeping her anxiety in check. Leah shifted her posture and with her left hand steering, her right hand traveled seamlessly over to rest on Bella's thigh. The touch made her body buzz. Leah finally met her gaze as her pink tongue darting over her full lips to wet them. "Watch away, baby," she purred. Instant, traitorous heat blossomed on her cheeks and Bella tore her gaze away with a soft gasp as her heart jumped to a gallop. Leah chuckled as the truck bumped over gravel. "I heard that," Leah whispered as she pulled them into a parking lot. "Shut up." Bella couldn't help the ghost of a smile that fizzled out as soon as she peered out the windshield at the building ahead of them. It was a medium-sized cozy-looking structure with white siding and a vivid red, gently sloping roof. Quileute Tribe was painted on a wooden sign on one side, and a giant, stylized, Native American Thunderbird was painted on the other. Leaning against one of the double doors at the front was Jacob. While Leah jerked up the brake, Bella pushed open the door and slipped to the ground. She crossed in front of the hood as Jacob straightened expectantly. "Hey," Leah stepped out the truck and without a glance at him, took Bella's hand in hers. "We got this." Bella bit her lip and nodded, trying her best to will it true. Jacob disappeared inside and Bella smoothed her sweaty palms over her pants. Leah guided her toward the door with a warm hand at the small of her back. Leah had explained briefly on the drive over that the tribal center was open to any tribe member who needed it. It held not only government offices with records and histories but also classrooms, a kitchen, event space, and a small lost and found type store. They were standing in a sitting room of sorts, decorated with framed black and white pictures, paintings, and hand-carved pieces of ancient art. Bella marveled at the snapshots of history. She could be looking at some of Jake or Leah's direct relatives. "Come on," Leah urged gently, tugging on her hand. Bella hadn't noticed she'd been rooted in place, staring. With an apologetic glance at her, Bella let her lead them across the room to the hallway. The part of the building they were in seemed empty, everyone already gone home for the day. Jacob fell in step on her other side and bumped her shoulder. "Don't be nervous." "No pressure at all," Bella answered faintly. "You're not?" "Nah, it's just my dad." Jacob shrugged with a calm neutrality. "Not just." Bella wrinkled her nose. She was not looking forward to coming face to face with Sue. "Don't you worry about that," Leah murmured as she pulled Bella into her side and dipped her face to nuzzle the top of her head. It made Bella's stiff shoulders soften imperceptibly. "These things are just formalities. No matter how she feels about you, my mom wouldn't disrespect tradition." Bella couldn't decide if that made her feel better or not. Just because Sue wouldn't speak her mind in front of the others, didn't mean she wouldn't outside of meetings. And old Quill? Jacob snorted. "That old man may think he runs things, but he doesn't. My dad's just too passive to fight him on it." Bella tucked herself against Leah's solid arm and wondered why he wouldn't step into the more concrete role of chief. It wasn't like Billy wasn't proud of his heritage. It was obvious he was preparing his son for the same sovereign destiny. "Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Speaking of, where's Sam?" Bella asked. "Here, behind them." Sam strode through the double doors. Jacob and Leah straightened as he came to meet them. "Are they ready?" he asked Jacob, who nodded. "The council asks for Bella." "Good." He turned to Leah next. Don't worry, the kiddies are all settled." Leah growled over her shoulder, turning forward. Sam frowned at her, eyes narrowing. He must have decided dealing with her was more trouble than it's worth because he ignored her completely and turned to Bella. Bella swallowed as her fingers fidgeted in Leah's. She could see Leah's glance cut out to her from the corner of her eye as Sam put a warm, large hand on her shoulder. "Ready?" he asked quietly. Bella took a deep, centering breath and nodded. "Ready as she'll ever be." Sam slipped in front and as a pack, they went to meet the small but intimidating semicircle of the tribe's most powerful. The room was just off the hallway, a plain meeting room with all the tables pushed against the walls to make room for a loose circle of chairs in the middle. Bella's gaze panned the three weathered faces. Standing before them felt both familiar and foreign, and Bella fought the urge to turn and run the other way. It was Billy's relaxed and reassuring smile that allowed her to draw a deep breath into lungs that were starving. She avoided Sue Clearwater's gaze altogether, knowing that hard stare would make her lose her nerve completely. Sam stepped up ahead of them. "I speak as Alpha," he said calmly in his dusky baritone, folding his hands behind his back. "Bella has requested we accompany her to this meeting." Old Quill nodded curtly from the middle of the two as his eyes skipped from one person to the other. The three wolves were standing, imposing and proud at militant attention. And in the three elders, there wasn't a trace of familial camaraderie found in warm moments by a beach bonfire. It felt uncomfortable, like they were on trial or something. In a flash of hindsight, Bella understood. The council themselves were uneasy around the pack, and it created a rift between them and what it should have been like. Sympathetic, unending support for their sons and daughter. That shared part of their soul with a supernatural curse. There was too much fear of their nature, whether from the council, other pack members, even themselves. Indignant heat welled in her chest. They should know better. Old Quill gestured to the empty metal folding chairs ahead of them that completed the circle. "Sit," he ordered hoarsely. Bella guessed that Jacob probably filled them in on her request because no one looked surprised. Sam took the center right seat. Jacob took the one on his right side, closest to his father. Bella squeezed Leah's hand again before letting go. She stepped forward and sat in the center left seat next to Sam, which just left Leah the chair next to her, closest to Sue. "I'll stand." Leah bit out as she stopped right by Bella's shoulder, arms crossed saucily across her chest like a bodyguard. Bella saw a tick of shock on Old Quill's face that was echoed in a ripple around the circle, and in her periphery, the stiffening jerk of Sam's spine. All heads snapped to Leah. "Leah," her mother hissed, eyes flashing. "Sit down." Bella watched Leah draw her shoulders back, her nostrils flaring as if she was trying to rein in her burgeoning temper. Sam shifted in his chair, as if moving to stand, when Bella darted her hand out to catch Leah's elbow without thinking. The touch instantly sedated the butterflies in her stomach as well as the tension coiling under Leah's brown skin. She felt burning hot, hotter than usual. Leah's head snapped down, her eyes instantly focusing on Bella's. Too quick, too focused. The wolf was lurking just beneath the surface. It didn't surprise her. "Sit next to me," Bella murmured quietly to those striking eyes. "Please?" Her fingers skimmed lightly over the beads of perspiration on Leah's skin. Eyes locked on hers, Leah ignored the rest of them as she coolly bent and dragged the flimsy metal chair across the hardwood. It screeched harshly, adding to the strain of unease in the air. Each member of the council shifted uncomfortably. With a flick of her hand, she turned it around backwards and straddled the chair as she sat, leaning muscular forearms on the back. Her splayed knee pressed lightly against Bella's. Jaw muscles clenching and unclenching, Leah lifted her head and speared Old Quill with her stare. "Isabella Swan," Old Quill spoke again, gathering all the tension between the two groups in the fist of his gravelly voice. "We understand that you have information that may aid our warriors." "Here we go." "Yes." Bella sat up a little more, siphoning up Leah's touch against her knee greedily. "This afternoon, I received a call from Alice Cullen." The council exchanged glances. Billy's expression had unfolded from paternalistic into a poker face. "Guess that's where Jacob gets it from." Bella forged on, letting the momentum carry her words. "I'm sure you know about the red-headed vampire that has been breaching into Forks as of late. Well, her name is Victoria. And she wasn't alone. Last year, the Cullens killed her mate. This year, the pack took down their other companion, a black-haired vampire." Bella closed her eyes briefly. She hadn't prepared for the divulge of memories to come rushing back. The baseball game, the chase, the dance studio. Feather-soft fingertips caressed up her knee. "Victoria wants revenge." The words percolated like heated tar to her left. "Edward Cullen killed her mate. Now she wants to kill his." Leah sniffed a humorless laugh. It was a cold, ruthless sound. "She built an army of newborn vampires. They're what's doing all those killings in Seattle. And she's gonna make them attack in about a week's time." Bella opened her eyes to her lap, and Leah's fingertips slowly tracing against the top of her thigh, as gasps and murmurs fell around her. "This cannot be. We need to prepare, the Cullens brought this on us." It was Sue who spat those last words disparagingly across the circle. There was a derisive undertone to her words. The sharp glance at Bella made no mistake of who she really meant. It caught Bella off guard. Leah stiffened immediately, lips pulling away from canines when, on the other side of Sam, Jacob sat up. It was the intruders who started this. Jacob's words were no more than a hiss pushed through gritted teeth. Bella was an innocent bystander. Old Quill began tapping his old, gnarled cane against the floor, like the slam of a gavel. "Jake," Sam petitioned. His head swiveled, throwing a warning glare at both him and Leah before turning to meet Old Quill's ancient gaze head-on. "We intend to finish this," he rumbled with authority. "I was informed that the Cullens would like to help us." "Help?" Billy's eyes narrowed as he laced his hands in his lap. "Truce," Sam bit out, his eyes moving across the three elders poignantly. "They want a temporary truce." Unease rippled again, and all three shifted in their seat and exchanged glances of disbelief. Sue's regal face contorted into a scowl as a burst of a liquid quilute fell from her lips hotly. "How do we know they aren't working with the ones in Seattle?" Old Quill rasped, the first notes of outrage creeping into his stalwart voice. Like the fall of dominoes, all gazes slipped to Bella. Alice wouldn't lie about this. Bella blinked uncomfortably as heat crept across her face. They would never work with vampires as dangerous as Victoria. She threatens their lifestyle. Despite the loaded stares, a flash of anger detonated in her gut. They didn't believe her. "I spoke to the damn leech." Leah spat. "She wanted to meet us on neutral ground away from Seattle." Warmth spread through her veins. At least Leah was on her side. "Could be a trap." Sue muttered from the side of her mouth. "They promised to abide by the treaty and one of their own broke it." "And what of the one who attacked Bella and Leah?" Billy asked evenly, just the edges of his voice roughened by chagrin. Bella cleared her throat. "He's missing." Discourse rumbled as Billy waved the noise down. His eyes darted all over her face with unflappable calm. "Missing how, honey?" Bella grimaced uncertainly. She hadn't exactly absorbed everything Alice told her the brief time they were on the phone. "They lost him in Alaska." Leah ground out beside her, matter of fact. "They were taking him to Denali. He slipped their grasp and somehow evaded them. Alice tracked him all the way back to the US border. Then he disappeared from radar. Then he could be in Seattle, he could be in Forks." Jacob met Bella's gaze as the council dissolved into dismayed murmurs. His face was lined and serious, until a subtle eye roll gave her the impression it was just piqued annoyance. "So, we'll meet with them," Jacob suggested like it was the most obvious choice in the world. Bella's eyes shot up to her hairline in surprise. Wasn't he very against the idea not 45 minutes ago in Emily's kitchen? "If they're right and Edward's gone, we outnumber them 9-6, with Brady, 10. He stated, "The future teller can't see us. And without Eddie's mind-reading tricks, we could take them easily if the whole thing went south." "And if they're lying and he's still working with them?" Sam grumbled, crossing his arms over his chest. "We can't afford any more mistakes." He glanced at Sue somberly and Bella thought of poor Seth. "We still have the upper hand," Jacob said confidently, dipping forward to lean his forearms on his knees. "There's a reason they cut that deal with my great-grandfather. We scare them. We did then, we do now. Don't underestimate their kind, son." Billy murmured, his eyes dark and foreboding. "Our ancestors suffered great loss at the hands of the Cold Ones. Who are you willing to lose?" The sentiment seemed to be echoed in every face. Bella looked around at the various layers of rebuff. "Nobody's losing shit." Leah barked with a huff. Bella sucked in a wavering breath. She'd felt Leah's discomfort next to her rolling off her in waves almost as great as Bella's own. She knew it would be a matter of time before she snapped. Sue scowled disapprovingly at her daughter, but Leah plowed right over it. "These are our lands. We've been here since the beginning of time. They're the guests, not us." She turned her dagger sights on Sam. "We set the meeting place and time. We stake it out beforehand and position ourselves so there would be no fucking chance of an ambush." Sam's eyes narrowed as he tilted his head in counterfeit calm. Bella could see his hands clenching against his stocky thighs. Before he could answer, Old Quill did. "No," he announced in that ancient timbre. "We will not allow." "It's not just up to you." Leah burst to her feet with a clatter of flimsy metal on wood, making the entire room go silent. You think we're just soldiers, or monsters, to do your bidding, she snarled, scanning each set of wide eyes. You don't understand anything. So fucking set in your old ways. That's enough, Sue hissed. Leah, you need to. I'm not your daughter right now. Leah bit back, turning on her, and unless I'm mistaken, you're not chief here. Bella felt like she had when she'd been face to face with a volatile Leah wolf. She felt lightheaded, and desperately like if she didn't do something, this whole thing could spiral into chaos. Metal creaked beside her as Sam pointedly drew himself up to his towering height. Leah turned on him with teeth bared in warning. Bella couldn't stand it anymore. She stood to her feet, pushing her chair out the way, and stepped between the two even as her instincts screamed at her to not interfere between unstable wolves. Leah's attention snapped to her like a steel trap. Bella offered no words, just her pleading eyes and gentle hand outstretched to her. Leah's pupils constricted to pinpoints then ballooned outward to consume the light brown Bella loved so much. It was as if her dual natures were duking it out behind her eyes. Finally, mechanically, her hand reached out to wrap around Bella's. Their fingers laced together, and Bella tumbled into the warmth of her palm. A cold, austere mask hardened Leah's features as she turned back to the council. Expressions there ranged from uncensored surprise to habitual solemn. Bella's eyes darted out to where Sam was taking a deep breath beside her, a staying hand directed at Jacob, who looked ready to lunge to his feet next. Her eyes glued to Leah's sharp profile. Bella's words came quietly. She's right. You guys don't understand. She glanced over both Sue and Old Quill to look into Billy's intense eyes. Despite personal turmoil and the sensitivity of the situation, he was listening. Just like his son. Your sons and daughter are wolves. Some of them more dominant than the rest. She scanned each set of eyes. They have to be able to protect this tribe from true monsters. Without conscience. Without fear. You can't shame or regulate a wolf into submission, unless you want your throat ripped out. She stressed quietly, her voice gaining strength with every word. So, when Sam or Jacob or Leah make decisions, they've already weighed a million different things. Half of them you don't understand because you haven't phased. But they've also weighed in what's best for the tribe, the pack, the imprints, new cubs, everyone. Bella stood in murky silence, staring down the leaders of the entire tribe. She struggled not to fidget while Billy's eyes darted back and forth between hers, unreadable. So, Bella, he began evenly, leaning back in his wheelchair. What do you think the pack needs from the council? Bella released a sigh and rubbed her thumb over the back of Leah's hand. The wolf still stood motionless beside her like her own personal security. Your support, she emphasized, and your trust. For one, it's important you see their perspective before you make big decisions like this. Everyone should have a say in those decisions, and if anything, pack should have the final say. They're the ones who are gonna be carrying it out, so, she shrugged, but it all comes down to acceptance. And trust that these three know what they're doing with their pack. Bella looked each council member in the eyes in turn, first a wide-eyed Sue, ending with a gently smiling Billy. I'm pretty sure they get it from you guys. That smile on Billy's face grew roots and his gaze tipped to Leah. Leah is lucky to have you, Bells. Damn straight. Leah whispered. The council will put the meeting with the Cullens up to a vote. Billy's voice boomed over the room with finality. He paused for a few seconds, daring anyone to refute. Sue leaned back in her chair, frowning. Old Quill looked dispassionate as always, the only show of emotion the white-knuckled grip his wrinkled hands had on his cane. He nodded once. Sam released a breath and sat. Bella stepped back to find her chair. Leah hovered by her but made no move toward her own discarded seat. She seemed content enough to stay at Bella's shoulder with poignant attention, her arms folded loosely across her chest. This time, nobody chastised her. When everyone was settled, Old Quill's voice divulged into somber. All in favor to allow a temporary truce with the Cullen clan, please raise your hand. Bella's hand darted up first. She glanced around the circle, waiting. Leah lifted her hand from her forearm and Bella smiled at her gratefully. Leah winked down at her, amusement glittering in her eyes. On Bella's right, Jacob sat up and lifted his hand. Bella cheered on the inside, now they just needed one more. Sue pulled her lip between her teeth, her eyes glued to the floor. Finally, she sat back in her seat, not a hand in sight, and looked towards Old Quill. Old Quill's weathered gaze slowly dragged across the line of wolves. With both hands firmly on the head of his cane, he looked at Billy. Billy, eyes calculating and open, looked only at Sam. Sam clenched his jaw, the muscle bulging for a second. Ignoring Billy, he turned and met Bella's gaze. I made a promise to never let them get near you or the other imprints again. He spoke quietly to her wide eyes. And you haven't. Bella breathed. But if we do this thing, I can't know what will happen. There are factors we can't control, no matter how much we try. Mistakes might happen. Mistakes will always happen. Bella amended. It's just another lesson we learn and overcome. Sam searched her gaze with something like desperation, and Bella suddenly caught on that he was fighting his own silent battle. The need to protect his tribe from the known, the Cullens, and fear of that unknown, the Seattle vampires. It was tearing him in two. Bella's hand darted out to Sam's, resting on his lap. The heated touch of Sam's hand wasn't even in the same universe as Leah's, but it was familiar and warm, and his steady strength calmed her. He felt like family, plain and simple. The obliged look in his eyes suggested it affected him the same way. Sam turned back to Billy and raised his hand. The corner of Billy's mouth dimpled in a private smile as he lifted his own hand with a final decree like the fall of a hammer. Then it is settled. I need to talk to you. At the tone, insolent heat stiffened Leah's spine as fury ignited in her chest. It didn't matter that Sue was on the council. It didn't matter that she was her mother. Sue had effectively drawn a line in the sand the moment Leah had imprinted, whether or not she'd admitted back then. As her daughter, Leah could maybe understand the protective, newly widowed mother Sue had become. But as counsel and safekeeper of the tribe's secrets and histories, she should know beyond anyone what imprinting meant to them. What Bella meant to her. I have nothing to say to you. Leah minced the words through a growl. Up ahead, no more than a few feet, Bella had paused halfway through the door, wide inquiring eyes thrown back at Leah. Leah couldn't stop herself from focusing on the nervous hitch of her breath and every glorious heartbeat as Sue drifted closer. In the hallway, Sam pierced her with a stare and a stiff jaw. He silently turned down the hall. Yeah, that's right, asshole. Chew off someone else's ear about manners. Blissfully unaware or purposely ignoring the fire in Leah's voice, Sue pushed on. Well, I have some things to say to you. Bella mumbled. She glanced at Sam, then back at her. I'll meet you out front. With everything in Leah strained towards her, the center of her orbit, Leah forced herself to nod. With a tiny skip of hesitation, Bella turned away and let the door fall gently shut. Swallowing a ball of magma, Leah squared her shoulders and turned to face her mother. Sue watched her in that way she watched storm clouds roll in from the sea. Pensive and sharp, it was a look Leah knew all too well. It was the same kind that could see through mischief, strip down deception. It was the look she'd dodged like grenades all through her childhood when she'd done something her mother didn't approve of. Leah fought the urge to squirm and crossed her arms across her chest. Not like she had anything to hide, but it made her antsy all the same. Sue had been giving her that same look as Billy adjourned the meeting. As the other elders, Sam, Jacob silently filtered out the room. Only Bella hesitated, which meant Leah stayed, and her mother. Your brother misses you. Seth? Leah's brows furrowed as her gaze fell between them. I saw him this morning, he was asleep. She hadn't wanted to wake him. Healing sucked every ounce of energy from their bodies. Leah was grateful for it. Their bodies burned too hot for painkillers or medicine. As much as she missed him and his infectious optimism, seeing him in pain probably would have broken her all over again. You should be seeing him more often. Sue shook her head. Too young to have this much on your shoulders. Yeah, well, blame Sam. Leah grumbled, grasping a hand through her hair. What the hell was she supposed to say? Sorry, there's rampant bloodsuckers on the loose. Something flashed across Sue's face, too fast for Leah to read. Good thing Leah had stopped trying to read her a long time ago. Sue smoothed her skirt, looking down with a distasteful tilt to her chin. She switched tactics. You never came home last night. With a long exhale, Leah crossed her arms. So, where were you? Out. Where, Leah? Sue's voice sharpened. Leah ground her teeth together, trying to temper the furnace building in her chest. She had nothing to hide, and for fuck's sake, she was an adult. I stayed with Bella. Leah said, measured and cool despite the corner of her lip ticking up reflexively from her canine. Sue kept her face composed, but Leah knew her well enough to know what the twitch in her brow gave away. I see. Sue sniffed, and you were with her when Seth was injured? Blistering uproar detonated in her gut. Mother or not, anyone who used that tone to refer to her imprint was asking for trouble. Don't. Leah spat, her control waning as a low-grade quake shook itself free down her arms. There was nothing I could have done. And you're not gonna make me choose between protecting Bella and babysitting Seth. The carefully composed veil on her mother's face cracked right down the middle like fine china shattering on linoleum. There it was. The one thing Sue managed to pass down to Leah, her fire. He's only 14. You were supposed. Sam asked me not to. Go yell at him if you need someone to blame. Leah interrupted hotly, turning her back on her mother. Seth's not a fucking kid anymore. Sue huffed. I don't care what Sam says. I won't lose anyone else. Leah froze. The pain in her mother's voice was sobering like a bucket of ice water over her head. Suddenly Leah saw just how hard Sue was trying not to let the same thing that took her husband take her children, by force of the council or otherwise. But her fight wasn't with Leah. Bella was right. You still don't get it. Leah spat, her eyes burning a hole in the ancient wooden floor. Don't ever accuse me of not caring about Seth. I watched it through his eyes. I felt every fucking thing he felt when that leech. The words disintegrated into a growl. Leah, and don't ever make me choose between him and Bella. Leah shoved her way out the door with a bang of the ricocheting doorknob against the hallway wall. It hardly registered in her mind. Her wolf prowled dangerously, testing the seams of her control. She didn't hate her mom, not really, but something as complicated as human emotion and thought processes translated terribly in the wolf's simple language. Like everything else that transpired in the last 20 minutes, Leah shoved it out of her mind because there was only one thing she cared about at the moment. Bella. Sucking down the mellow scent of her imprint trailing down the hall, Leah rounded the corner, and came face to face with Sam's pecs. Leah's breath stalled over a low growl as every muscle slithered and jumped. Sam, you have .5 fucking seconds, Leah hissed. Easy, sister. Sam rumbled, squaring his shoulders. Keep your head. She dragged her eyes up to meet a molten gaze from under that heavy brow. His face was stone cold and expressionless in a way that would have frightened her, coming from her alpha, if she wasn't fixin' to punch something right about now. Sam's eyes darted between hers for half a second. Just as her hands were beginning to clench, as quick as he'd appeared, Sam was suddenly turning away. Leah physically laxed as her eyes finally fell upon Bella. Cheeks flushed, wide-eyed, and nervous. But relatively okay by what Leah could see from where the small girl was tucked protectively under Jacob's arm. Her gaze was warmth and Leah drank it greedily as she put one steady foot in front of the other. Her temper, already waning, spiked subtly at the way Jacob's arm tensed at her approach. Rolling her eyes, Leah held a hand out to her girl. Hey, chica. It had been a whiplash of reality stepping out the door into the hall. Like dunking her head underwater, the mood quickly plunged from success to nervous anticipation as Bella walked between the towering men. Meeting with the Cullens was a whole other bag of worms altogether. She didn't even want to think about this upcoming battle. The thought of her friends and newly found family fighting to the death with a pack of wild newborn vampires was too much to bear. Leah, Jacob, Sam, Embry and Quill, even the kids. Leah bumped her arm. You look like you're about to throw up. I feel like it. Bella grimaced as heat rushed to her cheeks. Hey, don't stress, leave that to us. She gave her a SparkNotes version of her signature smirk. You were awesome in there, by the way. I think I'm rubbing off on you. Thanks. Bella snorted a gentle laugh and shook her head as the levity dissipated into sobering reality. Come on, I'll take you home. Ignoring a silent Jacob and a quietly pacing Sam, Leah hugged Bella to her side and led her to the door. Bella turned her face into the warm skin at Leah's shoulder, burning hot with whatever dilemmas boiled inside her wolf. She breathed deeply of her comforting scent, trying, and failing not to think of the muted sound of Leah and Sue's climbing argument, the bang of the door against the wall that made her jump. What are we gonna do? Bella whispered. Everything we can. Sam answered behind them. Bella whipped her head back to see Sam, his face tight and stern, as his eyes drifted over them then out to the room. She swallowed thickly. No matter how much anxiety Bella had about the upcoming battle, Sam probably had it 1,000, no, 1,000,000 times worse. Take her home and come straight back here, Sam ordered in a gentle timbre. We still gotta discuss where we're meeting the Cullens. Where are we thinking? Jacob cracked his knuckles eagerly as Leah paused. The falls. No, Sam ran a brusque hand through his hair, too closed off. Not enough exits. I'm thinking the 3 rivers. Jacob tilted his head. That could work. Of course, we'd have to. No way. Leah scoffed. Her arm winded casually around Bella's waist as she threw a scowl back at Sam. If we're gonna do this thing, we're gonna do it smart, she told them, deadly and slick. They're not getting a fucking inch on Forks if that mind reader shows up. Yeah? You got anything better? Jake muttered. I'm not risking Forks. Sam interrupted, glancing at Bella pointedly. And I'm not risking the pack either. I won't let what happened to Seth ever happen again. Bella felt the words hit their mark in Leah's stiffening body and she tipped her head up, eyes searching. Leah caught her gaze with a face laced with pain that left Bella scrambling for a way to make it better. She knew, rationally, that nothing but time could ever do that. She just couldn't bear that look in her eyes. Something about the listless ache that she could feel ebbing and flowing between the 3 wolves had her speaking up. If there was a way to help, even a little bit, Bella would try. Sam, how much of the national park do you have covered? She asked quietly. Sam licked his lips, his head dipping back in thought as his eyes scanned ceiling, from the coast to about Elwha River. Why? Bella tilted her head. She sucked with directions, but she vaguely remembered crossing a bridge over that river right before hitting Port Angeles. It was way further than what she'd guessed they had covered, but if Sam was right then this would be no problem for them. Bella took a deep breath. There's a valley between Mount Olympus and, her brow furrowed. Damn it, she should have asked the name of it when she had the chance. Well, I'm not really sure which peak it is. But it's this huge field, not too many trees, could that work? Mount Olympus and, Bogachiel? Jacob mused, that's deep in Cullen territory. You're sure about the location? Leah murmured against the top of her head, her tone soft and encouraging. Bella leaned into her. Leah never made her feel like she was second-guessing her. Positive. Bella asserted, her eyes on Sam. Sam tapped his long fingers against his thigh thoughtfully. How did you hear about this valley? The side of Bella's lips curved up in the ghost of a smile. I didn't hear about it. I've been there. Sam and Jacob exchanged a glance. The Cullens took me to watch them play baseball. Bella wrinkled her nose at the memory that seemed ingrained in her mind no matter how much she tried to forget. The night everything started. A warm hand smoothed down her back. Flat, open, one way in, one way out, Leah listed off, nodding. Sounds peachy keen to me. We'd even get eyes from above. While Jacob stared at her, bug-eyed over the baseball statement, Sam mulled it over. Well, it's a possibility. Sam stated, but he was nodding too. We need to speak to the Cullens and the pack. You have the number, Leah? Leah's arm slung over her shoulders as she recounted, from memory, the number that was already blocked on Bella's own cell. Bella tuned it out, content to relinquish the rest of planning and location to the 3 as her mind spun out. It wasn't until Leah was nudging Bella towards the door did she realize how bone-tired she really was. You ready? Leah murmured as she held the door open for her. Not really. Bella grimaced as they stepped out into the cool, quiet evening. It was around when her and Charlie usually had dinner, which meant he'd definitely be home. I still have to face my dad. Didn't know I was transporting a felon. Leah's chuckle bounced out with the chilly breeze that trundled down the empty residential streets. Bella released a heavy sigh as she opened the passenger door and climbed in. You don't think he'd actually be mad, do you? Leah snorted and yanked the truck to life, draping her arm casually on the back of Bella's seat. Not a chance. I know he's a cop and all, but you seriously lucked out. He's pretty chill. For now. Bella pulled her knees to her chest as Leah turned out on the darkening road. Leah fiddled with the radio until quiet 70s rock buzzed Bella's nerves slack. She reached out blindly and felt for Leah's hand in the dark. Leah turned her palm up on the seat, as if sensing her movements. Bella tucked her cheek on the top of her knee and gently slid a finger over the winding faint veins under the skin of her wrist. It's easy to forget how delicate Leah was, and it was times like this that it was almost impossible to imagine a wolf bursting from that skin. So, Leah murmured quietly out the side of her mouth, "Sorry you had to hear all that, before." Bella felt the heat blossom over her cheeks. "It's okay. I couldn't really hear most of it anyway." She heard Leah lick her lips. "But you heard some of it, it wasn't a question." Bella traced her fingertips over the graceful lines on Leah's palm. She nodded in the dark. If she only heard some of Leah's fight with her mom, it was probably loud enough for Jacob and Sam to hear all of it. "How much?" "Just some of the end," Bella whispered, her brow pinching down the middle. "Leah, I don't want to come between you and your mom." At Leah's dark chuckle, Bella glanced up. Leah's profile was gracefully stunning in the dark. Hidden in shadows, her eyes were an unfathomable mystery locked on the road and whizzing trees ahead. "You didn't do that." "She did." Her lower lip curled in disgust, all on her own. "Still." Bella swallowed and skimmed the tips of her fingers along Leah's lithe ones. "Would it be easier if I stayed away from the res?" "No." Leah's hand jerked, which in turn made Bella startle. Left hand tightening on the wheel, Leah used her other to grasp Bella's hand before it could fully, instinctively retreat. "The res is your home too." Leah glanced at her with dark, fiery eyes for a split second and spoke directly into Bella's wide gaze. "Your pack. End of story." Bella couldn't suppress the small smile at the searing heat in those words. She didn't just believe it, she felt it. Like that stalwart, but sometimes grudging, loving acceptance of both quirks and qualms that came with unconditional love. She wondered if they all understood what a gift this thing was. Bella was certainly starting to. "Well." Bella exhaled and leaned her head on Leah's shoulder. "If Charlie kicks me out, at least I won't be homeless." "Makes two of us." Leah sniffed. "Wouldn't be surprised if I got home and all my stuff was out in the yard." Bella hid her frown and shook her head minutely. "She loves you, you know, she's just worried." "She can love me all she wants." Leah growled as a tremor vibrated her arm hard enough for Bella to realize it wasn't her old, bumpy truck's doing. "But if she disrespects you, she disrespects me. That goes for any of those old foo." "Leah," Bella admonished under her breath. Leah smiled blandly. "Sorry." "It's okay," Bella whispered. "And thank you. I just wish it wasn't the case." There wasn't much either of them could do about minds that were slow to change. But tides were changing, even if at a snail's pace. One day all the elders would be gone, and Bella's generation would be the ones who passed on the pack's histories. She hoped they would be able to make peace before then. Leah was quiet as Bella rearranged their hands in her lap. She slipped her fingers between Leah's, interlocking and blending together as they rumbled along the familiar roads of Outer Forks. She could feel Leah relax, the muscle in her forearm softening as her fingers eased in her grip. Bella bit her lip, knowing her next words would break the solemn peace. "When do you think Sam would want to meet the Cullens?" Bella murmured to the dark wood flitting by. Leah sucked in a slow inhale. "Well, they're probably scoping out that valley as we speak," she replied brusquely, "and if talks go right with the leeches, we'll probably be meeting them tonight." "Tonight?" Bella sat up straighter in her seat as both hands came in to grasp Leah's on her lap. "I'm going, too," Bella stated, her eyes darting over Leah's face as a furrowed brow lowered over Leah's dark eyes. Bella braced for flat-out refusal, or at the very least, bargaining. "Are you sure?" Leah asked quietly, intensely, at the dark road ahead. Bella swallowed the knot in her throat and nodded. "Please. I need to be there. I want to be with you." Bella closed her eyes, caricatures of pale, terrifying figures flitting past her lids. "And I want to say goodbye." A soft press of full lips to her temple had Bella opening her eyes to the truck easing off the main road and into her neighborhood. "I'll tell Sam," Leah murmured into her locks as she kept her eyes ahead on the road. A spark of heat flickered in her chest. Not an "I'll talk to Sam," but an "I'll tell Sam." Leah wasn't looking for permission. Bella bit her lip, her heart thudding louder and louder in her ears as they pulled up to the front of her house. As she suspected, the lights were on in the kitchen and living room. He's gonna say no. Leah pulled into the driveway and killed the engine. Without a word, Leah unclasped their hands and turned to face Bella in her seat, casually folding one long leg up on the leather. The closeness and sudden intimacy stole Bella's breath as Leah held her gaze. Drawing forward, Leah pressed another tender kiss to Bella's forehead. "I don't care what he says," she hummed, a wash of spicy sweetness over the crown of Bella's head. Bella swallowed and shifted in her seat to turn to her fully. "Really?" Her fingers grasped the front of Leah's shirt and, unintentionally, brushed the solid swath of impenetrable muscle underneath. Bella inhaled quickly and softening her hands. The corner of Leah's lips pulled up in a wry smile, and she dipped back as Bella blinked back into focus in Leah's eyes. "Have I ever denied you anything?" Bella realized, belatedly, Leah was right. From staying in bed and cuddling her on the worst night of her life, to baking cookies together, to staying away when Bella, stupidly, asked her to, she'd never refused or contradicted her. She couldn't say the same for Edward, or even Jacob for that matter. "No," Bella breathed, "you haven't." Leah's smile grew roots, and her hands went up to cup Bella's jaw in that way she loved. She sank into the warmth of her palms as Leah's smoky chuckle bounced through the din. "So, since you're already a criminal, you up for sneaking out?" Leah whispered conspiringly. "Don't remind me." Bella scrunched her nose. "And I have snuck out before, you know." Leah's eyes widened comically as her hands slipped from Bella's heated cheeks. "What, you? Innocent little swan." "Oh my God." Bella blushed furiously and rolled her eyes as a smile tugged at her lips. "Just text me when. I'll meet you out front." "You got it. It'll probably be sometime after midnight when most people are sound asleep." Leah grinned. "You know, it's really hot when you order me like that." A laugh burst from Bella's lips as she swatted at Leah. "You're an idiot." "And you?" Leah's voice dipped an octave, from light and teasing into a sexy purr that had Bella's heart flip-flopping straight down to her stomach. "Love it." Before she could properly react, Leah's hands smoothed over her hips and tugged, scooting her body gently forward so Leah's lips were a breath away, her lidded eyes melting every ounce of apprehension from Bella's mind. She simply went numb. "Maybe I do." Bella rasped gently, her hands finding Leah's strong shoulders. Leah grinned triumphantly, and Bella answered with a smile of her own as she brushed wispy, feather-soft strands of midnight away from Leah's cheek. Her eyes darted instantly to Leah's lips. Leah watched her, her hands moving unfalteringly around the small of Bella's back. For a moment Leah just held her in her accepting, ever-supporting gaze, in her tender palms. And then she gave Bella exactly what she needed. She leaned forward and pressed her lips to Bella's in a silken honey oath. Bella found her fingers slipping into raven hair, pulling her closer as she unabashedly kissed her back, slow and sensual. A groan revved in the back of Leah's throat like the purr of a Bugatti, and Bella jolted as the sound sluiced over the fires of want that burned in her soul. Leah's lips, like her wolf, were dangerous, and Bella didn't care. The hands grasping her hips like a lifeline weren't enough. Bella wanted to feel her, all of her, as she pressed forward so Leah could wind her strong arms around her waist and pull her flush. They each broke the kiss with a gasp. Leah sucked in a breath, her hair wildly, adorably, mused. "Damn it, woman," she hissed. Bella panted a laugh and skimmed her hands over the strong planes of her shoulders as Leah bumped her cheek to Bella's. A soft hum of content pushed past Bella's lips as she felt Leah's heart thudding against her chest in tune with her own. She liked that she could make Leah feel, well, like she made Bella feel. Even in turbulent times. She felt Leah swallow. "I gotta go." When she felt Leah pulling back, instant anxiety had her eyes snapping up to Leah's face. Leah regretfully untangled her arms from Bella and leaned back to push the cab's door open with the squeak of metal. Pressing her lips together, Bella looked over Leah's shoulder at the dimly lit porch. One of Leah's hands slipped up to cup the back of her head, as she bent to place a long caressing kiss to her lips. Bella closed her eyes and eagerly gulped down every taste, scent, and sensation. She wanted the kiss to last forever, but Leah gently, but firmly, pulled away. "I'll see you soon, sweetheart." Leah breathed over her lips, warm and tender. "See you," Bella whispered, drawing a deep breath of her scent. Leah held her gaze for a moment, and then turned away. She ducked out of the truck and jogged across the lawn with her powerful, liquid gait. For several moments, Bella sat alone. watching Leah's tall form weave into the dark branches until she disappeared. After several blinks, Bella sighed and climbed out the open door. She pushed it closed and fished her backpack out the back of trunk before making her way to the porch. Bella hesitated, as a prickle of warmth swathed the back of her neck, making all the hairs stand. She spun, her eyes darting out to the dusky treeline, searching. There, glittering in the dark, were two steady pinpricks in the night, twin firefly flames. Bella gave those eyes a private smile. Forcing her shoulders back, she took a deep breath and let herself in. The smell of diner takeout and the soft sounds of TV baseball replays greeted her as she stood in the dimly lit foyer. Bella shut the door as quietly as she dared and toed her sneakers off. She hoped Charlie was asleep on the couch. But halfway up the stairs, that one squeaky step skillfully evaded, the crinkle of the sofa and a gruff sigh heralded the worst-case scenario. "Bells?" Charlie cleared his throat at the entryway below her and Bella froze. "Can we talk?" "I'm pretty tired, Dad." Bella urged a yawn that wasn't entirely false and peeked back at him. In his face she found a furrowed brow and frown that made her bite her lip nervously. "Was Jacob at your school today?" he rumbled, his voice complacent but firm. Bella expelled a despairing breath and turned slowly to meet him. "Yes." "What was he doing there?" The corner of Charlie's mustache ticked minutely. "He came to see me," Bella murmured. "Why?" "I got a call to the station." Charlie was trying to keep his words calm, she could tell, but there was a sharp edge to his voice that let Bella know he meant business. "One of your classmates' mother in hysterics, saying somebody native threatened her son and his friends today." Bella's eyes widened, her brow jumping to her hairline. "What? No, Dad, she's lying. Jake was just protecting me." Charlie's eyes snapped up at once. "Protecting you from who?" Bella licked her lips. "Nothing. Just dumb kids at school." She dismissed quickly, dropping her eyes to the grainy wood floors with a frown. "What did the lady want?" "Well," he started slowly, doubt written all over his face. "We talked her down from pressing charges." Charlie's eyes darted between hers and he pressed his lips together, "But she specifically dropped your name, Bella." Bella could only stare, unsure how to proceed. "She talked to the school, and they called me worried about some sorta gang activity." Charlie rubbed a tired hand over the scruff on his chin as Bella nearly stumbled down a step. "No, you know Jake," Bella whispered. "I know I do, and while I don't want to believe her, I'm inclined to see all sides of this." Charlie stressed. "What the hell is going on with you and Jake? I couldn't get a hold of you all day. Billy's ignoring all my calls." "It's not what you think." Bella rushed out. "He's trying to be a good friend, make sure I'm all right." Charlie watched her squirm for a moment, then released a sigh. "I don't know what to think." He grumbled and turned back into the living room. "Except that there's something you're not telling me." Bella stepped numbly down the stairs and trailed behind him, lost. What was she supposed to say? She couldn't tell him anything. She wasn't even sure if she should tell him about Leah. "All I know," Charlie rambled as he paced back into the living room, "is that you're a good kid. You keep your grades up, your head down, and you don't get in trouble." Bella stopped at the doorway as Charlie glanced up at her. "So why do they think you're involved in gang activity?" Bella shrugged, her eyes dropping like lead. "There is no gang activity." "Are you and Jake?" "Ah. No." Bella gasped, her head shooting back up as a blush painted her cheeks bright red. "No, we're not like that. He's my best friend. That's all." Charlie seemed just as mortified, his brows troubled, and his lips pursed as he nodded. "Listen, we only have criminal jurisdiction on tribal lands, so if there is gang activity." "There isn't." Bella interrupted in a hard voice, her embarrassment metastasizing into a hot flash of protective heat. "Whoever put in that complaint is just plain wrong. And racist. What? Jake can't hang out with me without being accused of being a criminal just because he's Quileute?" "No one is saying that, Bells. Maybe not to your face," she replied curtly. Charlie collapsed onto the couch with the creak of furniture as the muted TV flashed behind him. "Well, whatever is happening, maybe it's best you stayed away from the res." Bella's mouth dropped open. "Billy once told me Jacob was going through a hard time." At Bella's protest, he raised a staying hand. "Now, while I don't think it's gang-related, I thought maybe you might be a good influence on him." "It's clear he's not a good influence on." "Jacob is going through a hard time, Dad." Bella gritted her teeth. And what he needs most is his friends not abandoning him. Charlie's mustache buckled, a dent working its way between his tense brows. All I'm saying is, until I talk to Billy and figure out what's going on, you're not going to mess up your last weeks of school over this. Bella turned to the stairs and rolled her eyes in disbelief. Nobody is messing up anything. The res isn't dangerous, and neither is Jake. Bella shook her head and scrambled up the stairs. It wasn't until she reached her room did she realize how fast her heart was going. Bella dropped her bag and immediately went to her window, shoving the pane up and sucking in a deep breath of cool night air. She was tired. Not in physical sense, but the bone-deep, soul-weary kind. Rubbing her hand absently over her chest, Bella sighed wretchedly as her eyes panned across the empty, dusky yard. When she turned back into the room, it was exactly as she left it. Bed unmade and rumpled, desk scattered with school papers and books. A wayward sock here or there from too many rushed mornings. For some reason, it felt foreign. Empty. It had always been her room, but for some reason, it didn't feel like home. Bella's fingers twitched with the urge to dig out her phone and text Leah. It was stupid. She knew Leah was probably phased and wouldn't answer. She just couldn't help herself. Taking a deep breath, Bella settled at her desk and pulled out her schoolbooks, and waited. She was glad she had dinner back at Emily's. As she watched the clock tick into the evening hours, Bella bounced her knee and scanned her notes over and over before deciding her head wasn't in it. She couldn't sit still any longer, and besides, it was almost time. Charlie had already gone to bed. Bella listened closely to his heavy footfalls up the stairs and the distant rush of bathroom sink. He was giving her space, and Bella was glad for it. She was still upset at him for basically blaming Jacob without any other proof than a couple of angry moms. Bella crossed to her drawers and changed, exchanging her jeans and top for something less constricting and more inconspicuous. She settled on a pair of black leggings, with a black hoodie to go with it. She had nervously pulled down her sweatshirt and was fluffing her hair before she even realized what she was doing. The shrill buzz of her cell on the desk had adrenaline charging up her veins as it crippled the quiet. With a humorless laugh at herself, Bella put the phone to her ear, drawing in a shaky breath. "Hello," she whispered. "Hey, baby." What was left of Bella's fleeting heart quickly plunged to her stomach with butterflies. Instant, butter-soft warmth spread over soul at that husky croon. "Is it time?" she murmured quietly, glancing out the window into the night. "Yeah, it is." There was a ruffling on the other end that crackled behind Leah's words. "Meet me out back? I'm in the woods by the oak tree." Bella nodded, then remembered Leah couldn't see her. "I'll be there in a few." Her heart galloped with anticipation. So much so she felt it buzzing in the tips of her fingers as she slipped the phone in her back pocket and tiptoed out her room. She paused briefly outside of Charlie's door, just long enough that his chainsaw-like snores could reassure her he wasn't getting up anytime soon. Bella slowly and silently slipped down the stairs. She took her time, knowing her clumsiness would be her own downfall. She stopped briefly to pick up her sneakers at the front door, then tiptoed again through the kitchen to the back. Slipping on her sneakers, Bella stepped out into the windy night. She latched the door carefully, making sure it would be unlocked for her when she came back, and wrapped her arms around herself. She had to be careful. Charlie's windows looked over the backyard. Rubbing her hands on the sleeves of her hoodie, Bella picked her way along the back wall of her house, careful to not trip over stray branches in the dark. She reached the corner that met the other side of the house, feeling very proud of herself thus far, and peeked out to the impressive tree that stood outside her window. And came to a halt at the sight of an empty yard. Her brow furrowing in confusion, she paced out to the tree, her eyes scanning the dark woods behind it. Pissed. Eep. Bella's racing thoughts broke off mid-sentence as her stomach dropped like a lead balloon. Hand clutched to her chest, her head shot up to the dark figure sitting hidden in the screen of leaves above. "Leah!" Bella hissed as the figure shifted, feet swinging playfully from one of the lower, thicker branches. "Don't do that." "Sorry, hun." Leah whispered down at her and then pushed off, casually dropping down the 10 or so feet to the ground next to Bella. Her body warmed appreciatively at the sight of her. A navy t-shirt that hugged strong shoulders sweeping into a trim waist and athletic shorts that molded to every muscular curve. "I thought you saw me." Bella shook her head, her lips automatically fighting a smile at her startle-prone nature because it really was starting to get ridiculous. "What were you doing up there? Were you spying on me?" Bella arched a brow, taking in the soft, light expression on Leah's face and how her lips smoothed out to a subtle curve. "Why, you want me to?" Leah winked, leaning back against the thick oak bark, tilting her head in an undoubtedly lupine way that sent Bella's heart lunging into a sprint of an entirely different sort. "I see you're not the type to close your drapes at night." "There was never any need." Bella pressed her lips together. Her life in Forks had always been punctuated by nighttime visits through her window. She'd never stepped back to think about how bizarre it all was. Especially in the light of the unknown they now faced. "Well, I wasn't. I wouldn't." Leah shook her head, her face free-falling into serious as the words were expelled in a formless, rushing whisper that sliced down Bella's sudden anxiety with its sincerity. "I'm not some creep." Bella smiled gently as she held that bottomless midnight gaze. "You look good, by the way. Love the fit." Leah's eyes dipped appreciatively. "Really?" Bella wrinkled her nose. "I was trying for stealth." A soft laugh burst from Leah's lips. In the darkness her eyes ran black as they flicked up from under the strands of ebony that had fallen in her face. "I could hear you stomping down every step. And hidden every branch outside too." Warmth spread over Bella's cheeks as she swatted at Leah half-heartedly. Leah didn't bother to dodge it. "Oh, please. We can't all be werewolves." Bella snorted and turned to the front. "Where's your car?" A warm hand gathered around hers and tugged her gently towards the tree line. "Right this way, Miss Swan." Bella's brow arched as Leah led her into the trees. The woods, usually frightening and eerie, seemed to bow before Leah's presence. The branches weren't startling fingers in the night but sheltering hands that made way for them. "So," Leah whispered as they stepped over gnarled roots, "what do you think about letting me give you a ride to this meeting?" Bella almost tripped, her eyes jerking up to Leah's. Leah's arm wound around her waist, saving her from a solid faceplant. "On your wolf." The words burst over Bella's lips as Leah chuckled at her expense. Bella scowled at her as the taller girl valiantly tried to smother her laughter. "It's the fastest way to get there and we're already late." She tipped her head, "and it makes a point that needs to be made." Bella's indignation dissolved into interest. "What point?" Leah drew in a deep breath and released it on a sigh of resignation, and Bella instantly snapped into attentive concern. "That you're ours," she stated evenly, her hand tightening around Bella's. "The Cullens need to see that we're not what they assumed we were. They see you with us. It'll draw an effective line in the sand." Bella whispered. The levity was suffocated by the sheer weight of their reality now. It was us and them. The pack, her family, and the Cullens. The enemy. "And if you're seen with me, it makes it pretty clear that you're mine," Leah continued, and Bella looked up to a fearlessly roguish smirk. "Also that I'm strong enough to rip out any of their fucking throats if they cross me." "Mine." The way Leah said it, soft as it left her lips, it's ridiculous. So ridiculous that warmth flooded Bella's cheeks, heat welled up in her chest. They'd stopped walking. The house was almost completely hidden from them now. They had complete privacy. Bella bit her lip, her little hands reaching across the dark to cover Leah's. Her touch must have been the blessed healing balm to that hair-trigger instinct. The tension in Leah's face instantly laxed, her eyes darting over Bella's as she drew in a deep breath and released it like steam. Bella could tell her wolf was agitated, but for now, lupine dominion submitted to the only force willing to contain it. Her imprint. "I really wish you weren't tangled in all this shit, Bells," Leah muttered, one of her hands pulling free to tuck a stray lock of chocolate hair behind Bella's ear. Bella shook her head. She had so many wishes herself, but what good would it do them now to think like that? "It doesn't matter. We got this. You and me." Her head instinctively tipped into her warm palm. "Together, right?" A gorgeous smile lit that beautiful face as her arms looped around Bella's waist. Bella's arms found its way around her neck. How could she resist? "Hell yeah." Leah purred, covetously pulling Bella closer and smiling into the sprinkle of kisses she dusted along Bella's jaw. When her lips found that spot on her neck, right over her pulse, she gripped Leah's t-shirt in her fists as the taller girl's lips worked a bout of giggles out of Bella. "Stop," Bella gasped. "We're already late. Then we can be a little later." Leah crooned as her gaze flitted restlessly over Bella's face. Her brown eyes were fierce and wild. She took Bella's breath away. Every single time. We really can't. Bella's smile stuttered under sudden shyness, heat blooming in her cheeks at the thought of what could happen. If only there weren't urgent matters at hand. Okay. Leah dipped her head and pressed her lips meaningfully, tenderly to Bella's forehead. So, wolf back riding. Is it like riding a bike? Bella asked dryly. Kinda. You never forget. Leah wiggled her brows. And once you get on top, you never go back. Bella choked a laugh over the budding heat in her belly and met Leah's gaze with a half-hearted eye roll. Leah grinned triumphantly. Don't be nervous, okay? I got ya, she murmured, then pulled herself reluctantly out of Bella's arms. Bella could only stare as Leah turned her back on her, and without any hesitation at all, peeled her shirt over her head. Every and all thought left her brain. It was 200% occupied by the muscles rippling down Leah's sweat-slicked toffee torso. And with each fluid, sure motion of her arms as she bundled the t-shirt up into a flat wad of fabric, her strong back bunched and flexed like a bodybuilder. Tall, athletic shoulders, narrow waist with the slight swell of feminine hips, muscular legs, desire instantly rose to meet Bella like a tsunami, rushing over her and filling her entire face bright red. Bella hadn't nearly had enough time to gather herself when Leah's hands were suddenly at the waistband of her shorts. She really should look away, right? Bella debated with herself, automatically slapping her hands over both eyes. But then again, Leah could have changed behind a tree if she didn't want Bella to see her. Okay, maybe she could have helped it, she just didn't want to. Bella found herself peeking between her fingers. It was only a brief glimpse, and yet she had to stop herself from gasping at how the curve of Leah's back swept down to perfect, deliciously pert, muscular cheeks. Holy crap. Slack-jawed, Bella watched over hands as Leah dove forward like a swimmer off a diving block and blossomed seamlessly into a massive white wolf. The whole transformation was quicker than a heartbeat and ethereal like heat waves on hot pavement. Wow. Bella breathed, laughing at herself as Leah stretched deeply, pushing her huge front paws into the ground, and raising her tail. The wolf jumped up from her crouch with a couple of excited, huffing hops on her forepaws, then turned back to Bella before congealing to the ground. Leah stared at her in wolf form with unmistakably laughing eyes, her tail swishing to and fro. Show off. Bella whispered, not even attempting to hide the awe in her voice. Leah was beyond impressive, in either body, but what was so beautiful was to see her so free and confident in herself. And to see that she trusted Bella with both forms of herself, completely. Bella's hands dropped from her face, and she went to her wolf. There was no fear at all. None of the hesitancy back in Emily's yard earlier that day. As Bella tucked her head under the wolf's long, dignified muzzle and threw her arms around Leah's huge neck. Sultry panting breaths, sweet and musky like the forest floor, billowed over her face before snuffling idly over her shoulders, tickling the exposed skin of her neck. Bella giggled into the soft, thick fur. Better than any oversized stuffed animal and infinitely cozier than the fluffiest blanket in the world. As a wolf, Leah radiated comforting heat like a furnace. Softy ol' wolf. Bella cooed, taking advantage of the fact Leah couldn't respond with one of her many snarky quips. A velvety bouncing rumble, that sounded suspiciously like a chuckle, rippled over her skin as a prodding wet nose nudged against her neck. Bella squeaked at the sudden cold and had barely pulled back before a huge, wet tongue wiped soundly up her entire face. Leah! She shrilled, squeezing her eyes closed and wiping at the slimy mess with both hands. She squealed blindly as Leah's nose seamlessly started pressing into her arms and shoulders, nudging into her sleeves, and snuffling at the collar of her hoodie as if her clothes were an inconvenient barrier. Blinking her eyes open, Bella came face to face with a felt ear as the beast began her familiar frenetic sniffing inventory of every single pore. Smiling gently, Bella dragged her fingers through the thick ruff of Leah's neck. There was something so satisfying about watching her hand disappear into that shaggy white pelt. Stepping to the wolf's side, Bella combed her fingers down to the swell of Leah's impressive, robust shoulders. She expelled a sigh that was captured by a big triangle ear flickering back towards her. Leah had paused her scenting to attentively watch Bella out of the corner of a big, cinnamon eye. Digging both fists into her fur, she was nervous even though she knew, logically, her human fists did nothing to Leah's pelt, Bella jumped up and ungracefully pulled herself up onto Leah's massive body. With a triumphant grin fueled by the intoxicating feel of Leah's ribcage vibrating with her deep rumbles of contentment, Bella smoothed her hands down the slope of Leah's long neck. "Okay," she announced shakily up to Wolf's ear standing at pert attention. Leah flowed up to her feet in an impossibly smooth and mercurial motion. Bella wrapped her arms around that dwarfing neck as she settled over her back. The wolf's powerful body rippled under her soothingly in smooth quicksilver waves as her soundless paws swallowed up forest, short steps finding passage without so much as a branch disturbed in their wake. The wolf's huge, muscled body picked up speed, undulating under Bella with such grace and fluidity it felt like she was flying while her whole body hummed like summer locusts. Running with vampires had nothing on this. The wind pulled her hair behind her in a flowing curtain. Nestled in against her pelt, Bella barely felt like she was moving at all. She found herself leaning into every turn, their bodies moving and molding together around bends like a motorcycle or a galloping horse. She was extra glad she'd dressed comfortably. When she felt Leah's loping strides smooth out into a steady trot, she picked her head up and gasped. Through a break in the trees, Bella glimpsed the town of Forks nestled below them, bathed in the full moon that glowed dully through a shroud of overcast. Tiny lights twinkled and shimmered from tiny street lamps and tiny houses, and the forest hugged the small town, a blanket of black on every side. They'd reached one of the hills overlooking her quaint town in what seemed like seconds. Without a pause in her aggressive pace, Leah tipped her head up and loosened a deep and thunderous howl. It made the night seem to quiver with a power that shimmered back with the whipping winds over her body. Settling, invigorating, commanding all at once. Very much like Leah herself. A chorus of greetings welcomed them in the far distant night, flagging them to family, and Bella rubbed her face over Leah's thick fur with pride. Surprisingly, Leah didn't sprint off to meet the pack like Bella thought she would, and she glanced up in confusion. The wolf's head was turned to one side, one soulful eye focusing back on Bella as a soft timbre whine leaped from her snout. Her ears tipped back to Bella curiously. "I'm okay," Bella answered Leah's silent question without quite knowing how she'd even understood it. Drawing in a deep breath, she sat up on the back of Leah's wolf, fisting her hands in her snowy fur while her feet kept their death grip on the wolf's ribcage. It was a lot, more intimidating to be sitting up while being over 6 feet off the ground. Squaring her shoulders, Bella swallowed thickly. "I'm ready." If the anxiety-inducing meeting with the Cullens hadn't been rushing to meet them, Bella might have fallen asleep. Right there, nestled in the thick pelt between rolling shoulder blades, and with her eyes closed against the sickening speed. Leah's wolf body surged in waves that could have been the lulling bobbing of a boat on untamed waters. Her brisk loping sprint was intensely visceral and silent despite her sheer size. It really brought to mind the fact that Leah and the wolves were predators, built to stalk, fight, and kill. No, not predators. Protectors. The real predators were still at large. One of the wolf's ears flicked back with a comforting rumble that vibrated like thunder under her thighs. Bella reflexively threaded her fingers through the ivory fur over Leah's neck. "I'm okay," she told the wolf silently with soft pats against her fur. She smiled against her pelt. For the past 15 minutes, every now and then, Leah had been devotedly checking in with Bella this way. As if, at the center of all the madness of the lupine mind, there was a myopic focus on Bella herself. Despite the drastic transformation, that part of Leah hadn't changed and never will. Bella blinked hard and squinted against the rushing wind to see swirls upon swirls of green and black whipping by. They'd woven into the shadow of Mount Olympus, the tree trunks around them growing big enough around in size they could have swallowed Bella's truck. Leah expertly bounded through the terrain, leaping over gnarls of roots and boulders covered in endless fairy tale green moss. And through the trees, a set of glowing eyes bobbed eerily out in the dark wood, keeping pace with Leah's speed. Bella gasped and struggled to draw the whistling air into her lungs to scream when Leah chuffed softly with a toss of her head. Frozen in place against her wolf, Bella fisted her pelt as she gauged Leah's reaction to the stranger's set of eyes. Her wolf body was slightly stiff with what Bella could only guess was nerves, but she didn't so much as growl or turn defensively at all. Swallowing her fear, she peered sideways as a giant wolf fell in closer from his parallel course in the woods. Against the dusky light of the clouded moon, She could tell this one was gray, the fur on his legs and underbelly almost as light as Leah's fur. The color was stark against the deep smoky gray that splashed down his spine and muzzle, with lighter tones over a sleek lupine face. Recognition tickled her mind. She'd never seen this wolf before, but some strange instinct told her it was Embry. "EMB," Bella whispered, the wind stealing her voice. The wolf tipped its muzzle up and loosed a short doleful howl. Bella smiled, collapsing against Leah's undulating shoulders as answering intertwining howls rose up to pull at the night. Chills raced down her spine. They were close. She picked her head up again as they slowed to a smooth trot, the trees around them thinning out familiarly. A velvety contented rumble awoke underneath her and wrapped around her like one of Leah's magical hugs. Bella basked in it like the last rays of sun before a cold night. A soft yip of greeting from Embry next to them had Bella's head swiveling forward. Between Leah's bobbing pert triangle ears, Bella spotted two figures on the edge of the thinning trees. One stood at attention, feet planted, and shoulders squared, while the other leaned casually against a thick tree trunk, his big arms crossed across his chest, head cocked with a wry smile. "Runnin' with the big dogs," Jacob chuckled derisively and ambled over. Leah's ears flicked toward him, but otherwise she paid him no mind. Her giant tongue lolled gently as she watched Embry sit on his haunches next to them. Embry watched Leah back, his big wolf head tilted slightly, and Bella figured they must be talking in their heads. Bella tried to hide the proud smile that eventually broke free on her face. It was her idea. She sat up straight and smoothed her hands down Leah's shoulders, glancing towards Sam. The alpha watched the clearing with an impassive face, shuddered and serious. "Turns out I'm better at this than motorcycles." "Ah, you're not that bad," Jacob dismissed. "It's a learning curve for everyone." "Yeah, maybe everyone else," Bella murmured, her cheeks tinging pink as she remembered her catastrophic first solo motorcycle ride back before Jacob had phased. "For me it's more like a learning cliff." Jacob gave her a shit-eating grin. "Cliffs are meant for diving." Memories jack-knifed through her brain as anxieties swept through her stomach. "When Alice told me that you jumped off a cliff, I thought, finally, things can go back to normal. But no, you had to fuck that up too." Bella squeezed her eyes closed to try and block out the memories, the sharp sound of Rosalie's snide voice echoing down the halls of her head. A sharp barking snarl boiled the air and the world lunged into action. Leah's sights settled on Jacob right before he disappeared in a flurry of gray fur. Bella spontaneously froze, her fists gripping tufts of fur as she cowered into Leah's prickly hackles with a shocked gasp. She had only glimpsed the sight of Embry's wolf, who'd bravely leapt between the suddenly aggressive, volatile Leah and Jacob, who'd stumbled back with wide eyes as Sam shoved Jacob behind himself. Even Bella knew that was a bad idea. Leah would have attacked Sam in a heartbeat. Embry was another story. The giant gray wolf hunched to the ground, tail tucked, ears flattened in a show of submission Bella had rarely ever seen. Embry's soft eyes stared intensely at Leah's growling wolf in a paragon of passive aggression. Bella swallowed hard in the pregnant pause, and forced her fists to relax, smoothing down Leah's hackles with her shaky hands. "Lee, stop," she urged in a whisper, her eyes glued to the wolf who'd made it starkly clear that if Leah wanted to thrash Jacob, she'd have to go through him to do it. "Easy." Sam's insistent, neutralizing voice sliced through the tension like a hot knife. "Let's all just calm down." He ordered the words at Leah as he moved slowly, deliberately, around Embry's hulking side. He held a hand aloft as the other ruffled through the Embry's coat in absent affection and gratitude. "Bella," his dark gaze softened as he regarded her, "you see now why I wanted you to stay home," he said, not unkindly as he watched Leah bare deadly fangs at him. Bella frowned, her focus on soothing the residual growls into rumbles as her fingers worked over Leah's sloping shoulders. "Please back up, Sam. I got this," she murmured, leaning down and wrapping her arms around that huge neck. She burrowed her face in Leah's thick ruff and drew a deep breath of spicy sweet wildness. Bella hummed softly, letting scent and touch wash away the world. She needed to calm down. It was the only antidote to Leah's own stress. In moments like this, it was easy to think of the wolf and person as separate, but she understood now that they were just different parts of the being. Like the heart and mind. Sometimes in conflict, sometimes unified. My Leah, she whispered into her fur, the words slipping out on their own. They were the right ones, because immediately, she felt the rumbles bloom into a comforting purr that vibrated her thighs. Bella squeezed gently, smiling happily. It really was the best sound in the whole world. Everything's okay, honey, she crooned, her hands gliding through velvet fur. Only when the tremors had stilled under her soft words and caresses, did Bella lift her head. She almost startled with surprise. Somehow Leah had lowered them both to the ground, laying calmly on forest moss, so smoothly Bella hadn't even felt the movement. Her wolf's regal white head tilted to the side, one giant cinnamon eye softened to sweet as it gazed back at her. Bella smiled warmly and risked a glance around them. Sam had wisely given them a wide berth, both Jacob and a still-phased Embry by his side as he murmured to them quietly. When he noticed Bella watching, he cleared his throat. "We don't have much time," he told her solemnly. Reality crashed down on Bella as her heart geared up to race right out of her chest. She straightened and gave him a nod, bracing against Leah as she began pulling a leg over her broad back to dismount. Her knees were wobbly, her legs felt like jello. "You look like you're gonna throw up." Bella glanced up to Jacob, slowly moving in a big circle around Leah to get to Bella's side. He expertly avoided Leah's piercing gaze as she silently followed his every move. "I'm fine." She buried one hand in Leah's thick fur to steady herself. "So, what's the plan? Where is everyone?" As if on cue, tandem howls, short and yipping like puppies, heralded two oversized wolves that leapt into view on powerful, mute paws. Bella stiffened on reflex, watching them weave between the trees toward Sam. If they hadn't announced their arrival, Bella just knew she'd startle half to death at their silent, sudden appearance. One was a dark, almost black in the night, with a lupine face as serious as a heart attack. The other was a silvery beast that Bella recognized immediately. How could she forget? The huge, dark silver wolf caught her eye, and his face split into a big wolfen smile, every sharp, triangle tooth on display and his tongue lolling out. It was terrifying, or should have been if Bella hadn't known better. Bella lifted her chin, her lips pursing. "Hi, Paul." The wolf lifted his head with a soft woof before bounding ahead, bumping shoulders with Embry. Bella watched Embry greet them both before sprinting past them into the dark wood. Despite his lighter color, he was gone in moments, melted into the darkness. Bella frowned and glanced at Jacob in confusion. "He's running an inner circle around Forks," Jacob explained, watching the two wolves take up position at Sam's sides. The three watched the clearing ahead with eerie anticipation. "Quill and Colin are running the outer borders and La Push. If the leeches try anything, they'll know. We have them surrounded on all sides." Bella nodded. She was glad Colin wouldn't be alone out there, like Seth had been. "Are you going to phase 2? Jacob sighed and shook his head. "I wish. Me and Sam are staying human for this one." Bella nodded thoughtfully. "Will you guys be okay? Please, I can take him with one hand tied behind my back." Jacob snorted a laugh. "Besides, Jared and Paul will be with us. They're no match for the four of us. Embry will be there for backup whether for us or Quill." "It was a good plan," Bella conceded. "Let's hope it won't come to that," she murmured, leaning against Leah's side. "Yeah, but what's the fun in that?" Jacob grinned. Bella rolled her eyes. "Boys." A distant howl threaded the black sky and sent a shudder through Bella's body. She curled into Leah's side as the wolf stiffened beside her. The howl was followed by another baying cry, and then another. "They're here," Sam hissed, as the wolves beside him darted to the tree's edge. They practically bounced on their paws in excitement, tails going a mile a minute. "Jacob, with me," Sam ordered, jogging up to move between the wolves. Bella's heart caught in her throat and her frantic eyes sought Jacob's, and found his gaze had gone stone cold serious. "We won't let anything happen to you," Jacob told her, his voice low as his lingering feet began to move towards Sam. "Stay in the trees, Bella," Sam called to her, snapping Bella's eyes ahead to his calculating gaze and the empty clearing beyond. "We'll be between you and them at all times. If all goes well, they might not notice that you're here at all. Leah will keep you safe." "Okay," Bella forced out between shortened breaths. Her fingers dug into Leah's pelt as her wolf began to stand, deliberately slow. A low vibration buzzed through her fingertips and under her soles like thunder. Leah's deep continuous growl. "Jake!" Sam barked, his eyes never leaving the clearing. "It's gonna be okay, Bells," Jake asserted. Then he sprinted ahead, reaching Sam's side in a few long bounds. They stood together for a heartbeat, the wolves flanking both men. And then, as one unit, they all moved at the same time, marching out to meet the enemy. Across the darkened space, Bella could see them coming. At first they appeared as white dots set into blackness, and then they glided forward, their skin glowing white and ghastly. There was no need to, but her brain counted anyways. 2, 4, 6. 6 pairs of vampires. No Edward. Bella sucked a deep breath in through her nose in an effort to quell her anxiety as Leah's muscles twitched and slithered under her fur. Bella pressed herself into Leah's front leg, hugging the forelimb tightly with both arms. "We're okay," she whispered, unsure if the words were for Leah's benefit or herself. Sam, Jacob, Paul and Jared all stopped at the same time, eerily coordinated, a few paces behind the boulder that stuck up like a sore thumb in the middle of the expansive space. She remembered that boulder. She sat there once, watching the Cullens play baseball. The Cullens stopped too, arranged in a V formation with the uneasy stillness of statues. Each and every golden gaze was on her. Bella swallowed hard as her eyes flickered over their familiar features. So much for not drawing attention to herself. Carlisle stood at the apex and center, Jasper and Emmett just behind him, flanking each side. Esme, Rosalie, and Alice falling in line behind them. It was no accident that the strongest were standing in front of the women. If things got ugly, they would be ready too. Samuel Yulee, Jacob Black, Carlisle began cordially, drawing all the eyes away from her and onto the 2 Quileute men before them. "Thank you for extending." Yeah. Jacob cut in with brazen, scalding decorum. "Cut that shit out." Bella could see Sam's chin lift a bit as Carlisle's eyes widened, his lips parted in shock. "I believe," Sam began evenly, "Jacob is referring to your mood-changing friend." "Apologies." Carlisle recovered quickly, letting an obliging smile settle over his features and folding his hands before him. "Jasper, if you wouldn't mind." It was only then that Bella had noticed the lulling sense of safety and calm that had tugged at the back of her mind the moment the Cullens had stopped moving. When she looked at them, the only associated feelings that popped up were memories of warmer days past, baseball and chess games, dinner nights in the Cullens' fancy kitchen. It was an illusion. All of it receded at once. Anxiety coiled in Bella's stomach as the caustic tension jacked up viscerally on the field. Each wolf shuffled with low growls, a baseline that eerily cut off when Sam spoke next. "We don't consent to your manipulation. You try that again, and this will be your last night on Earth." He bit out lethally. "No games. No tricks. Of course. We do not come seeking conflict, I assure you." Carlisle conceded wisely. The faces behind him didn't so much as flicker with emotion at Sam's words. Except Rosalie, who always looked some shade of pissed off at any given moment. "So you say." Bella could hear the barely contained anger in Jacob's taut voice. "And yet, you allowed Edward Cullen to escape your grasp." Bella pressed herself closer into Leah's fur as the wolf stiffened ever so slightly. "Our deepest regret." Carlisle lowered his head solemnly. "We underestimated how far Edward would go to deceive us. I know I cannot erase the hurt my son has caused, but I feel responsible nonetheless." Jacob snorted. "Please allow my sincerest apologies. For him and Rosalie both." Bella's gaze lifted with surprise to find Carlisle's solemn eyes on her. "Rose acted under false information, in an attempt to protect our family. What she said to Bella was misguided and wrong." A guttural snarl ripped through Leah's barrel chest, her huge white-coated head dipped as black lips peeled away from gleaming fangs. Bella squeaked, clutching her foreleg in a death grip. Sam stepped into Carlisle's line of sight. "You don't talk to her. You address me and me only." "As you wish." Carlisle continued in that low hypnotic croon. "I only meant." "I don't care about your apologies." Sam spat. "You let Edward go, and you claim to have no idea where his trail went." Just over Sam's shoulder, Carlisle nodded brusquely. "Edward is our best tracker. He used those skills against us and disguised his trail, leading us in a different direction while he went in another. By the time we realized what he'd done, it was too late." His scent disappeared near the border of the country and we've been combing through the surrounding areas since, giving Seattle a large berth of course. He broke the treaty. Jacob muttered. He should have been taken down that very day. I understand the treaty's terms. Carlyle carefully shifted his weight. But Edward, he is my son. Not by blood, but he's been by my side for nearly a century. I had hoped it wouldn't have to come to that. Just like we hoped Bella's life would never be in danger, not like it's the first time. Huh? Jacob snapped. All you bloodsuckers care about is your damn selves. Bella sucked an inadvertent breath through her teeth. Sam's head turned cuttingly towards Jacob as Carlyle tried to appease with both hands palms out. All human life is precious to us. Especially Bella. Carlyle professed, like you, we are forced into this life and hardly wish to inflict our pain on others. Bella frowned. The phrase itself was contradictory. It was the vampire's presence that forced the wolves to their fate in the first place. Enough. Sam ordered with finality. Carlyle, I'm disappointed but not surprised by your reluctance to dispose of Edward. The pack holds no such feelings. If we come across him, we will act swiftly and without mercy. I see. Carlyle murmured regretfully. Then allow us to aid you in your search. No, Sam cut him off again, you won't get a chance to. I'll make sure you never come face to face with him again. Those words seemed to finally pierce the veil of passiveness the vampires wore. Emmett and Jasper exchanged a glance, Esme's face crumpled with sorrow and Alice frowned. Rose looked, unconcerned with her brother's possible demise. Bella blinked, a little surprised. Rosalie seemed very spirited when she confronted Bella at school the other day. What change? Sam's eyes roamed down the line as well. The only reason the pack doesn't strike you all down where you stand is because of the phone call Bella received today. Carlyle's chin dipped in acknowledgement. Let's cut to the chase then. Sam dictated impatiently. Your witch told us Bella was in danger. Carlyle nodded again, and gestured with one hand to the side. Our Alice is gifted with clairvoyance. She sees visions of things that may happen. I say, may, because the future is always changing. Every choice and action has a consequence. He paused, glancing at Alice before continuing. This afternoon, she saw a female vampire by the name of Victoria make her move on Forks with around 20 newborn vampires. Displeasure rolled through the wolf's tough facade and Sam held a staying hand out beside him. We've already been briefed on Victoria's history with you. And her motivation. Bella could see the muscle clench in his cheek. How many exactly? The numbers change day to day. The average amount remains at 20. A bright voice suddenly rose up as Alice skipped past the vampire's formation to stand by Carlyle. She seemed oblivious to the tension, her eyes glazed over unseeingly. They often fight amongst themselves. How are they different from you? Sam asked, crossing his arms over his chest. They are all very new to this life, only months old. Like toddlers in a way. They have no skill or strategy, only brute strength and bloodlust. Carlyle explained. Even worse, the blood left over in their systems from their human lives makes them even stronger than the most seasoned of vampires. He nodded towards Emmett's hulking form, the closest one to the wolf's own staggering size and bulk. Sam and Jacob exchanged a look. And you have experience dealing with them? Sam asked at last. Carlyle gestured to where Jasper stood, tensed and ready. Jasper has experience in the area. He can teach us how they fight, how they can be defeated. I'm sure you can apply this to your own hunting style. Jacob and Sam exchanged a look. Jacob nodded once and Sam turned back to Carlyle as an enthusiastic rumble passed through the wolves. When will they attack? Carlyle turned to Alice who blinked rapidly, staring at invisible images. The timeline isn't solid yet. They haven't decided. Right now, I see them coming across the mountains in 11 days. We can intercept them from there. 11 days. Next Saturday. Bella snorted softly. At least she'd be able to graduate that Friday before everything went to hell. Fine. Show us how to fight them. We'll watch and listen, but that's it, Sam told them curtly. That's more than enough. Thank you. Leah's cold nose ruffled Bella's hair, startling her. She reached up and smoothed palm over the side of that muzzle as heat billowed over the crown of her head, sending a shiver down her spine. Bella took a deep, centering breath as bodies shuffled in front of her. The pack backed up, almost to the tree line, as Jasper stepped into the wide open space between the two parties. Leah huffed beside her, sitting back on her haunches. Her huge head loomed over Bella, and despite her size and strength, she was the one Bella was least scared of. "They'll fight like children." Jasper's clear voice rang over the dark. "The two most important things you'll need to remember are, first, don't let them get their arms around you, and, second, don't go for the obvious kill. That's all they'll be prepared for. As long as you come at them from the side and keep moving, they'll be too confused to respond effectively. Emmett?" The next hour passed in a blur of flashing limbs and grappling. Emmett played newborn and charged his opponents, while they tried their hardest to best him. It was extremely disconcerting. The Cullens would flit in and out of existence, and she felt like with every blink, she was missing every major part of each fight. If she was lucky, she'd barely catch a glimpse of a fighting crouch here or an offensive spring there until, in a series of strikes and parrying, it was over with one party's gnashing teeth frozen at the neck of the other. The wolves didn't seem to have the same problem she did. Every now and then, Sam and Jacob would nod appreciatively, murmur notes and observations amongst themselves, and ask a question here or there. Even Leah had stopped her glowering to watch intensely. Everyone took turns. Carlisle, Esme, Rosalie, even little Alice, who managed to best Jasper despite her size. She made it look like a graceful, well-choreographed dance. Out of all the Cullens, she was the one Bella worried about the most. They used to be friends once upon a time. And despite Edward's actions and the fact their friendship now hung in limbo, she had still called Bella to warn her about Victoria. Bella yawned, crossed-legged in a patch of moss, and bumped the wolf laying beside her. "I bet you're not tired at all, huh?" The wolf rumbled and laved a big pink tongue over Bella's clothed knee. Bella made a face at the wet spot and buried her hand in Leah's ruff. Suddenly, the wolf's ears perked. Leah sat up, head tilted back at the woods behind them and her eyes focusing on things Bella couldn't see. Bella swallowed nervously, her body poised to jump to her feet at a moment's notice. Until she saw a gray wolf head loom out of the darkness. She relaxed when the wolf chuffed softly, tossing his head. Leah gingerly picked herself off the ground, mindful of Bella's small body beside her, and trotted back to who she assumed was Embry. "Checking in?" she wondered idly as Leah neared her packmate. Her mouth fell open in shock when, in a smooth, graceful transition between one step and the next, the white wolf shimmered into a human body. Leah's tall, lean, and entirely naked form bent to snatch something from the ground in front of Embry and drew up to her full height, every muscle quivering and flexed and magnificently on display. Bella's cheeks instantly flared with heat. Her mind went blank and buzzing. Before she could recover from the sight, Leah half turned her way, her arms up as she pulled the oversized black t-shirt over her head. Bella caught a glimpse of what she didn't see the last time Leah phased. The delicate lines of her collarbones, the silhouetted curve of her soft chest, the hills and valleys of impenetrable abdominal muscles decorating her torso. Bella wanted to run her fingers over them. "Holy shit," she admonished herself, ripping her gaze away. "Get a grip." Bella shakily got to her feet by the time Leah made her way back over. One hand raked back her short hair and a small, knowing smile fixed on her devastating face. The t-shirt fit her like a makeshift dress and exposed those powerful long legs. "You, got a lil drool." Leah pretended to dab at Bella's chin, her smile widening. Bella snorted and swatted at her hand, glancing behind her to make sure nobody else saw her make a complete fool of herself. The Cullens were still sparring. Sam, Jacob and the rest paid her no mind. Leah wasn't content with being swatted. Instead, she grabbed Bella's hand in her gentle grip and stepped forward, her face softening. Bella melted instantly, her fingers tightened around Leah's. She loved the wolf, but it was the human side that really drove Bella crazy. Everything felt a hell of a lot better with Leah there to comfort her with her welcoming hugs or magical kisses. "Everything okay?" she asked quietly. Leah's human form, while a welcome change, was more than unexpected. With the Cullens so close, Bella had wondered if Leah would have been able to phase back. "Better than okay," Leah murmured, grinning deviously as her gaze wandered over Bella's head. She knew that grin. "Oh." Bella grabbed Leah's other wrist. "Leah, don't." "It's okay, princess." Leah ducked her head, her spicy, wild scent washing over Bella's face, and pressed her lips to Bella's forehead. "Don't you worry about a thing," she murmured, bringing her palms up to embrace Bella's cheeks in heat. Then she stepped away. Bella's brows buckled in confusion. Her heart thrummed in her chest as Leah strode through the tree line, towards where her packmates were listening to Jasper wind down his presentation. With an audible crack of her knuckles, Leah's low crooning voice announced, "My turn." All beings turned to her with surprise on their faces. The two wolves were the only ones that seemed nonplussed. Paul yawned and Jared huffed from where he sat back on his haunches, watching with disdain. Sam's face instantly hardened. "Leah, now is not the time," he hissed. Jacob barked an incredulous laugh, watching Leah walk past them as if they weren't there. "I don't think you got a choice, man." It was only when Sam moved to stop her, one hand outstretched to her shoulder, did Leah lunge around with thunder and brimstone spelled across her face. Sam hesitated uncharacteristically, glancing over Leah's shoulder at the Cullens. Jacob bumped his shoulder, snorting, "Have a little faith." Sam rigidly dropped his hand. Bella blinked rapidly. Was Jacob backing up Leah? Jasper's lips quirked in private amusement as she approached. He dipped his head. "So, you're Leah," he stated, and for the first time Bella was able to pick up a hint of southern twang in his voice. "I've heard quite a bit about you." "None of it good, I hope." Leah chuckled darkly, stretching her arms in front of her with her fingers laced together, the muscles in her arms tensed and bulging. "I'm not the rumoring type." Jasper shrugged. "I like to be my own judge of people." "If that's true, then it makes you better than these assholes." She jutted a thumb behind herself at the pack, who rumbled with anxious dissent. "But enough chit-chat. Let's do this." Jasper glanced at Carlisle, who looked at Sam curiously. Sam's jaw clenched, his fists balled at his sides. "Just sparring. Nothing else. Do not go overboard." Leah rolled her eyes. "Sure, Sammy." Sam huffed as Jasper and Carlisle shared a nod. Then he immediately started backing away, sinking into a defensive crouch. Bella squeaked, her mind finally catching up to her shock, and both hands came up to cover her mouth. Her eyes were wide as balloons as they darted over Jasper's terrifying fighting form. True, it was just a spar. But with the amount of times the pack have spurned the Cullens, who's to say they wouldn't slip up and hurt Leah accidentally? The thought choked Bella with fear. Jasper's keen eyes shot to Bella like a bullseye. Eerily, at the exact same time, Leah did the same thing, as if she innately sensed her distress. Ignoring Jasper completely, she turned her head, looking over her shoulder, and met Bella's gaze. Her hazel browns were simultaneously upset, angry, frustrated, and determined. 1,000 micro-expressions clicked over her face, her yawning gaze absorbing the worry and terror in Bella's and reflecting a ravenous resolve. Behind her, Jasper straightened, his face shell-shocked and unguarded. Bella doubted she'd ever seen him look so caught off guard. But why? Leah turned back around with a wry hitch to her lips. "I'm not fighting you, cowboy." She wandered away from him as if she were strolling the beach, her eyes roaming down the line of Cullens. She stopped in front of where Rosalie stood at Emmett's side, their faces incredulous. "I'm fighting her." Bella felt her stomach drop to her toes. "Like hell you are." Emmett spoke up first, stepping in front of Rosalie and crossing his big arms. "Interesting. You don't seem the type to need a big ol' man to save your ass." Leah put her hands on her hips disdainfully. "What are you scared of, damsel?" "Oh please." Rosalie flicked her impossible sleek blonde hair over one shoulder and pushed past Emmett's big body. Without a stutter in her step, she gracefully kicked off one perfect black high heel and then the other, catching an expensive red-bottomed shoe in each hand. "I'll mop the floor with you, dog." She shoved her heels into Emmett's chest and strode towards the wide sparring space, head held high. Leah casually followed. "Your kind can be put back together like a jigsaw puzzle, right?" Rosalie's scowl marred her angelic features. She turned around a good distance away and faced Leah. Uncanny yellow eyes narrowed on the woman. Her perfect teeth flashed behind pink lips flush with stolen blood. "And your kind can't? That's too bad." "I don't need that party trick." Leah shrugged, her long arm reached back to fist the hem of her shirt. "You might though. You probably shouldn't have worn designer." Rosalie didn't wait for either of them to take on fighting stances. She didn't even wait for Leah to undress and phase. Without any preamble at all, Rosalie snarled and threw herself forward in fury. With the blinding speed of her kind, she was inches from the woman when Leah smoothly shucked her shirt off and exploded into a huge white wolf with paws prone. The sheer force threw Rosalie's body back a good 30 feet. Bella hadn't realized she'd screamed until she took one unthinking step and collided face first into Embry's broad wolf body, seemingly materialized out of nowhere. She startled and scrambled to see around him. The white wolf pounced after the vampire that landed in an aggressive crouch, one of her hands braced on the cold ground. Rosalie hissed gleefully and charged. Leah's quick canine body ducked under the first swinging blow only to catch the roundhouse kick that followed. Bella squeaked, cringing and grasping fistfuls of Embry's fur. Leah caught the hit in her jaw. The blow snapped her giant head back, her body breaching backwards into the ground, canines glittering in the dim moonlight. In what seemed like less than a second, the wolf burst up from the grass, leaping into a sprint. The kick barely hindered her, if at all. She was a white blur that matched the vampire's neck break speed, running around and around Rosalie's increasingly defensive posture. Bella's eyes could hardly follow. Leah was the fastest in the pack. Out of the circling blur of white, Leah suddenly leapt, congealing out of fur and into lithe human skin. With a battle cry that reverberated off the mountains, she threw a sledgehammer fist into the side of Rosalie's face with an audible crack, her whole body thrown behind the vicious right hook. Bella's jaw dropped, as did several others. She'd never seen a wolf phase so quickly like that in the middle of a fight against a vampire. Rose! Emmett yelled, struggling against Jasper and Carlyle grasping at his biceps on either side. Rosalie reeled into the ground with a screech, Leah landing on top of her. Using the momentary distraction of surprise to her advantage, Leah sank home several punishing blows before, with an inhuman hiss, Rosalie punted the body on top of her into the air with a powerful kick. Leah flipped high overhead like an acrobat and exploded back into fur, landing gracefully on her paws a few feet away. When she leapt next, Rosalie was ready, and they tumbled into a flurry of flashing limbs and furious growls. This wasn't a spar. This was a dirty, no-holds-barred fight with a vengeance. From the wide-eyed looks on everyone's faces, they all knew it too. Still, strangely enough, neither party interfered. Other than Emmett, straining against Carlyle and Jasper's hold, the vampires were statues. Jacob wrung his hands together. A fuming Sam had his arms crossed over his chest. They all watched intently. Rosalie managed to get a few quick shots in, using her quick legwork to keep Leah's snapping jaws at bay. With a snarling roar, Leah lunged again. Rosalie dodged, slipping to the side, and grabbed for her in typically newborn fashion. Her arms grappled to get around the wolf's big body. She's going to strangle her. Dread lodged another scream in the back of Bella's throat. Embry whined, dipping his head to nudge her leg comfortingly. She collapsed against his side and frantically glanced at where Sam and Jacob stiffly stood. Help her! She wanted to yell, but couldn't find her voice. Leah didn't seem to need it. Instead of struggling out of Rosalie's deadly grip, she simply imploded, snapping back into her human body like a rubber band. As Rosalie staggered off balance, Leah took hold of one of the vampire's arms before twisting her whole body forward with a grunt. With momentum on her side, she sent Rosalie flying across the field. The force of the throw sent the blonde through the air like a bullet before skidding several feet, throwing dirt and debris up in every direction. Leah dove into the phase, kicking off once with powerful hindquarters and meeting the disheveled vampire before she could come to a complete stop. That final leap smashed and pinned the vampire's body to the ground with both massive paws. The clearing was utterly silent except for Bella's hitching breaths and Leah's continuous growl. Again, Leah seamlessly phased, popping back into a crouched woman with a knee planted firmly between Rosalie's shoulder blades. Without mercy, she roughly fisted a hand in Rosalie's wild blonde hair and leaned over towards her ear. If you ever fucking try that shit you tried in the bathroom again, if you so much as look in her direction, I'll rip this pretty lil head off and make you watch the rest of you burn. Understand? She hissed ruthlessly. Bella's mine. And I'll kill anyone who fucks with her. Go and tell Eddie. Get the fuck off me, Rosalie screeched, like fingernails on a chalkboard. Leah, enough. This is over, Sam shouted, suddenly on the move. Emmett threw both Jasper and Carlyle to the side with ease. "Let her go," he bellowed. Sam, Jacob, and both wolves at their sides jumped into action, finally, but it was too late. Despite his size, Emmett disappeared with speed. He reached her before the pack did. His muscled body dipped down and tackled Leah off Rosalie. Leah tumbled into the grass, a bloody, macabre smile painted over her face. Jacob darted for Leah, shoving her behind him as the huge wolves braced and crouched at his side, snarling defensively at the coven. The Cullens jumped in to surround an enraged Emmett, helping a worse for wear Rosalie off the churned-up earth. "Back down," Sam demanded, bursting in front of Jacob and giving each wolf stern look. Jared's growls quieted, ears darting backwards reproachfully even as he speared the Cullens with an intense stare. Paul's wide maw split further into a terrifying wolfen grin, his hackles bristling down his spine. "What was that you said?" Leah's cheerful voice lifted above low growls and spine-chilling hisses both. She pushed up onto her knees and spit an arch of blood into the grass. "Something about mopping the floor with me?" "Leah, shut up," Sam snapped. "Sam, I believe me and my family should take our leave," Carlyle soothed in a serene voice from the apex of the group. "We can reconvene whenever it is convenient to you." "I think that would be best. We will contact you," Sam growled, spreading his palms behind him. At the signal, Jacob and the wolves began to slowly back away. "You are allowed back to your house. However, you will not be permitted into the surrounding lands. The previous treaty is dead. The pack patrols Forks now. If you need to leave town, you check with us first." "What?" a flat voice whispered behind him. "Are we prisoners now?" another muttered. "Why do you put up with this mutt, Carlyle?" Rosalie spat contentiously from the back of the group. "Rosalie," Carlyle warned, his palm jerking up to silence his family. "Of course, Samuel, but me and my family do need to hunt. You're allowed to hunt in the area south of your home, after the forked waterfall and before the national forest. There's a river on your property that leads there, correct?" Carlyle nodded serenely. If he had been disappointed by Sam's answer, there was no give on his features. "Understood. We will speak soon." At a silent cue, the 6 vampires abruptly disappeared, flitting across the clearing and into the trees beyond without a backwards glance. Was it finally over? With a soft huff, Embry shifted out of her way with an apologetic lick at her hand. Bella tripped over her feet, almost face-planting into the moss. "Leah," she gasped, and took off running. Leah was still kneeling, watching the last of the Cullens disappear when Bella collided into her from behind. "Oh my God!" Bella quavered, pressing her face into the back of Leah's neck and throwing her arms around her shoulders. Leah's brisk, warm hands wasted no time, twisting to pull Bella's body into her lap as they slumped towards the grass together. And then she was everywhere. Warm skin, spicy sweetness, puffs of moist air pulling at the delicate skin of Bella's neck when Leah pressed her face there. Her arms were a steel grip around Bella's waist with no intention of slacking anytime soon. She was okay. Relief thundered through Bella, and her hands slithered up the planes of Leah's shoulders and into the tussle of black hair. Leah radiated heat under her palms. She could feel her heart was beating frantically against her ribs opposite Bella's own. Bella breathed, "Honey." Her hands finally found her cheeks and she gingerly grazed her fingertips over Leah's rock-solid jaw. "Let me see." Leah lifted her face and gave Bella a tired, sappy smile. The bottom half of her beautiful face was splotchy with a darkening bruise. A line of red spilled from one corner of her swollen, busted lip. "I told you not to worry. I'm fine." "You're not fine," Bella admonished and carefully patted the blood away with the edge of her sleeve. "Hold still." But even as she did, between one swipe and the next, Leah's busted lip seemed to patch itself together before her eyes. "See," Leah hummed, catching one of Bella's fingers playfully between her full lips, "all kissable again." Bella shook her head minutely. Leah was just trying to cheer her up, but she was still too shaken from the ordeal. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath through her nose. Leah smelled of earth, sweat, and violence. "I was so scared." Leah's lidded gaze caught her eyes and their caustic sarcasm stripped away from an intensely vulnerable core. Bella quietly sucked in a breath at what she saw and carefully cupped her cheek. Underneath that rage was bone-breaking pain. The thought that Bella could ever be in danger, or worse, was unbearably excruciating. She would fight every single nightmare that even attempted to show up in Bella's dreams, starting with Rosalie. "Sorry, baby," her wolf whispered in earnest and pulled Bella's body tighter against her own. Bella squeezed her in a wordless vice grip. "Mine." Without a word, Leah smoothly unfolded to her feet, lifting Bella along with her as if she weighed nothing. Her sneakers dangled at Leah's shins. "Jake, gimme that shirt over there," Leah murmured quietly. Bella's heavy lids blinked back open, and a fresh pink bloomed across her cheeks. In her worry, Bella had forgotten that Leah was still entirely naked. In fact, she'd forgotten anybody else even existed. She had been focused only on Leah. She squirmed a bit. You can put me down now." Leah let that smirk unfold on her face. Bella was still pressed firmly against Leah's front when she was slowly lowered to the ground. And Bella felt everything. Every peak of hardened abdominal muscle and the soft, supple give of Leah's chest against the front of her hoodie. She was going to combust. Leah was playing dirty, and she knew it. A quiet hiss escaped through the other girl's teeth. Bella swallowed hard and turned with an embarrassed squeak, her palms slapping over her face. With a cocky, smoky chuckle in her ear, Leah carefully steadied her and stepped back as Jacob jogged back toward them with the clothing in hand. Bella avoided looking in his direction. But good Lord, Leah could be as cocky as she wanted when she looked like that. Frankly, it was all the more attractive to Bella. As the only female in a pack full of males, Leah didn't cower from inevitable nudity. And she definitely didn't let the rest of them ogle either. The confidence she felt in her body instinctively demanded respect. That, or her fists would show them how. "It's almost morning." Sam's stern rumble neared them over the sounds of whispering cloth. "Once everyone's up, I'll have a meeting with the elders." Bella opened her eyes to find the four of them alone and the sky a surprising shade of dim blue. Sam must have sent Paul, Jared, and Embry off into the night while she was busy with Leah. Her wolf threw an arm over her shoulder possessively and pulled her back into her side. Bella lifted her hands and gripped Leah's hard forearm, thankful to be surrounded by that warmth again. Sam charged up to them. "What the hell were you thinking? I told you not to go overboard." Leah scoffed, dipping her head to nuzzle the top of Bella's. "What d'you mean? It's not like I ripped off a limb. Your little stunt almost brought us to war." Sam's lip lifted from his canines. "We both know that wasn't just a spar. If either of us had jumped to your defense, it would have turned into a free-for-all. Like they stood a chance." Leah grumbled. "Guys, stop." Jacob groaned tiredly and slapped Sam on the back. "You gotta admit what she did was smart." "How, exactly?" Sam tucked his teeth behind the bitter line of his hard mouth. "We just tipped our hand." Leah sniffed, the corner of her mouth curving up. Whether he wanted to or not, Sam just implied Leah's skills were worth saving as a nice surprise to their enemies down the line. "Now they know not to fuck with us." Jacob shrugged, easygoing as usual. "Sides, what do you think they were thinking during that whole thing?" "That we're not a united front," Sam hissed. "It makes us look weak." Sure, but I meant her." Jacob regarded Leah curiously. She looked out of control, wild and ruled by her emotions. Bella frowned. She hated that implication. It was starkly clear to her that Leah was in complete control. She had switched forms without a single, hapless shudder in her limbs. A truly out-of-control wolf couldn't hardly change like that, let alone hold back from ripping a vampire to pieces no matter how friendly the duel was meant to be. But she wasn't. Bella murmured. She knew what she was doing. Leah's eyes hadn't been crazed, they had been focused. "I know that. We know that." Jacob soothed. "They don't. They see a vicious wolf, switching forms out of desperation." He met Leah's steely eyes above Bella's head as the wheels began turning in both their gazes. If they got it in their head that Leah was losing control, that she wasn't sane enough to keep Bella safe, Jacob began cryptically. "If that thought were to be picked up by any mind reader lurking nearby, maybe on the very edges of our territory." Bella stopped breathing, realization restarting her heart in her chest. Sam cocked his head, speechless for once. "Then there's a chance," Leah ground out, fire-hot lupine rage blistering in her eyes. Jacob nodded. his gaze dancing between those relentless feral eyes. He's gonna get slaughtered.